He's totally right. The radicals and their allies in the media, sometimes referred to, as my son said, the fake news media, tried to silence Charlie for a simple reason, because he was winning, and he was winning big. He was taking over college campuses, colleges that had, in theory, only very liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. I call them liberal, but they like to call themselves, because such a beautiful word, progressive. They're the opposite of progressive, if you think about it. But they were really nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing to see. They lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him, because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense. Everywhere he went, he won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe. Charlie Kirk was without a doubt among the most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day, November 5th, 2024. Do you remember that day? It was 9 months ago. What a day that was. I mean, we had a pretty good day in the first one. And I must tell you, on the second one, we had a phenomenal day. But a lot of bad things happened. And now that's not even questioned. They cheated like dogs, but we got them back, didn't we, huh? Got them back. But we owe Charlie a profound and eternal debt of gratitude now, just like Charlie and Erica made Turning Point hot. We are looking at a country that has the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. And the only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money. We're becoming richer and richer. And we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better. But we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big, but the tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw the money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for. And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When the news finally came out on election night last November that the race was officially won, came out pretty early in the night. Charlie was live on camera. In that moment, he was overcome with emotion. I've never seen him like this. He was so happy. For a long while, he said nothing. His eyes were filled with tears, and then he buried his face in his hands and he started crying. That wasn't the Charlie I knew, but in thinking about it, it actually was the Charlie I knew, because he had a tremendous heart. He just wanted what was good for our country, and he saw us going in such a horrible direction. Lovingly, Eric, and this was so beautiful, Erica put a MAGA hat on to cover his bowed head. I like that very much. MAGA, we love. Does everybody love MAGA? Make America Great Again. When Joe Biden used to get up, remember the speeches? We will stop MAGA. We will stop MAGA. You know, he could barely get the words out. We will stop. I said, can somebody inform him the MAGA means Make America Great Again? How do you say you're going to stop it? And Charlie understood that. When Charlie finally looked up and spoke, he smiled through the watery eyes and simply said, I am humbled by God's grace. That was his statement that night. I was watching him. I was very impressed, actually. It showed he had a big heart. Every single American should take a long, hard look at the twisted soul and dark spirit of anyone who would want to kill a young man as good as Charlie. To kill anybody, but to kill a man like this, he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. Our country didn't deserve this. And anyone who would make excuses for it are just out of their mind. Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us. Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout our country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now is bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close. And it's rare that such a thing happens, but Charlie is bigger today than he was. Think about it. Just 2 weeks ago, he's bigger today than he was 2 weeks ago. Now, that may not help his friends and loved ones, of which there are so many. It may not help Erica and those beautiful children who have to suffer so horribly through this moment, but they know it's true. He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal. He's eternal. And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he's saying, wow, that's a great crowd. He's saying, that's a great crowd. And it's a great crowd of patriots. But that's why I will soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor. And we will do the ceremony at our beautiful White House in a very safe Washington, D.C., a place that Charlie truly revered. You know, we stopped the crime in Washington, took 12 days. Now you can go to restaurants, you can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can have your wife walk alone down the middle of the street. She's going to be in good shape. What a difference. What a difference good management really makes. But I'm so proud of that Washington, D.C. You know, it was one of the worst in the nation, in the world. And now it's considered a very safe city. And it's also, I passed it yesterday, I went through it, and the lawns are good. It's like a different place. It's like the tents are gone, the threats are gone, the gangs aren't there. We got rid of, we took out 1,500 career criminals, 1,500. If you have 3 career criminals, that can make a big difference. But I'm so proud of Washington, D.C., and now we're going into Memphis. And we'll get that one straightened out fast. And then we're going into some others, but we're going to go to Chicago, and we're going to have Charlie very much in mind when we go into Chicago. And we'll get that one straightened out. You have an incompetent governor who he thinks it's okay when 11 people get murdered over the weekend. He thinks you don't have any crime when 11 people get murdered and 28 people get shot. He says he's got crime. No, they don't have it under control, but we'll have it under control very quickly. So we're going to be doing that. And Charlie loved what we were doing. He was so proud of what happened. He was there to see it. He so proud of what happened in Washington, D.C. As you know, the depraved assassin who planned and executed Charlie's killing has been arrested and charged with capital murder. God willing, he will receive the full and ultimate punishment for his horrific crime. It's a terrible thing. Because you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. Can't let it happen to a country. The Department of Justice is also investigating networks of radical left maniacs who fund, organize, fuel, and perpetrate political violence. And we think we know who many of them are. But law enforcement can only be the beginning of our response to Charlie's murder. Over the last 11 days, we have heard stories of commentators, influencers, and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it. Some of the very same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know, commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week, we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people. But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. Well, that's not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind, and kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are bound to conclude that violence is justified to stop speech. And we're not going to let that be justified. The tradition of reason and open debate that Charlie practiced is not a pillar of our democracy. In many ways, it's the basis of our entire society. It's the right and inheritance of every free American, the greatest legacy of the Enlightenment, and among the most treasured achievements of civilization. We will defend it at all costs, and we will carry forward the torch of liberty that Charlie Kirk held so proud and so high. He was so proud, and he did hold that torch high. We will never, ever let it fail. We will never let it fail. But we're going to raise it higher than ever before. It's going to be raised, and this is the beginning. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back to America. We want to bring God back into our beautiful USA like never before. We want God back. Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying. Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie. But although Charlie's time with us on earth has ended, those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. In the days since Charlie's death, we have seen how his legacy has touched so many millions around the world. In Calgary, Canada, thousands gathered at City Hall to sing the American national anthem and raise up posters with the name Charlie Kirk. In Seoul, South Korea, crowds gathered to wave American flags and shout, "We are for Charlie Kirk." His memory has been honored in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, Sydney, Madrid, London, Tel Aviv, and all over the world. So beautiful to watch. A man as far away as rural Australia texted a pastor, "I'm going to come to church tomorrow for the first time ever." The pastor asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "Because of Charlie Kirk." Can you imagine? The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight. We're saving our country. And Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. He changed history. Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now. We grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Charlie created something very special. It's called Turning Point USA. And under the leadership and love of Erica, it will become bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So, Charlie, we all want to thank you. We want to say a very loud God bless you, Charlie. God bless you for what you've done is incredible. And God bless Erica and the children. God bless the United States of America. And could I ask Erica, please come out. Erica, please come out. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
Well, I expect that Rev will be continuing their live stream. So let's go back to that.
Absolutely beautiful, and I think she's America's new hero for sure, David.
No doubt. We thought we were going to a memorial, a funeral, if you will, today. We didn't. We went to a revival, the beginning of a revival. That's what happened today. As for Erica Kirk, let me just simply say the line, and it wasn't just a line, it was from the heart. That man, I forgive him.
Wow.
I mean, my goodness.
Wow.
Was that the line of the entire, I mean, just in
Yes.
terms of like, the actual speeches.
Yes.
Broke us all.
I
Yes.
actually tend to agree with President Trump on all that later.
There isn't
He's not.
it's not
Her, and by the way, it's already the lead across the world. Daily Mail, Guardian, New York Times. I forgive him. Mo Bannon, you were down on the floor. Tell us, put us down on the floor. What was it like?
I mean, it was definitely a revival down there, a lot of, especially during the worship. But when Erica spoke, you knew that Charlie left everything in good hands with Erica. She's a lioness. She's going to lead Turning Point even greater than Charlie did. But she's a better woman than me. So say, I forgive him. So
That's fair. And you know, you could have heard a pin drop when she was talking.
Yeah.
And let me just be clear.
Some
right?
of her moments in that speech were, those remarks were incredible.
Amazing. You know, Charlie really had a focus on young men.
Yes.
Now comes the young women.
Yes.
Because there is a crisis among young women about
Yes.
self-worth and being virtuous and all of that.
Still today, you've seen the
I think
polling
that's
where
coming
the young men want to have families and get married. On progressive liberal women, I think it's the lowest. I mean, we have a crisis among, particularly college-educated women, right? And hopefully, Erica Kirk will put her great talents at.
Well, and I think that Charlie brought young men. He brought young men out in droves to vote for President Trump, and young men are what saved this country in 2024. But I think that Erica Kirk is going to bring young women to this movement.
Yes.
And I also just want to, when Erica was speaking, the American flags were pretty still most of the day today. But when Erica was speaking, and she was speaking about Charlie and their marriage, the flag kept waving.
Wow.
So I honestly believe Charlie's actually here now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Talk to me, all of you, about, particularly for our audience that are maybe traditional Catholics or other faiths or just agnostic. This was an evangelical service all day long. Evangelical preachers.
Yeah. This was a
Tell
revival.
us about
And I remember, Steve, going in. You remember this? You know, 2015, I was doing my hits on media, and I would walk into Christian women's groups, and they would boo me off the stage because I was on TV defending Donald Trump for president, and nobody was there yet, especially not evangelical Christians, not pro-life groups. And I remember saying to them, I know you all have asked for and prayed for revival. What if we saw a revival happen because of President Trump? Listen, I don't know if
You
Charlie...
said that. I guess you could hear a pin drop at that time.
Yeah,
No, nobody was buying.
I got booed again. See, that's how that went. But today, we can know Charlie would have never been such a great defender. I don't think of any of the establishment rhinos that were out there that people wanted for president at that time. It was President Trump that brought him in, and we have seen revival.
Even President Trump's speech, 3/4 of President Trump's speech was about religion and Charlie Kirk and his faith. That's why I think today people realize the 100,000, the 75,000 people here at Cardinal Stadium, the 15 or 20 across the street. They're taking every hotel in the area and putting it up on big screen. We had 300,000 ticket requests, millions of people, the streaming numbers, everybody's numbers are huge because people want to see it. The key today from 10 o'clock in the morning, we started here, now to at 4 o'clock it started 7 o'clock in the morning. I go to Pacific time, 7 o'clock in the morning,
10 hours.
all the way now to 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
The whole service was muscular Christianity. This is why I put out the New York Times and MSNBC are going to lead tomorrow because they're melting down. Muscular, a form of muscular Christianity, Christian nationalism, was put forward here in the memorial service for a slain American martyr.
Yeah.
Right? And they're going to freak out because you had the director of national intelligence. You had the head of the personnel office in the president, secretary of war, secretary of state, vice president of the United States, president of the United States, and not just Charlie's team and the widow. I mean, the most powerful people in the United States government, in the world. And we've never had this, even in the 19th century or the 18th century. And we've never had that professed about a guy's lived Christianity.
And what it's doing is people all over the world, especially governments all over the world, are taking notice of what was preached here today by our governmental leaders. On revival, I just want to break it down real quick, because a lot of people, if you're not in that evangelical space, revival, okay, it sounds great, but what does it really mean? Here's what it means. Get busy with God. And what I mean by that is you need to actually have God control your lives and control your life and really get right with God. And once you get right with God, that will change the churches, that will change the communities, that will change the nation. That's how revival works.
It orders things.
Hang on for a second. We've got Ed Martin over the Justice Department. David, myself, and Dr. Gina know Ed very well all those years. Mo, you're going to stick around. Please stick around for a few minutes. Ed Martin, thank you joining us. I know you've been working all day in the Justice Department, but you for years were one of the leaders of the conservative movement with Phyllis Schlafly. I mean, this would have been a day she would have loved, and also a day that she never would think in a million years would come. Ed Martin.
Yeah. Steve, it's I know you know what I mean. You've been around a while. It's a weird day, right? For me, I knew Charlie like as a kid coming up. He was younger. A lot of us flipped, as Gina said. We flipped when we started out thinking we were his mentor, and then we flipped because he was our leader. But to see this happen, I'm sort of haunted by it in a way that I'm surprised. But today I've been watching it and had it on, as you pointed out, in the office on the side, and I was energized by it. I was moved by parts of it, and I was energized by it, and quite a celebration. It does feel like a turning point for our country and for a lot of us, how we see things. But you mentioned Phyllis. Two couple of things. One is Posobiec told a story. Gina, you'll smile, because Gina and I have been getting together with Phyllis Schlafly and Eagles and all these things for decades. And Posobiec told a story that he came to Eagle Council a few years ago, and I said to him, "Hey, Jack, I need you to go to the airport and pick up this guy. He's coming in, and you may not have met him, Charlie Kirk." And that was the first time Posobiec and Kirk met, and they became great pals and great warriors together. But Phyllis had this way of connecting. She saw talent. She saw people with potential, and she sort of she didn't have to guide them. She sort of let it rip, and she would give the signal, sort of like the Eagles signal would go out that they were legit. And she knew Charlie saw it. He was really young. He's from Illinois. Phyllis was from Alton, Illinois. And she early on, as he was just starting, because she died in 2016, but she saw him and she met him and she heard about a guy not going to college who was doing this stuff. And she was excited. And then John Schlafly and I both believed in what he was doing. And he out succeeded all of us in terms of his vision. But it's a wonderful day. I thought the president's speech was powerful. He's really an extraordinary capture of the moment. And like Charlie, he had the joy, like Phyllis, he had the joy of the moment as well as the sadness. So it's extraordinary. And as you say, Steve, the movement will not be stopped. The questions are always, how do we find the new leaders? We lost a big leader. We lost one of the most talented generals. Now the question is, who's stepping up and how are they stepping up and how will they develop and what's coming next? And I'm more excited and more convinced of the golden age of Trump than I've ever been before watching today.
Ed, you've been probably one of the two or three most attacked people in President Trump's orbit. And I know personally how much the president respects what you're doing, and particularly respects the way you're fighting through things. You're getting so much done for him and for the country and for the Justice Department. You were relentlessly attacked. What do you think, particularly given your experience with Phyllis Schlafly and the Eagles, to have a director of national intelligence, to have a secretary of war, a secretary of state, a vice president of the United States, and the head of White House personnel, the top, 5 or 6 people in the government, talk about their lived Christianity, their professed Christianity, and why that was what really was the bond they had with Charlie Kirk, sir.
Yeah, Steve, it's funny, isn't it? Because you and I have been sort of there for years now, and even and in some ways the sort of militant faith, the part of the original 2016, what we felt with President Trump was it was a sort of calling. It wasn't just a political movement; it was a calling. And to see today, as you point out, Hegseth is extraordinary. And by the way, Hegseth, a million things are happening that people can't see. I needed somebody on my team. You guys know him, McCabe. He's in the Army, actually. Hegseth greenlighted a detail for that guy that it should have taken 6 months. It took like 6 days. Tulsi, I go over to Tulsi's place because there's a group of people that are in there, and they are after the deep state every day on the weaponization side. And Tulsi is letting that rip. Like the confidence of the people that you saw on that stage and them coming, J.D. Vance has become so articulate on the moment we're in. As you point out, it is, Steve, it is extraordinary. And I will pull back with you and say that we've had big rallies. Been 100,000 people at rallies before, maybe. I don't know. Maybe there haven't been. There's never been a rally where the through line was every single time was not just a relationship with a higher being, right? We said the creator or whatever. Christ, right? Christ's mission on earth, right? I mean, Marco Rubio sounded like an old-time proselytizer. He could have, preached to the in a tent when he's talking about the kingdom will come and then we will be. I mean, this is like something we've never seen, as you say, not for hundreds of years. And again, the question is, how do you take the confidence and go pouring back out into our nation and transform things? It's a turning point. It really is.
I think that's why Charlie's assassination was the beginning of an inflection point. And this is also part of it, right? The great pivot back to the foundation. This is really what's going to make America great again, right? To go back to our original, foundational beliefs.
Which was what Phyllis Schlafly always said, Ed. You and I were so blessed to be mentored by her and also by Andrew Breitbart and so many others who have gone before Charlie. And I'm so curious, Ed, because you were so close with Phyllis. You were day by day with Phyllis every single day, loyal to her until the end. You were the one who brought Phyllis to the table for President Trump. And everybody needs to know that was you that did that. You were the caveat, the conduit there. What would she say about this day?
Well, first of all, don't let Bannon off the hook. Bannon was also in there early. She loved Breitbart, by the way. You're right about that, Andrew. And Bannon did a movie. That's how he first met her. Ahead of everybody else, he was talking about these women, conservative women, before everybody ever, put this together. I mean, you were there, Gina, too. But Bannon was on that, so don't let him slip away. He saw it ahead of time. Look, I'd say this. The thing about Phyllis, she used to say, she told a great story. Clarence Thomas said to her, "How do you do it, Phyllis? They beat the heck out of you." And this was after Thomas had been confirmed and gone through hell. And she said, "There's a prayer I say, from the malignant enemy, defend me." And she laughed as she said it. I say it every time I go out, just like Charlie used to say, let me do what your will, lead me the way I'm supposed to, Lord. She would say, "From the malignant enemy, defend me." And she laughed when she told Clarence Thomas. It's on audio. And the reason why, my point telling you that is she was real about it. There's real evil. There's not just evil in the world. There's evil, right? There's good and there's evil. There's Satan and there's God. And Phyllis was clear. But she also said things with a smile. She had joy. Because if you know the truth, you can't stay depressed too long. You can have a bad day. You can be down and up and down, and things can get you down. But you have this joy. Charlie had joy. Charlie had that joy, impish grin. When he was younger, he almost looked a little too impish. When he got older, he looked really, I still look at the videos. He's on the stage in the tent, and he's chewing. Like he always had gum or a mint or something. And it just made him look like he was like there hanging out in the dorm with the guys and the gals and all. And the thing that Phyllis would have seen today was amidst suffering, amidst all this going on, there is a fundamental joy. Trump has it. She used to say about him that he gets it in his heart, not just in his head, not just in the politics. And she loved to laugh when he would call her like on her birthday, and she laughed at that Trump. The joy.
Yeah, it was so controversial because she was a traditional Catholic and an icon of the conservative movement.
And
this time, Trump, when Trump was first starting out, he was not. For her to embrace him, because she saw downrange and that through Trump you can get to a day like this, right? That's the kind of thing she could see through Trump because it's so controversial. Ed, I know you got to bounce. I want to appreciate you staying in your office and joining us here right afterwards. Really, Ed Martin, you are a hero.
Doing a great job.
Thanks, Ed.
So many people out here, sir. You are truly
Thanks, guys. God
one
bless you.
guy's put it on the line. We appreciate it. God bless you.
God bless.
Let's go. We got David Zier. Do we still have Steve Gruber on the riser? Do we have Gruber? We're going to go to Zier in a second. I know they're going to run Gruber out of here. Steve Gruber, if you're still there, can we get your assessment from the media riser?
What a remarkable day, Steve. A day of emotion. And I mean, I saw we're packed in here, packed all the way around us. And you see people crying and people hugging, then people laughing and people cheering. I mean, the range of emotion at a revival, I suppose, is what we witnessed here today. It was very evangelical, as you guys have been talking about, touching to me. I mean, it got me a couple of times emotionally. And when Erica Kirk said, "I forgive him," wow, what a moment. Talk about powerful. Talk about uniting people. Talk about galvanizing a group of people, not just here. The millions watching, I saw the numbers multiplying, the millions watching here. I just saw they're watching in France, in England, in Australia. This was a global event. This wasn't something that happened in Arizona. It was something that was centered in Arizona, but a global event. This is a shock wave across it. You're right about the left. They're going to panic tomorrow because they saw a galvanizing moment. I saw David Axelrod and others online today concerned about, oh my gosh, the Christians are all united. Of course they are, because of this moment.
Yes. Now, what people also want to know, Gruber, because we put you down in enemy territory, you're in the middle of media on the riser. We were talking about just having an altar call for the media. You were there, you were in the middle. And by the way, folks should know, I've never seen a media turnout like this in my life.
Oh, yeah.
It was like bigger than the campaigns. Mm-hmm. What was the response, the personal response, as you were down there and you had one speaker after another go Old Testament on you, right? What was the response to the media, by the media?
Well, my wife Ivy's here with me, and I mentioned to her a couple of times. There's a couple of folks down the line here. Does the word sourpuss come to mind? Is that a word I can use on the air? Because they just have this wrinkled up look on their face. Like my father used to say, my father used to say, there are some people that go through life with a pinched nerve, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, that's what I saw down the line here today on several people's faces. They just have this wrinkled up face. I don't know, sourpuss comes to mind, just nasty, not happy. There'd been an altar call here today. I think a couple of people here would have gone, but a lot of these folks, look, it is enemy territory. Yeah. You're exactly right. And tomorrow, the New York Times, the Washington Post, MSNBC, Chicken Noodle News,
MSNBC, Christian National. Steve Gruber, your social media, where do people track you down, sir?
At Steve Gruber Show, Find me all those places.
We'll see you tomorrow afternoon at 3. Steve Gruber follows the Charlie Kirk Show, which will follow us every day. Jack Posobiec and then Steve Gruber, Eric Bowling, then back to the war. Mo, any closing observations? I know you got to get on the road. Tell us what you were actually down today on the floor. What was it like?
It was very intense, like Steve Gruber said, a lot of crying, a lot of laughter. And we did see some press down there that we were hoping would be converted, maybe open a Bible, maybe go back to church themselves.
We'll see.
Hopefully, I can say a prayer for them.
Yeah.
However, you know, a lot of people we saw after Charlie was murdered go back to church. Hadn't been in years.
Yeah.
Hadn't opened a Bible. This place was packed for Charlie.
Like a cathedral.
And Charlie, he kept saying, "I want to make heaven crowded," and he's going to.
Yeah.
And another way, besides going to church and picking up your Bible, that you can honor Charlie is picking up the mic and continuing the fight and the mission he gave his life for.
Mm-hmm. By the way, you and Grace Chung spent his last weekend of his life with him in South Korea. Half of it was political about helping these young people with a government that now is aligned with the Chinese Communist Party. The other half was totally spiritual revival call. But him, as busy as he was, to take that time telling people I had to do this, he had to go. it speaks everything you want to see about the guy. And then just have the young Koreans marching the street. I am Charlie Kirk. It shows you his impact.
That, and also how crowded it was here. The fact that you had an overflow, it just shows the
Yes.
impact, and all the vigils
Hundreds of
across
thousands.
the world. It just shows the impact he had, not just those who knew him and who called him a friend, but those who were inspired by him.
Mo Bannon, thank you very much.
Thanks,
Social media, Mo.
You can find me on Twitter and get her at Maureen_Bannon, and also on Instagram at Real Maureen Bannon.
Okay, and hey, like the president talked to Don Jr. Let's watch the hot takes. Just every now
I
and
haven't
then.
been posting a lot of hot
You've been
takes.
good. You've been very good. Ever since you joined the board of West
But-
Point, it's improved dramatically.
But I just want to say, I noticed JD has been listening to War Room because he did say kumbaya moment.
Kumbaya
We're not
moment.
having a kumbaya moment.
Yeah,
so
I think that's probably out there, but thanks.
And
Mo
I
Bannon.
personally loved you on air with my little guy out there. That was the
That was
first time
great.
we got to see that as parents.
That
We
was
never
great.
thought we'd see
No,
that day, did
That's
we?
great.
That was pretty powerful.
Your son's very, very articulate. Amazing. Let's go. We have Zier and Berquam. Let's go. Do we have David Zier? Mo, thank you so much, honey.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mo.
you.
Love you.
Can we get Brian Kennedy and get him suited up? Do we got David Zier? Is Zier outside? David.
Yes, Steve. How
Most
are you?
importantly, the people
Yeah,
here.
incredible day here.
Tell me, give us some interviews. Yeah, give us some interviews.
People are the most important part of this. Come on in the shout. We have Kathy and Marvin from Oregon today. Reports were this morning over 100,000 were coming here to the event. They had to close off the ramp to the freeway at about 5 or 6 this morning here. And the overflow, guys, have you ever seen, now you were in the Diamond Desert Arena, holds about 20,000. It was almost full, right?
It was almost full. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very full. Do you remember an event in your life where an arena and a stadium were filled up?
Yeah, that's
at the same time.
That's pretty amazing. He had an incredible impact.
Yeah.
He impacted more than the U.S. It's a worldwide impact. What an incredible young man Charlie was.
Yeah, it was such an incredible day here. And Steve, they were turning away people from the Diamond Desert Arena. This stadium behind us where you are was at full capacity at 9:40 a.m. The volunteers were telling us, and security by 11 a.m. this morning where they were in the arena next door was filled up, turning people away at 11 a.m. And our great cameraman Mason and I, we estimated 5,000 to 10,000 people had to leave the parking lot. What was your biggest takeaway today, and how did the arena react when Trump gave them props in the neighboring arena?
That was crazy because we were in the secondary, the overflow,
Yeah.
but everybody burst into applause.
Just
and
as important.
cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah, just as important. But he acknowledged us and we went all crazy.
Yeah, the crowd went crazy when he
David,
acknowledged the secondary venue there.
Yeah, Steve.
It was fun.
And ask them
Yes, sir.
why they would come from Oregon. Why did they come from Oregon to Phoenix, Arizona for a memorial service?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, Steve, a lot of people from Oregon today. Why did you make the trek here from Oregon?
Oh, we loved Charlie. I set my clock by Charlie Kirk every day,
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
Real America's voice. We
Yeah.
watch him right
Are
there.
you hopeful the politics in Oregon may change a little going forward?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you near
100%.
Portland?
No, we're a little ways away. Thank God for that.
A little more conservative country?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Trump's making a pledge, after he's done with Memphis and Chicago, maybe they're going to Portland.
Let's go.
You want them to do that?
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Bring it
Yes,
on.
I say
How
yes.
does it make you feel when you see what happened there in the last 5 years,
Oh,
7 years?
Disgusting.
yeah.
Lawlessness.
Disgusting.
You let stuff like that go. It just runs rampant. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, unbelievable, Steve. I have more people standing by if you want here, but the people on the ground today is what made today's event so special.
I do.
Thank you guys for
Tell them, by the way, I'm going to get some more people in with you. We're going to go to Berquam, but hang on. Tell them they're actually from Greater Idaho, not Oregon.
Yeah, you're from Greater Idaho, Steve Bannon said.
Well, Steve,
We're
you got
trying.
that
We're
right.
trying.
Yeah, I think they agree with that one.
Revival. It was a revival in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Secretary of State, the Vice President,
Rubio.
speaking about the gospel,
Yeah.
which was crazy cool.
And that was Charlie's message. Jesus Christ.
That's
and
right.
America.
Yeah.
Constitution.
You heard it best from the people on the ground here, Steve.
David, thank them. You stay right there. We're going to come back to more guests. Ben Berquam, you're on the floor as the arena, as this football stadium empties out. Your thoughts today, sir?
Yeah, it was just an incredible day, Steve. One of the moments that really got me was I was walking up the stairs you see behind me, and they started playing Charlie's daughter singing Jesus Loves Me. And man, you talk about breaking somebody. My daughters sing that same song. We teach them that. One of the first things we teach them, it's the song I sing to my daughters to put them to bed. And it just was so heartbreaking to hear that. You compare that though to the beauty of this event, what was said on stage, and then Erica, you could feel it coming when she was quoting the verses from the Bible, saying, you could feel it. Christ said, "Forgive them; they know not what they do." And for her to say that, "I forgive you," man, that was powerful. That was the most powerful, not just the most powerful moment of the night. It was the most powerful moment in the last 100 years for Christianity in America. This event today was it was divinely inspired. It was, what the enemy, we've said it all week, what the enemy meant for evil, God is turning to good. And he just unleashed, the devil just unleashed 1 million Charlie Kirks across America and around the world. We've got some folks here. Some of you guys know and love them. I want to get AJ over here. Lindy Ann, come over here. We've got, of course, Brick Suit. If you want to come over, just guys, what was your takeaway from today? What an incredible day.
It's amazing. I don't think in the history of the United States that I can know of, we've never had this many cabinet members outside of DC in one place. That's just logistics, though. The actual spirit that was in this building today was incredible. And for me personally, I feel like it's helped me turn a corner from a place of just really grief and sorrow and on to the next stage of knowing what I need to do next, which is continue on to forge that into resolve. And Erica, just amazing. Just amazing.
Yeah, and you had Don Jr. quoting scripture. Who would have ever guessed that?
Absolutely insane. Somber day. I think the takeaway for me is, for Christians, this is not the end, right? This is just the beginning. The church has dealt with this forever. The blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. Charlie Kirk went into the places that the church has abandoned for so long. And because we were told forever that, the institutions, these areas of politics, don't touch those because the church will be empty. Charlie went into those areas. He proclaimed the lordship of Jesus over every single area of life, and revival takes place. We are sitting in a place right now filled with, did you see how many people gave their lives to Christ? Because one man defied the logic of every today's theological betters. He went into the darkest place of our society. He proclaimed truth, victory, and the powerful gospel of Jesus, and revival is happening.
Amen. Lindy?
Wow. I think today was something so phenomenal and significant in the spirit realm. There truly was a turning point for America. When I came here as a South African, 2020, I had a dream about this event. And I actually dreamed that, there would be a revival breaking out with the exact singers that were here today. And so I just found myself weeping, watching people experience God, the presence and the power of God. And I really think I love these banners that they made, the "Here I Am, Send Me." And I think people really, there was such a fire and a stir created underneath people's butts to go out there and actually spread the message, spread the gospel like never before. And so I think it was a very, very proud moment, and so many great people in one place.
What
Ben,
I
hey,
got
Ben, just hang on
was
for 1
that
second.
the biggest weapon is the most powerful weapon is the truth. And we as Christians must defend it. We must defend the principles and the Constitution of the United States, so that we as a people, that we believe that our voice is the voice of freedom, and our vote is our voice, the vote. And so I just want to thank God for everything here, because it just brought us another step higher, because it was just wonderful, touching to all of us, young and old. I saw young and old here, so it was no perspective of persons.
Thank you. Hey, Ben, Ben, just hang on for 1 second. I'm going to come right back. You stay right there. I'm going to come right back to you. We're going to go to David Zier outside. Ben Bergholm, and I might add, it's never an official MAGA rally or a MAGA get-together or today a revival unless Brick Suit Man is there. David, Brian Kennedy, your thoughts on what you saw today?
I thought it was a great day, Steve. I thought Charlie Kirk's a great man. He was a martyr. There will be unleashed.
You believe he's a Christian martyr?
Absolutely. And Cardinal Dolan compared him to St. Paul today, which was a pretty dramatic thing. The interesting thing, though, is it will certainly unleash 1 million Charlie Kirks, but we're living in a very demonic time. And there'll be 1 million demons out there, too, doing all things. They're very dangerous right now. I think in some ways they are emboldened by this. They see they can kill one of our main voices, and they did. In line, I didn't make the media cut exactly, so I was in line with people for 3 hours, talking to all the folks, and they were Christians, and they were happy, and they had families, and they were lovely people. And I started talking to them, and they were happy and prayerful, and none of them that I spoke to believed that the shooter that they got and have arrested actually did it. And they are
the War Room Posse. It's 0%.
They were and they were angry.
Same with our chat.
They don't need that. They don't not saying this guy's not a bad guy and an evil guy.
Right.
But they think something, and this is why Kash Patel did announce today that the FBI has officially expanded the investigation. My big fear was you would get a lone wolf, lone gunman, and Utah police and everybody want to shut it down. I think Kash said today that they've expanded it out because we have to.
For every Ed Martin, there's the great Ed Martin that you interviewed. Great guy. I wish there were 1,000 Ed Martins in the Justice Department. And until that happens, we're going to be behind the 8 ball here.
When you say embolden them, before I go back out to Zier outside, when you say embolden them, what do you mean?
Look at AOC. Look at some of these other Democratic leaders. They are free to criticize the killing of Charlie Kirk as if he deserved it. That is an outrage in American politics. It's a
But how do we battle back at that? I think it's so important. I want to say just really quickly, Steve, if I may. I got a text from my friend's daughter in the middle of all this, and she'd received it. It said, "Did I ever tell you that I never read a Bible? All those years of Sunday school and church and the whole thing, and I only picked it up when I had to." She said, "Yesterday, I ordered a Bible." Nice. I just want to challenge everyone, and myself included, myself actually at the top of this list. This is our defense, putting on the full armor of God. There's only one way to do that. That is to get your face in the Bible. And that is to get your body in the fellowship of the Lord.
Because they're not, they're coming hard now.
Charlie.
Because there's no grounds for there's no, this whole thing about free speech debate. I say they embrace political violence. There's nothing to talk about. There's no unity.
Charlie saw it in sort of this last year that the real danger was communists, Islamists, and Antifa.
Yes.
And right now they're on the march.
All godless.
All godless. And for those million new Charlie Kirks, we're going to have to deal with all of them. Now I believe we're completely up for the fight. Yeah. But please let everyone know it will be a fight.
Hang around. We're going to go out to David Zier. By the way, I want to thank our sponsor. We were commercial free all day. I want to thank Real America's Voice, our great sponsors, Birch Gold, right? AMAC and Patriot Mobile. I mean, those three companies are as good as you get. Go check out. We've got, we'll put Mo and Grace will push out and on Real America's Voice. You can go and get access to Birch Gold. We'll have a bunch. We'll talk about gold tomorrow morning. AMAC, fantastic, an alternative to other of these organizations. This one's truly conservative. And Patriot Mobile, the best phone service out there, and supports our all our causes. Let's go.
Big weekend next weekend with AMAC, by the way.
AMAC, you want to talk about that? Where's it going to be?
Yeah, you tell us, David.
Yeah, in Virginia at Patrick Henry College. It's a boot camp, AMAC boot camp. Gina and I will be there. We'll host American Sunrise on Friday morning, and then Saturday is the big boot camp.
Wow. And what will the boot camp entail?
Well, it's training patriots.
Yeah,
I mean, it's more than just being a member of a group, right?
Yes.
It's about training people,
Yes.
what they can actually do.
Yes.
Action, action, action.
Action, action.
Yeah.
Mobilization.
And Patrick Henry College is old school.
Oh, yeah.
They're old. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Let's go to David Zier. He's in the parking lot with 300,000 people thereabouts that are leaving. David Zier, what do you got for us?
We have Stephanie and Paul here from the ever-growing Gilbert, Arizona. People still relocating out here. You're a big Rav viewer in War Room Posse, right?
Yes. Also, every morning watching Steve Bannon, War Room.
Okay.
Yeah, Real America's Voice with Terrence and
Yeah, you
Dr.
were telling me you followed us the whole campaign,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's great. Okay, so you're a teacher,
Yes.
right? By the way, you were in the Overflow Arena. That was pretty packed, right?
Yeah, it was still pretty packed. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible turnouts here, watch parties everywhere across the country, local hotels. So you're a teacher. What was the reaction in your school district when Charlie was shot?
I think it caused everyone to take a little pause.
Yeah.
Sometimes being in school, kids we can't talk so freely like we want to, but you would hear whispers and then start those conversations with some of the
relatively
kids.
conservative
Yeah.
district compared to most? Or-
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good. Paul, I wanted to ask you, Benny Johnson made comment, you could kill a dictator, they go away, but if you martyr somebody, the fight just gets more powerful, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Did that resonate with you?
Oh, yes, it did. And I always tell people it's like Charlie Kirk was the bag that held the rice, and now somebody opened the bag, and now we're all over the place.
And Pasovic said this is the turning point, right?
Mhm. Yes, all of us.
What was your big takeaway, and what are you going to remember most about Charlie Kirk?
My biggest takeaway was when Erica Kirk forgave her the assassin who killed Charlie.
Do you have TPUSA in your high schools? Any chapters?
I believe at the high school. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Well, 62,000 applicants in a week and a half asking for new chapters. Paul, what was your big takeaway from today?
Just so many people that are coming to Christ, and it's just amazing. I felt like a revival.
Do you feel empowered that the mission gets stronger from you?
Yes, it does. And I mean, he's empowered me and for me to do some more.
All right, guys, everybody, Stephanie and Paul, more great
thank them very
real
much.
American voices on the ground. Back to you.
Make sure you thank them, David. We appreciate you guys watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that the 10th time we've heard revival from someone?
Yes,
Maybe-
and the wheat and the chaff parable as well from Matthew 13:24-30. Everybody should go back and read that, because what happens is when the wheat, the enemy comes and puts the chaff, the weed around the wheat to try to kill the wheat off, but the weed then dies, it goes into the ground, and it comes back and it takes over bigger than ever. And that's the parable that God told us about this very moment.
We shouldn't get lost. When Erica Kirk talked about, I forgive him, that's the big line. But let's unpack that a little bit. When she did that, there are a lot of folks that do not believe in Jesus Christ. And when they heard that, they're like, well, wait a minute, hold on.
Right.
I forgive him. That makes no sense to them whatsoever.
Yeah.
Honestly, as Christians, we have a hard time with it, right? But for those that don't know Christ, they're thinking about that. So that is a marinated moment, if you will, where people can start to go, well, you know what? Maybe I want to explore that God that allows her to get up on stage in front of millions and do that. Just
Very
something to
much
think about.
like the Friday night where she said, God is so good.
Yes.
Who can say that? Where do you get that kind of strength? Well, she answers it.
Even with the individual, she's not talking about the radical ideology and the demonic ideology that brought, if it turns out to be that guy. But I'm telling you, with a broader investigation, I think a lot of things are going to turn up that are demonic.
Steve, if I could say one thing,
Sure.
What's really interesting here is that normally President Trump gets top billing at any event he's at. He was not top billing today. It was Jesus #1, Charlie, then Erica, then President Trump.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of fascinating in and of itself.
That's very tough, though, because by custom and tradition, the president always wraps up. It's quite tough to follow the widow of a slain martyr and a hero, particularly when she's so incredibly articulate. I thought President Trump's remarks were fantastic. And Don Jr. and the president, half of the president's remarks were about religion, God, Christianity. You don't see that all the time from President Trump. And Don Jr., I thought, was magnificent. Start off with his relationship with Charlie, about Charlie's relationship with Christ, and then to end with it had a major arc to it. We've got Ben Berquam has the great Nick Sortor has been so fantastic for us in this entire endeavor. Ben, what do you got, sir?
Yeah, Nick, same thing, by the way, that forgiveness, the hugest takeaway. The other thing, just real quick before I go to Nick, that Erica said about the new Christians, knowing that you're going to be under attack. And this is always the case. Whenever you become effective, the devil tries to take you out. And so my just encouragement to all the new Christians out there is get yourself close to other Christians. Understand you've got to stay in touch with the word, read your Bible every day, and understand that the enemy is going to come after you now that you're on the side of righteousness. So it's not an easy fight, but it's the most important thing you do in your life. Nick, what was your takeaway from today, brother?
Yeah, it's really incredible to look that this was all put together in 10 days. I mean, the speakers out here. I mean, I was up in the front there, and I mean, you saw like pretty much every cabinet secretary was here. You had Dan Bongino, you had Kash Patel. I mean, the entire administration seemed to be here. They took 3 of the presidential planes here today, just full of White House officials and admin officials. And we're in the State Farms Stadium in Arizona. 70,000 people in here. There wasn't a single empty seat. And you had the overflow next door. I mean, it's mesmerizing to me that all of these people came together from all over the world. I was out there last night at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning talking to these people, and most of them are from the other side of the country. Flew all the way in, paid thousands of dollars, staying at hotels, renting cars and such, all just to come celebrate Charlie Kirk. And Benny Johnson at one point up on stage asking for people to stand up if Charlie had an impact on their spiritual life over the past couple of weeks. And I mean, pretty much the entire stadium stood up. It was crazy. I mean, they keep saying, oh, this is a revival, this is a revival. They're not exaggerating. That's exactly what this is. I mean, so many people have been brought closer to Christ over these past 10 days than I think ever in history.
Yeah, incredible. Hey, Jack, can I get you for a second? Yep. All right. So last question. We got the one and only Jack Posobiec. But final thoughts, guys.
I've never been so sad to see so many people that I know, but there's no place I would have rather been than here today. It's a tough one, but we're going to move on and we're going to win.
Amen. I think what was so fantastic was to see suddenly it was like everyone's Jesus came out, right? Like people that I didn't even know were Christians were preaching the gospel boldly. Politicians, like I felt like everyone just became so on fire for God. It was amazing. And I think that was really what Charlie wanted. He said, if there's one thing I want to be remembered for, is my courage of my faith and for people to get to know Jesus. So I want to encourage you, if you don't know Jesus, give your life to him today. There's never a better day and a moment than right now.
Thank you so much, Ben. Closing thoughts, Ben. We got a heart out here to clear out the our studio. The Real America's Voice has been so great to put up.
Just the most amazing day I've ever been a part of. God turned tragedy into hope and direction, and now I just can't wait to see what comes out of it.
Fantastic. By the way, tell Nick Sorter I would have never picked him out. I've never seen Nick in anything but a T-shirt and a ball cap and in the middle of danger somewhere. So tell Nick he cleans up very well. And I think it says a lot about Charlie and a lot about today. Can we get Brian Zier for some wrap up comment from Brian? Is he still out there? Or David Zier? No, David Zier. Okay. Closing thoughts. I'll start with Brother Kennedy. We got a couple minutes here. Your closing thoughts, and then David Brody and Dr. Gina.
America should be very proud today of one of their great sons, Charlie Kirk, and the kind of outpouring of love and affection and displays of their faith of Jesus Christ was a very impressive thing. And President Trump was fabulous. Everybody was fabulous. But it was the people who were here really personified what is great about this country.
Yes. I think it's two words. Now what? And it's a question. Mm-hmm. And I think until we answer that question, then this was, I mean, personally, was one, I would say, the most amazing day I've ever been a part of in a news environment, for sure. But what happens next? So that's one thing I'd say. And then I'll just simply say this about the churches. Let's go. Time to step up. You talked about muscular Christianity earlier, right? About how the media is going to say this was muscular Christianity. Well, you know what? We need actually more muscular Christianity inside the church. Yes. We got a bunch of There's a lot of salt.
There's no,
Let's
as
just say it that
positive
way.
as this was, there's no power on earth that can stand up to what you saw today.
That's right.
It's just not. I mean, it was so, at times it was solemn. At other times it was joyous, right? It was always about Charlie Kirk in this intimate relationship he had with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That was the foundation of everything that a lot of people didn't know. And you saw all the work. And then you saw many people you see every night in I guess a secular environment of the politics and running the government of the most powerful nation on earth in a totally different light, including Don Jr., Benny Johnson, and President Trump. And that through line the entire way is like a spirit did take over early on, the Holy Spirit, and played throughout the whole day. My point to folks is that just go with the flow there, but you got to take action.
Yeah. God did what he does best, and that is he takes chaos and he turns it into order. And I think today that's what we saw. Many of us just felt completely thrown. What's going to happen to our country now? I heard whispers of civil war. I know you guys did right after this. I heard horrible thoughts.
Whispers. I was shouting it.
Yeah. And
I still believe it. I
and a
didn't say
lot
it
of
had to be
people are
violent. I didn't
angry.
say it had to be violent, but there's no, there's what you saw today cannot reconcile it with what caused us to be here.
That's right.
It's so demonic, so hateful, so against everything. And the more you find out about it, the sicker and more perverted and more systemic it is, right, about this. And so
Right, but God doesn't use some things. He uses all things to the good of those who love him and live according to his precepts. And that's what he showed us today. He said, I'm going to take order. I'm going to take chaos.
Okay.
I'm going to turn it to order. And now the order is on us. So now we know what to do. We have our marching orders. You've got to get your face in the Bible. You've got to get back up. But also, I thought what was so important, I believe it was Erica that said, it's on those of us who are mature in our walk with Jesus. It's on us to mentor those who are new at it, because yes, they are going to have challenges and trials. The evil is going to spawn like crazy. We have to be bigger. We have to be better. We have to have on the full armor of God.
I want to thank you guys, particularly. I guess you're flying back to do American Sunrise.
I'll be there.
You'll be there.
Bright and
Okay,
early,
fantastic.
Steve. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Amazing. Great. David.
David.
David, thank you so
Thank you.
much. And you guys were just incredible all day. I want to thank Real America's Voice.
Yes.
The crew. They had very limited time to set this up. I mean, Turning Point was amazing. Real America's Voice, the Denver crew running this just all day. The music, the how you put the images together, just incredible. What we're going to do, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 8 o'clock, coming on 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. And we're going to now start at the beginning and replay the entire day's broadcast. So if you miss particularly the early part, I will tell you, take a couple hours. Don't cut on. You don't need to cut on Sunday Night Football, right? Or you can put that in the box. Watch what you're about to see, because, as David Brody said, I think one of the most impressive, not just impressive, there's something about this day that was very different than anything else, right? Anything else we've ever covered.
Absolutely.
I want to thank Real America's Voice, the War Room, Rav, American Sunrise, all the shows, all the correspondence. We're now, stick to Rav, we're now going to replay the entire day's commemoration of Charlie Kirk's life, starting at the very beginning.
God bless you guys.
President of the United States will be here, Vice President, many members of the cabinet. It's going to be unique in American history. Never happened before.
These people have lined up here. I've never seen a line of traffic like that ever.
President Trump is on his way to Arizona as we speak.
Why is this event so important, and what did Charlie and Turning Point mean to you?
We're celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk.
Or for it, how do we explain that even, I don't know if you believe this or not, but in terms of like a rape or unintentional or really.
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room within 3 minutes.
Unconsented pregnancies, can we say that we should still be anti-abortion in that scenario?
Yes.
What's your grounds for that? And how would I explain it to someone else?
Sure, it's a good question. Let's say I have 2 ultrasounds here. One is an ultrasound of a baby from a loving marriage. The other one is a baby conceived in rape. Which one is which?
We can't exactly tell.
So they're both human beings.
Right.
They both deserve human rights.
Okay. But then what is if someone pushes back against with the idea? What is if someone pushes back with the idea that now, in terms of the mother, right? One of them was willingly conceived while the other one was a forced conceived.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair argument. The question then should be, when, if ever, in your moral universe, is it okay to do something evil after an evil act to try to make that evil act correct?
But how about in terms of, what if we're in the position of the mother and she is, I don't want to take the risk of illness, death, or whatever to have this child.
Sure. So it's a little bit of a false choice because they're acting as if the termination of the pregnancy will have no consequences or costs. A lot of women that get abortions have regret. Women die when they get abortions. They have a lot of their health issues. It's not just like getting a haircut. So it's a little bit of a false choice. But we come after it from a very basic moral argument. There are two lives involved. There's a little life and a grown life. And no one has the right to eliminate a human life in utero, period.
So then at that point, now we're forcing someone to do something that they never consented to, never wanted to do. How isn't this violating their human autonomy?
Well, again, but eliminating the human being would also violate the baby's autonomy too, wouldn't it?
Well, then we would have to ask, right? Maybe in future years, we will have the technology to be able to extract a fetus and grow a fetus outside of the uterus. But given our state of medicine right now, we do not have that.
Sure. I mean, but again, no one is delighting or rejoicing in these circumstances. I mean, it's a terrible situation. I want to reiterate that. But you have a unspeakably difficult choice that is very morally, clear though, which is that you don't eliminate a human being because an awful action happened.
Are you saying that as someone who can get, well, I guess my pushback against that would be then if we say that it's entirely wrong, right? We're sacrificing someone's choice for someone's life, which is admirable, but
it's also morally correct. You don't get to murder someone smaller than you if it makes your life difficult.
But then we can't exactly see the fetus does not have autonomy. It cannot exist outside the uterus quite yet.
Human dignity does not correlate with dependency. So dignity and dependency are not two things corrected. You have human dignity because you're a human being, not because how dependent you are.
So would you say that viability happens when
viability is irrelevant?
So then at what point does human life begin then? Conception, not even sperm or
that's conception.
Eggs. Okay,
that's conception. That's
well, I just wanted to get
when an egg is fertilized. When an egg is fertilized, human life begins.
Okay, so then when it's still a single cell with both chromosomes pairings, right?
Well, it creates new DNA, right? So once the sperm and egg meet, literally something magical and inexplicable happens, where new DNA is formed.
Okay, and then what happens? So then
it attaches to the uterine wall, and I can go through the whole gestational process.
All right, so then we have the basis of human life. Now, what is if within the uterus, now that life is still alive, but is unable to proceed to, like, let's say, actual birth due to some medical situation that has happened?
Well, has the baby died without outside intervention or with outside intervention?
Let's say that is
it an ectopic pregnancy or what? You got to be very clear about the type of.
The amniotic sac has
that's
ruptured.
an ectopic pregnancy, right? So yeah, you can remove the baby from that situation without aborting it. The baby will die outside of the womb, but you do not have to abort it. So those are two different things. The removal of a baby is what's called the cesarean section. You can do that very early on. Now, ectopic pregnancy is very real. It's very terrible, but you can solve an ectopic pregnancy outside of having an abortion.
But okay, so then what creates an abortion? Is it the heartbeat, the removal of the fetus? What exactly is that?
I don't want to go too deep in this. Do you know what happens in an abortion? I mean, maybe you don't. They literally will break the back of the baby's skull, right? They will insert to the back a syringe of cyanide poisoning until the baby no longer. I mean, this is one of the most gruesome things. Everyone who's pro-choice, in my opinion, has a moral obligation to watch a video of an abortion just to know kind of what you're supporting. It's so beyond inexplicable. But yeah, look, really quick, what's the final question on this? Because I want to keep moving.
Oh, sure. So you didn't really finish the question of when can we do that procedure, right? if there's still a heartbeat,
I don't think we should ever do that procedure.
what happens if like now the mother's life is going to die in like
Well,
next 15 minutes, but the baby is still having a heartbeat? What do we do at that
depends
point?
on, again, I don't want to speak to every specific. Some OBGYNs say abortion is never medical.
For night on, I don't know.
Really finish the question of
12 hours and
when
21 minutes.
can we do that procedure, right? If there's still a heartbeat,
I don't think we should ever do that procedure.
But what I'm
happens
going
if
to
like
do
now
is
the
I'm
mother's
actually
life
gonna
is
leave
going
this
to
live
die in
stream
like
Well,
next
it dep-
15
it dep-
minutes,
I'm
but the
now
baby's still having a
live streaming
heartbeat?
on
What do we
It
do at that
depends
point?
on, again, I don't want to speak to every specific. Some OBGYNs say abortion is never medically
YouTube
necessary.
stream
I'm not a
because
professional enough to say that. But it
I
depends how
found
far
out
advanced the
that
woman is. If she's
even
past
though you
22 weeks,
stream
have a
through
cesarean
Rumble
section.
Studio,
Try to have the baby live in NICU.
after 8 hours, all your
So
other
there
things
are
turn
situations
off.
where abortions are
So I
okay,
had it
right?
going through
Well, no, I'm not
Facebook
even
and
saying okay.
YouTube
Again,
and
I don't know
X.
enough about some OBGYNs that
I
they
also
can
had it
defend
going
their
on
statement here.
locals, but that
They
I
will say
need
abortion is
half
never
an hour
medically
anyway,
necessary.
but
I'll allow them to defend that.
8 hours.
I don't know enough about the details there to
I
be
know,
able to
but
say
that,
that.
I mean,
So
it
you're
worked
saying
out
that you
well
do not have a
because
statement of
most of
whether
the really
abortions
good
can never be
speeches
true or
then
always
It is
became
murder.
exclusive
Whether or
to
not an
Rumble.
OBGYN can prove to me, of
now
which there's a lot of
we
debate,
are just,
it is ever medically necessary. So take, for example, if a baby is
everybody's
26
recovering.
weeks
I guess it's been a
and
long
the
day for
baby's,
everybody,
you know,
and
the mom's life is in danger, deliver the baby by
short note for
C-section.
me because
Don't
I've got to
terminate the
go
baby.
grab
Does that make
40
sense?
winks at
Yes,
least.
The baby can survive outside of the womb.
70.
Okay, at
And
that point, yeah.
my
Thank you very much.
mother is
Appreciate it.
about to wake up. The whole
Next question.
household is about to wake up because it is 10 to 10 in
Hi, Charlie.
the morning here. Monday morning, to be exact. And life still goes on here
Thank you.
in the Western.
Let's start off by laying
in
some
the
things that I think
southern
you and I would both agree on
world.
first. I'm sure you like our Constitution. I'm sure you're a
My
big fan
husband
of our Bill of Rights,
and at
habeas
work
corpus,
by
inclusion
around
of the
about
before even the Bill of Rights
5
in the
o'clock
Constitution
this morning,
itself.
my time,
Um,
3:30 his time. I'm gonna be
when we look at
happy
the
with
current league of deportations that's happening, particularly when it pertains to Kilmar Brago,
I've been
right?
chatting with a
He is a
few
man who hasn't
people. I've been
had his
managing
due process.
to
He never had his
I
day
hope
in
you
court.
guys have
That's, you know
enjoyed
that's not true. You know that he spent 4
stream
years in court
today
from
that
2017 to
I have been
2021.
praying for
In
you.
fact,
I
so
hope
much so that the judge even ruled on his
around and
immigration
keep
status, saying that he could be
watching,
deported at any time for any reason.
Charlie's
He-
best of. There's
That
quite a few
court
videos
order
in this
actually
and we're
lapsed,
just gonna
so it wasn't valid at the time of his deportation. If we want to go
Unfortunately, I
through
won't
these, we
be
need
here
people to have their habeas corpus
sessions,
rights. We need people to have the ability
for
to
a
show up
few
in court and
hours,
actually exemplify
but
their
rest assured they will eventually end.
have
And
their
the
case
more
be
they
heard in
go
front of a judge,
through,
be
the
heard by a
less
jury
they
of their
actually come up. So that's
jury of their peers, pardon, and
Yeah,
have a
so,
chance to be.
Yeah, but again, I've done this
very
so many
emotional
times.
day
Let me just pause, and I don't mean to pick on you.
as I
How hard the left is
you
fighting
would
for
be.
this MS-13 scumbag is just
closed.
remarkable to me. It's like it's it's like I'm not trying to pick on you. Let me let me make a broad statement.
Worst person in the world.
Grace.
But
absolute
is he a
trash
U.S.
bag.
citizen?
That he married.
Oh, that actually changes
Just
things.
It does,
simply
absolutely.
And so,
But it does
amazing.
not change.
due process? Yes, it does. The Alien
Just
Enemies
think.
Act says you do. None of that
Just the
is
whole
not correct.
thing.
The
The whole
Alien Enemies
thing
Act
is
says you do not have to give due process to those
absolute
that you are deporting. It is not
Correct.
correct.
honor.
So they
Correct.
invoked
And
the Alien Enemies Act.
What does it take to invoke that act?
hard is that he
And
wasn't
signature
sitting
from the
there
President of the United States to say that you are being
sitting
invaded
up on
by
that
a
stage
foreign
in a
power or
chair
assisted by
watching
a
everybody
certain
like
force on
still
enemy
alive.
ground. He was part of MS-13, which is a
As I said
paramilitary arm of the
earlier,
Venezuelan
you know,
government.
that
But in order to enact that act, don't we need a war declaration?
I wish that
Oh
somebody
yeah, no, that's what he did on
had
day one. He said that we're being invaded.
Does he have that power? I thought
Yes.
that was a congressionally
No,
approved.
that's not correct. The President of the United States has an ability within a 90-day emergency clause window to say that we are being invaded by a special power. It's called the War Powers Act of 1990. The War Powers Act gives the president the authority for 90 to 100 days to declare that we are being invaded. And we have been invaded, by the way, by MS-13 and Trenday Iraq. It's a material fact.
Considering, okay,
and
one of the things that's super
you know,
important when
one
it comes to law
pane
is
of
the spirit of the
bulletproof
law.
glass
And
between him and the speakers.
Do we really
Charlie
believe that
would
these
be
laws were
with
enacted
us
with the
today.
spirit in mind of gangs being associated
It's just
as
a
arms
fact
of a
of
state?
life.
Potentially.
MS-13 and Trenday Iraq
but-
are
but-
not
That
Venezuelan
shooter would
arms.
never
They're
have been
not.
able
No, MS-13 is. That's not correct. But let me throw it back at
Get
you.
a shot
MS-13 is El Salvadorian and
God
also
forbid somebody else may
Venezuela.
have
Yeah,
been
Trenderuaga is
injured,
Venezuela. MS-13 is El Salvadorian. He signed declaration
But,
invasions against
to be
both.
honest with
But
you, I think
let me challenge you on this because you're coming after this in good faith. Was the First
the
Amendment
shooter turned
written
up
in the
and
spirit
saw a
of Facebook posts?
4-inch piece of plexiglass in front of Charlie.
Can you clarify a little bit?
The First Amendment,
He would have had to have
part of the
given
Bill of
up
Rights, ratified in 1791, was it written in the spirit that it shall apply to tweets?
Not to private corporations.
Well, no, meaning like, do your free speech rights apply also to the internet?
So it applies to public squares. The question that we're having now is Facebook a public square? Are Twitter public squares?
It's a separate issue. The issue is that we would all agree that you have a First Amendment right to express yourself, and the government can't throw you in prison, regardless of where you have it. Whether you write a newspaper op-ed, or whether you do a Facebook post, right? You have a First Amendment right to do that. The point being is, you say, well, the spirit of the law in 1798. It doesn't matter if a law is old. It matters what moral claim is the law trying to make, because times sort of change, but people do not. Human nature goes unchanged. And so the point being is the Alien Enemies Act has been invoked 4 times in our nation's history: War of 1812, Civil War, World War I, World War II. And I believe totally appropriately invoked here. It's been enjoined by the Supreme Court right now, so we'll find out its future. But when you have 15 million people come into your country in a span of 4 years, that is definitionally an invasion.
Remember the days when Trump never had bulletproof glass? Everywhere he goes now.
I guess an invasion requires a certain commitment from a state, right? It's a big difference between an invasion and an immigration wave is whether there's a state operating.
Or a force. The cartels, man. The cartels operate like a state. The cartels are the reason that a lot of these people are able to make it up to the border. They pay money to the cartels. The cartels are using drones. They're using speedboats. They're using helicopters. The cartels act like a government. In fact, the cartels run the Mexican government. The Sinaloa drug cartel is more powerful than the Mexican government.
I would agree with labeling these terrorist organizations. I think they have the funding, they operate, they have such. But there's a key distinction between a government entity and a terrorist organization.
Hold on a second. We declared war on Al Qaeda. What government was Al Qaeda?
Prove me wrong today.
We can declare war on terrorist organizations.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. So, if we signed the Alien Enemies Act against Al Qaeda, it would have been perfectly fair and appropriate, obviously. And Al Qaeda is not a government. What I'm saying, though, is that the cartels, the MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, they are being supported by governments. They're harboring governments. The Alien Enemies Act, of course, applies to them. These are enemies here on the mainland of America doing harm. And Kilmar Abreu Garcia, a member of MS-13, he was a wife beater, a child abuser, here illegally. He had a deportation notice on his head. And
almost perfect. He himself said he is not perfect. He is fallen.
And now he's back in his country of El Salvador. We should be happy that he's home.
We had to sacrifice another. Almost
I can grant you that he might be all these things. It does not mean that he doesn't get a day in court.
As a non-U.S. citizen, though, the Alien Enemies Act allow us to expeditiously remove him. That's just the way it works. I mean,
no, you're right, but
now that's not the case. The Supreme
argue
Court
whether that was a correct invocation. Right?
That's irrelevant. The Supreme Court has now said no more, so there will be no more. But in that specific case, nothing was done illegally. The only argument you might have is that the judge says you could deport him anywhere except El Salvador. So we probably should just deported him to, I don't know, the Congo, and everyone would have been happy. Hilariously, they said, oh, he's in a foreign jail. No, he's not in a foreign jail. He's an El Salvadorian in his own country. He's not an American. If he would have went to Gitmo, that would have been a foreign jail.
Okay.
And seeing her eyes.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Thank you very much.
Could I ask you for a red hat?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
She forgave
Thanks. Great question.
For killing her husband and the father of her children and her future family. I'm not going to continue to speculate on it. It would be so great if she was, and so sad if she was, all at the same time. But, like, another piece of Charlie.
Alrighty, guys, I've just muted Charlie for a little while. And a lot of these are fairly recent.
Sad part is he would never know who his dad was.
Took a break before he started the new lot. So I have been sitting here for nigh on
what we do, what we say, how we refer to him, and remember
12 hours and 21 minutes. So
and first turning
I need to
point
put my butt in bed.
Faith.
But
all
what
of
I'm
it.
going to do is I'm actually going to leave
That's
this
the
live
legacy
stream
of
going.
children that they
I'm
have to
now
remember their
live
father.
streaming on YouTube
That's
as
why
well.
I'll bet
I'm
you
just sort of
$1 billion for
sharing
Erica
this stream with
is
YouTube
not gonna let
stream
him down.
because
Nah,
lo and behold,
not
I
at all.
found out that even though you stream through Rumble Studio, after 8 hours, all your other
I'm not even
things
going to
turn off.
speculate about the
So I had
future
it
of
going
her
through
life.
Facebook and YouTube and X.
I hope she finds happiness. I don't
And
know
I
if
also
she'll
had
ever
it going
find
on
anybody
locals, but that'll only do half an hour
that could
anyway.
match
But
Charlie.
8 hours,
And she
game over.
may
But
be
I mean, it worked
satisfied
out
not
well
to. She
because
may just be
most of the
satisfied
really
and
good
concentrating
speeches
on Charlie's legacy.
then became exclusive to Rumble.
Business and his
So
children.
now we are just
So you never know.
everybody's recovering. I guess it's been a long day for everybody, and
Let's
it's
just hope
going to
everybody
be
stay
a
safe. Pray
short day for
that
me because
everybody
I've got to
stay
go
safe,
grab 40
that
winks at least,
this
maybe
movement
70.
isn't just
And my
forgotten in a
mother is
week.
just about to wake up. The whole
As
household is
I
about to wake up because it
noted
is
for you guys
10 to
earlier
10
in my
in
sharing screen,
the morning
CNN
here,
and MSNBC.
Monday morning to be
Really
exact.
sharing any of it. Just a
And
flash here and there.
life still goes on here in the western,
Don't even know if
well,
they
in the
aired her
southern
speech. They didn't
world.
last time, so who knows? They're just evil, sick
My husband was
mofos
up
anyway,
and
so
at
we
work
don't care
by
what they do. I
around
hope they
about
lose all
5
their
o'clock
ratings
this
and they
morning,
go
my
the way
time.
of
3:30 his time. Wouldn't have been happy with that.
that cable.
He's never
channel
happy with that. Who
they
would be?
wasted
But
billions of dollars on.
I have been
That is not for me.
chatting with a few
To
people. I've
decide.
been
That is for
managing
everybody else to
to
decide.
flip through. I
And
hope
the
you
only way
guys
that
have
can be
enjoyed
decided
the stream
is to
today
stop
that I have been playing for
So
you, and I
stop
hope that
watching
you'll
these mongrels
stick around and keep
don't give you
watching.
the truth. Start watching
Charlie's
some truth.
best of. There's quite a few videos in this, and we're just gonna loop them. Unfortunately, I won't be
Okay,
here to
guys.
skip the commercials
It is
for a few hours, but rest
9
assured
exactly.
they will eventually
And
end.
I am going
And the more they go through,
sign
the less
myself
they
off,
actually
but I'm
come
not
up.
signing
So
off.
that's one good thing
I
about
will
it.
catch up with you later on, and hopefully
Yeah,
this
so
live stream is still going. If it's not,
very
guys,
emotional day,
please, thank you very much for
as
joining me.
I think we all knew it would be.
Appreciate everybody's input today.
It was.
I've had some great
Oh
viewership
my goodness me!
over all
The
of my
strength
platforms,
and
so I'm really pleased with that. Although Facebook's
elegance
still
and
a pain in the
grace
ass
of that woman
live stream
that he married,
publicly for some reason.
just simply
very annoying.
amazing.
And they have to try and figure that one out.
Um,
I'm actually streaming, as I said, on YouTube at the
just
moment.
fantastic. Just the
And,
whole thing. The whole thing
You
was
can
an
find me there
absolute
at Bunker
honour
Studios
to Charlie. And
MTV.
the saddest part is that he wasn't
we are a
sitting there in the
little
front
bit behind,
row
probably about
or sitting up on that
10
stage in a
minutes or so
chair
behind
watching
on
everybody
the
like
YouTube
this is
stream.
your life.
But everything is going to go over
As I said
to
earlier,
Charlie Kirk's
that
10th Revivals stream, and
I wish
I am
that
going
somebody
to bid you all
had
adieu for now. Thank you for watching.
told Charlie to
And I'm going
start
to go back to
taking
keep the
these
faith, follow the
threats
facts,
serious, at least
and
serious enough to not
find the
end
fight, guys.
the 10
Really have to
revivals, as
now
Andrew Colvett called
for
them,
Charlie.
but
Miguel.
protect him while he was under that tent. And, one pane of bulletproof glass between him and the speakers, and Charlie would be here with us today. That is just a fact of life. Because that shooter would never have been able to get a shot off. God forbid somebody else may have been injured, possibly killed. But to be honest with you, I think if the shooter turned up and saw a 4-inch piece of plexiglass in front of Charlie's seat, I think he would have had to have given up his plan because it just wouldn't have succeeded. And I mean, what's the saying? Coulda, shoulda, woulda, didn't. I pray that if anybody out there is listening that can convey this to TPUSA or to Erica or to the team or anybody that knows the team or anyone, that if Erica has any idea of or plan of going out in public and speaking at these prove me wrong tents, that she must, there is no question, have bulletproof glass in front of her at all times. This cannot ever happen again. So it's a small thing. It's a very small thing. Look, everywhere Trump goes now. Remember the days when Trump never had bulletproof glass? Everywhere he goes now. Everywhere since that day. If only Charlie had been warned about the stupid TikTok messages that were on there that were being deleted as quickly as they were being put up. And unfortunately, nobody was, I know he said he gets direct threats, and he said he didn't stop him from going out there, and obviously it didn't, but had he just had that piece of glass, the whole world would not be mourning today. The whole world would not be. We would be watching Charlie Kirk do one of these prove me wrong tents today. I mean, it's what he did. Although Sunday, he probably wouldn't be doing it on Sunday, but he would be getting ready to do one tomorrow. So it's just such a shame, such a loss, such a waste. I can't believe that we had to sacrifice somebody so almost perfect. He himself said he is not perfect. He is fallen. He is a sinner. So almost perfect. We had to sacrifice another almost perfect, well, not another, but a almost perfect human being that was, all he was doing was bringing us together in faith and logic. Conversation. I just don't understand. And like Donald Trump said, as good as Charlie was, as good as Erica is for publicly offering him forgiveness, I hope that the prison guards made him sit in his cell and watch that on a big screen 3 inches from his face. And seeing her eyes piercing through him as she said that she forgave him for killing her husband and the father of her children and her future family. I still think she might be pregnant, but I don't know. I'm not going to continue to speculate on it, but it would be so great if she was, and so sad if she was, all at the same time. Like another piece of Charlie. She could name him Charlie. And the sad part is he would never know who his dad was. Ever. Except in these things. In what we do, what we say, how we refer to him and remember him. AmFest, Turning Point USA, Turning Point Faith, all of it. That's the legacy of the children that they have to remember their father. And that's why I'll bet you $1 billion that Erica is not going to let him down. Nah, not at all. I am not even going to speculate about the future of her life. I hope she finds happiness. I don't know if she'll ever find anybody that could match Charlie. And she may be satisfied not to. She may just be satisfied and concentrating on Charlie's legacy, which is his business and his children. So, you never know. Let's just hope everybody stays safe. Pray that everybody stays safe, that this movement isn't just forgotten in a week. As I noted for you guys earlier in my sharing screens, CNN and MSNBC couldn't be bothered really sharing any of it, just a flash here and there. Don't even know if they aired her speech. They didn't last time, so who knows? They're just evil, sick mofos anyway, so we don't care what they do. I hope they lose all their ratings and they go the way of that cable channel that they wasted billions of dollars on. But that is not for me to decide. That is for everybody else to decide. And the only way that can be decided is to stop watching them. So stop watching these mongrels that don't give you the truth. Start watching some truth with us mongrels. Okay, guys. It is 9:58 a.m., 9:59 exactly. And I am going to sign myself off, but I'm not signing off. I will catch up with you later on, and hopefully this live stream is still going. If it's not, guys, please, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate everybody's input today. I've had some great viewership over all of my platforms, so I'm really pleased with that. Although Facebook still is a pain in the ass because I can't live stream publicly for some reason. It's very annoying. I may have to try and figure that one out. I am actually streaming, as I said, on YouTube at the moment. And you can find me there at Bunker Studios and TV. And we are a little bit behind, probably about 10 minutes or so behind on the YouTube stream, but everything is going to go over to Charlie Kirk's Tent Revivals stream, and I am going to bid you all adieu for now. Thank you for watching, and I'm going to go back to keep the faith, follow the facts, and find the fight, guys. We really have to now for Charlie. Mega out.
And I would have to ask you is like, why I'm assuming your two qualifications here are the fact that like it can create, it's a unique cellular organism, right? That has the potential to
and
life,
it's
right?
human, which
And
is
it's human.
inherently
So
has dignity.
So I guess then this brings on a question, because I know there's another scenario where this occurs, right? Where fertilization of an egg occurs, and they're on track to development, correct? And this other example that I'll think of is like animals, right? I think why do we not give the same moral consideration to animals as we are to like zygotes in this situation?
Because animals aren't human beings.
Okay, so but why is human beings?
Human beings have a soul and animals do not.
Have a soul. So this is my point,
No,
guys.
soul is not just
is a
consciousness.
conscious experience.
No, it's
you are
Let me prove it to
engaging
you.
in
Wrong.
This is honest though.
Let me prove it
Because
to
a
you.
level
When
of
someone is
consciousness-
quote unquote brain dead, do you know that they still respond if someone stabs them, their norepinephrine goes up? Do you know that a woman still menstruates if she's brain dead? So consciousness is not human work. There's something else going on beyond consciousness that exists in a being that is the soul.
Okay, so now we're getting into a conversation where the difference between the soul and a consciousness is. And
No, they're totally different. The soul is the something beyond consciousness is your narration to yourself,
Okay.
your ability to reason. There's something above reason. All of us know what that is when it kicks in. You ever hear the expression, words can't describe? I am speechless. You know why? Speech is reason. When you see
Okay.
a sunset that takes your breath away, when you see a newborn life that is born, you don't even have the
Right,
words to
right,
express it
right.
because it transcends your
I
reason.
agree with that.
That is your soul.
So I mean that's a good point. Like when we give, what you just labeled there is like when a child is given born, when they're born, we give such moral significance to that, not the fact that like they got infertilized by an egg. I don't want to celebrate. I want to sort of like I'd rather celebrate my birthday rather than like, the day my parents had sex. That's kind of a little weird situation. You know what I mean? Like if life begins at conception.
Well, it's called your birthday for a reason,
Right,
but you were a living being, not.
It seems that like society
You
kind
were
of
9 months prior.
gravitates to this idea of like an actual human being existing that gives more value, right?
One is your entrance to the world. The other one is the actual creation of your being. Two different things. Your birthday is when you entered the world.
Right,
For example, your birthday could be at 28 weeks, not 36
Okay.
weeks. So everybody has a different day when you exit the womb, but it's not when your worth begins. That's not when your value begins. That's simply when you exit the womb.
Right. So I have a good question. I really want to get back to this idea of like you give more moral value to the level of the fact that like that humans that are developed have a soul in comparison to like a zygote that, or actually no, animals
or a
animals,
coyote.
Okay. So is that not the same comparison to like a zygote to a developed human being in the sense that like we are a higher functioning conscious being in comparison to like this other thing that we can just actively kill whenever
It doesn't
we want?
matter.
Why
I
does
mean, can
it
you
not matter,
actively
though?
kill a 1-year-old? Doesn't have as much acuity as you do or consciousness.
Right. Yeah. But like, I mean,
Can you? Can you kill a 1-year-old?
That's the same thing because like this is
Of
like going
course, the
back to
same
my
thing.
like
What's the
idea of
difference in a
sentience,
1-year-old
right?
and a 1-day-old zygote? What's the moral difference?
The level of consciousness.
Oh,
right?
so one's bigger, one's more developed, one's older. The consciousness is completely irrelevant.
Sure.
Because
How is
just
it
you know
relevant?
that a 1-day-old out of the womb doesn't have a lot of consciousness at all.
Okay, sure.
It
that's
can't
fine.
speak. It can't really. It's kind of
Right.
like disembobulated.
But
you don't get less rights for that.
I agree. I mean, like, well, to a certain degree, I agree with that. But like, there is a meaningful difference between a fertilized egg and a conscious
What is
human
it?
being. One is less conscious than the other.
Oh no, one is more skills. But like, what's the innate moral difference? And prove it to me.
Because it seems like we do restrict rights and we do actually change rights based on development and consciousness.
No,
and
about
cognitive
life.
experience,
So
right?
like a 4-year-old,
right?
What is the innate moral difference of a 4-year-old and a zygote?
One is more conscious.
Okay, got it. So I think that's irrelevant. I think they're both human beings deserving of protection. Consciousness alone is not a marker of dignity.
Okay, but so then what is your marker of dignity? Is
Being
that
a
because-
human being.
Being a human being. So is your argument a little bit circular though? There, it's just like it's
No,
just
it's not.
because we deserve rights because we're human being.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's self-evident. We are human beings with a soul, therefore we have rights.
So we deserve rights because we're human beings because we're human beings. So like, how am I supposed to win against this argument?
You can't.
See, okay, yeah, exactly. So it's
Because
inherently
it's called a
okay.
self-evident truth.
So
It's
yeah.
called self-evident. So it is. That's why the pro-life position is irrefutable.
But
Is
so
that
then-
because you have to posit human
right,
beings have
and,
rights?
and that's that. And that is not a kind of a concern that like we base all our entire ideology on this one illogical circle that.
No,
that
it's not
goes back and
illogical.
forth.
It's incredibly
Yeah, right.
logical.
So like,
we are human beings,
what I'm
and we
interested
believe
in
that
is
they
that
matter.
like if you remove this circle here, then you would have to actually be pro-life in the sense of be pro-life to all life.
Oh, we are.
Right. So
No,
pro-life to,
but
like,
no,
animals,
no,
kind of, you know.
but we don't
saying?
believe
I'm-
human
look,
beings
I'm
are.
not like a vegan or anything. I'm not vegetarian.
But human beings
but I
are not the
think
moral
this-
same
if you
as
were-
a bird. It's not the same thing. For multiple reasons, because a human being has characteristics and qualities, and most importantly, we believe as Christians, human beings have a soul that a bird does not have.
Okay, so characteristics and qualities.
And only,
like,
let me interrupt one more. The West, whether you agree or not, sorry to interrupt, we believe the human being is the only thing made in the image of the Creator, Imago Dei.
Okay, so when you say characteristics and qualities, what does that mean to me? What does that mean to me?
Well, first of all, not just the ability to reason, but
Okay.
also the ability to sympathize, empathize,
Okay.
feel, predict, plan,
Yeah.
conjecture, have
Right.
mercy, forgiveness,
Okay,
to be able to be
all beautiful things.
introspective.
I love that. I love that about us human beings.
Oh, no, I know.
I'm not being sarcastic.
No, but
it's a good
we
point.
human beings are exceptional, actually. I mean,
Right.
versus the beasts of the wild, of which
Right.
we should appreciate and adore.
Mm-hmm.
But again, more beyond that, we come after this from a soft religious view, because you don't have to be Christian to believe this.
Right, right.
That the human being has innate, inherent,
Mm-hmm.
embedded, let's just say, dignity that a fox does not.
Right. Yeah. So what you just did there is kind of like my argument here. You're saying that like because we're human, we are more developed. We have higher cognitive reasoning. We're able to sympathize, emotion, and reason. Do all these
And the
great
soul.
things. Right. But the thing is, well, I guess that's a religious belief, though.
Well,
right?
that's
my
an
belief
interesting
system,
question.
I think that consciousness is the soul,
And
if
that's
that makes sense.
that's where why if you don't believe in God, it's easy to go want to murder a bunch of people. And I'm not criticizing you. It
Right,
goes
right,
back to
right.
just a common theme here. If you believe in God, every human being has dignity.
Well, you're kind of intuition pumping there about saying if it's murder because we haven't really discussed. We haven't even agreed on.
I mean,
whether
but look,
the zygote
it's of course, if the human being and the elimination of human life is murder, but that's
Right.
fine. We're just. This is why it's very hard to change people that don't believe in God to be pro-life, because you don't necessarily believe that human life is necessarily special.
No, I mean I do.
But you might think it's like unique and it's like interesting.
It is
but you don't believe it's made in the image of a creator.
Okay, yeah,
and that's fine, and that's why we tend to be the pro-life champions, and those that don't believe in God don't, and that's okay.
Okay,
it's just that clarity is important for the audience.
Okay, so I guess we can keep going back and forth. I'm sure you can get a whole line. I'm gonna give people. But I do.
Been great.
I do want to have a good question with you. A question about that I want to leave off on is. So it seems like I think you're pretty set in stone in this position, and I would like to ask, what would I have to do or prove to show you in order to convince you that pro-life isn't the answer that society should be seeking for?
I mean, it would be an impossibility. You have to prove to me God doesn't exist.
Okay, so then we can agree that like this is just a moral issue that you're appealing to a book.
Of course, I mean all moral issues appeal to an authority. Obviously, why is murder wrong?
I mean, because the reason, if you want to talk about morality, we can talk about morality too.
Abortion is a moral issue, of course.
Yeah. But the reason why
our whole conversation is laced with morality.
But in order to kind of like reduct it to like a textbook or a book or a specific like.
Well, why? Where do you get your morality from?
Well, I think morality should be based on like what is the best choice of action to help society progress.
Okay, so okay, got it. What if society agrees we should kill the dumb people?
Well, probably not the best.
Well, but why?
Well, the thing is,
the thing is, we should abort.
Pragmatically, that doesn't work out.
Yes, it does. In Iceland, it's mandatory to abort Down syndrome babies.
Okay,
it's best, right? Down syndrome people are a strain on society. Why do you say it's wrong?
Because there's some degree of like we should protect some people.
Why? By what standard? Why are you appealing to? I appeal to a book. What do you appeal to?
The thing is, I think like there's still some value to.
Why? What standard? Is that your opinion, or is there something transcendent telling you that?
No, there's something transcendent because like there is some sacredity to life, and that's what I agree with. I agree that life is sacred. That's why I would agree that if you adopted a more broader pro-life stance, I think I would be more on side of that. Like if you want to have a society where we're forcing women to breed and pump out children, then I would say you would have to create that society where like it is more able for them to do that, and in addition to not be indiscriminate between life. So I think I would agree with that sentiment, right?
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll give you a hat. Thank you.
Hey. Charlie,
thank you.
Can you sign it? Yeah. Thanks, I appreciate you.
Charlie, can I please get a white hat?
Okay, who's up?
Sure you don't want to give these guys a little chance to... Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you. All right, so we're talking objective truths here, right, Charlie? Okay, so thing is, here's an objective truth. Every single policy the Republicans claim they're for, they've basically done the opposite of, right? Every time you repeal a piece of abortion legislature, the coat hanger business gains a few new customers, right? And even after they're born, you guys don't give as much of a crap about them after they're out of the womb, right? You don't want to pay
that's not true. Why would you say that?
Because you guys have an active war against education. You guys have an active war against free lunch.
Hold on. Just because you don't want to throw government money at something doesn't mean you don't care about them. Time out. We want to have more police, so safer streets, so kids don't get killed in crossfire, gang shootings. We want to have a secure southern border so that hundreds of thousands of girls are not sold into sex slavery every single year. We want school choice so that kids can have a better education. We actually want a balanced budget so the U.S. dollar will be around for future generations. I reject this whole thing that, you guys are only pro-life at birth. No, every policy that we have is rooted in a pro-life position.
Okay. All right. So let's move a little bit on from that. I'm not saying I've lost yet because a woman did kill her own child literally like a couple of days ago on day of birth. 60 years in prison, as she should have, but like that is a abortion problem. She was raped. But
yeah, I know, but
let's
hold
move.
on. But if she would have killed the baby while it was in the womb, it would have been okay. So why was it wrong to kill the baby outside the womb?
Because the baby could cry.
Oh, the baby can't cry in a womb.
Okay.
No.
Talk about.
No. You brought it up. Why is it? Why is it bad to slit the throat of a baby once it's born, but okay to slit the throat of the baby if it's in the womb?
Less cells. Just straight up less cells. I would
one
say
day difference. One day
count
difference.
the cells, less cells, right?
Wait, so the amount of cells you have dictate your moral worth? I have more.
I do not want to get into this moral.
No, you already did.
Okay,
hold on.
We will.
I have more.
Would you go into a crowd of black people and say the N-word? Would you? If there's no moral covenant against that, would you go? If I gave you $500 right now, would you? Would you?
No.
Would you say it?
No.
What's stopping you?
I mean,
what's stopping you? What line in the Bible is going to stop you going up to a group of guys going, hey, fellas, mind if I say a word? Mind if I speak my piece? No,
you say the word
because I have a different set of morals. I say that's just wrong.
By what moral is that wrong?
By morals of round find out. I'm gonna get my jumped. I will get this out of me. This presumptuous. I don't know about you, but any kind of any kind of argument that there's an objective morality
Of course
that doesn't
there is.
depend.
Was Hitler objectively evil?
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree.
Amount of cells gone, biomass. That's kind of.
So wait, so does someone who's older have moral rights than a 4-year-old because they have more cells?
Depends on the person.
Okay.
Listen, might makes right? I got more inches on that guy. I could probably jump him. I mean, like, if... Listen, not to start a fight. I have no offense. I didn't even point at a person. But did I point at you? I'm sorry if I did. I'd lose against him. If I was pointing at him, I would lose. But, okay. Here's what I actually want to talk about, okay? We've gone a little sidetracked. That was my preamble. Hey, listen. All right? I want to talk to you about DEI, right? Because I have a feeling that I'm a white man, right?
You are?
I would say I am, right? I would say I'm a white guy. I may be entirely Chinese, but what even is a white guy, right? Throughout history, right? Irish people and Polish people were not considered white people. Then you're going to say in 17 blah, 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 they technically were counted. Right now, you look at the books, Arabic people are called
What's the
white
question?
people.
We got a long line.
Do you disagree with the fact that I'm white?
I mean, look, I don't know what you are. You don't look very white to me, but I mean, like,
You don't look very white to me either.
No, I'm like the whitest person you'll ever
phrenologist,
meet,
right?
actually.
I'm a phrenologist. I'm paler than you are. Look at me.
Okay, great.
Look at me, okay? So I don't think there's a physical objective quality that defines being a white guy, I think, right? Because if you look at the book, it's not a country of origin. There's no country of origin for white people. It's like saying Asian people are one race.
Caucasian is the better term, but
well,
I would prefer
I'm
not to
talking
talk about
white
race all the
people.
time.
Well, all right. Then what's the problem with, like, let's say a Mexican?
There's no problem.
There's no problem with Mexicans. Then what was your beef against Kilmar Brigo Garcia? He was in court for different reasons. And then
what's my beef with the wife-beating, child-abusing gang member here illegally? I don't know, the fact that he's a wife-beating, child-abusing gang member here illegally. That's my beef with him.
Okay.
And he's from El Salvador, not Mexico. Racist. Get that right?
Oh, my bad. Who's doing it now, dude? Hey, wait
All
a
right,
second.
thank you very much.
Hold
Next,
on.
thank you.
All right, one last thing. Anyone want this hat? Take that. Get off my campus.
No, I'll be here for another hour and a half. He's going to go and tell his friends, I own Charlie Kirk.
He probably is, man. He probably is. Hey,
you're eager beaver.
I am, man, because I have a midterm soon, but I wanted to talk to you real quick because honestly, man, I'm a moderate, so I disagree with you on a lot of issues, but I also agree with you on a lot of issues, and I'm so glad you've come to this campus, and so I want to say welcome to this campus, man. Welcome to this campus. Thank you for educating everybody. But one thing that we don't talk about often, especially as Republicans, and again, I'm a moderate. Sometimes this past election, I was Republican, but we don't talk about social mobility a lot. We don't talk about like the debt to GDP ratio. Trump, his tax cuts and jobs plan, man, it's really like it's not decreasing our deficit at all. And we're at the highest rates we've ever been at since World War II. We're literally going to surpass, 100% debt to GDP ratio. And there's no plan, at least under the Obama plan, we were going to raise like $650 billion over the next 10 years, which I know isn't enough, but I mean, come on, we've got to do something about that. And like, what's the deal with that?
We need more spending cuts. I mean, we don't know yet what the plan is going to look like, but I hope we have spending cuts across the board. I mean, I agree with you. We need to balance our budget. It's a major threat to our country.
Well, the big thing is too, man. I mean, I'm an older student, right? I'm clearly not 19 anymore, or at least maybe you think so, but whatever. It took me a while to get here, man. It took me a while to get to college. I got on a med school shirt. I actually switched to economics because I hope I can get in rooms with guys like you one day and have these discussions. But look, man, it took me forever to get here. It took me forever to get to college. And the only reason that I'm here today is because I had to move from a Republican state to such a liberal state like California so that I could actually get an education because it was completely unaffordable. And we just don't address that. We just don't address it.
What state are you from?
I'm originally from Georgia. And I know it swings back and forth, but still, I mean, there's just no opportunities there, man. I mean, I tried my hardest my whole life, man. Believe me, I work and I work and I work and I pound and I save, but there are no opportunities.
I would just push back a little bit, though. I mean, a lot more people are leaving California than coming into California.
I understand that, but those are wealthy people that are leaving.
No, that's not true. No, a lot of working middle class people are leaving the state. The opportunities are in states like Texas and Arizona and Florida, and increasingly not here in this state.
But the opportunity for social mobility is here. I mean, for instance, for me to get to the first, for me to be in the first quartile of my income and to make it all the way up to the fifth, for me to, be working my butt off, making a $40,000.
You're very unusual to say that, because California has the highest housing prices in the country.
Yeah.
The highest cost of living,
Correct.
the most homelessness. So you're very unusual to say that the social mobility is good here in California, because it's not.
It's because people don't take advantage of it. But I mean, I came here specifically to take advantage of it because I can see the system here, and I mean, just saying, it works for people who actually use it. So I just think we should.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time. All right. Yes. Is that a SpaceX shirt? Looks like it. Yeah.
Hey, Charlie. Thank you for everything you do. You're one of the reasons I started going to the church this year. My first question is, with the population crisis going on, how can abortion not be justified when the baby will not be able to reproduce, such as a baby with Down syndrome? Defend your abortion stance if the result will be less humans in the following generation.
Okay, so are you asking me as a hypothetical, or can you restate that, please?
So with the population crisis going on,
collapse,
exactly. How can abortion not be justified when the baby, such as someone who has Down syndrome, will not be able to reproduce for the following generation?
Oh yeah, I mean, look. Oh, you're talking about abortion for Down syndrome.
Or anyone.
I mean,
who
look,
will not be
a
able
Down
to
syndrome
reproduce.
baby has dignity regardless of its capacity to not produce. If you find out that, I mean, do people that have infertility problems, do they not get human rights? Right? I mean, so if someone can't reproduce, that doesn't mean they shouldn't be allowed to live.
Got it. Next question is, with the rise in Bible sales and church attendance, as someone who didn't grow up with religion, what advice would you give to someone who's trying to welcome religion into their life and find their faith?
I love that question. Read your Bible every single day. Fight your flesh. Your flesh is going to want to do easy and immediate things like drink and go out and do stuff. Find difficult and hard stuff and aim. Find your aim as a man and point everything you can towards it. And spread the good news of God and Jesus Christ in every possible way that you can. And put Jesus first in everything that you do.
Awesome. Thank you. Can I shake your hand?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, man. God bless you. Yes. Thank you. Got to sign one. Thank you. Who's up?
Yeah.
You guys already have one. These people. All right, here we go. Yes.
I don't believe that we could use Christianity as...
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge, so you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields and choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That is why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com, because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use, Monday.com.
I don't believe that we could use Christianity as a good moral basis for certain laws, considering that historically speaking, Christianity has committed many atrocities. I mean, the Christian Crusades killed many people, and they destroyed a lot of our written texts that didn't agree with Christian points, like, for example, the works of Sappho.
The works of what?
Sappho.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, anyways, I understand that this is Catholicism, but also the the schools in Canada that abuse many Native American people. I just don't see how we could argue that Christianity is the great moral authority that you're saying it is for making these laws when arguably they've done a lot of horrible things.
What moral code do you live by?
I'm a Buddhist, so I mean,
So it's all about yourself.
no, it's just about being. Well, I guess you could say that. But
I know,
think
yeah,
that's
I know Buddhism. So let's
don't
play it
think-
out. What is the top accomplishment of a Buddhist?
I guess just to be a good person and.
No, to reach nirvana. You know that.
Well, yes, but not everyone can reach nirvana.
I know, but you want to
It's
try
not
to ascend, right? And so it's all about yourself, all inward looking, right? To try to limit your touch with the outside world, that the outside world is dirty and it's, you know, it's kind of polluted.
I don't believe as a Buddhist, that's not how I was taught, and I don't think it's fair for you to argue for Buddhism in that sense.
Oh no, that's what
you're
Buddhism.
Not a Buddhist.
No, I know plenty about Buddhism. Like, so Buddhism, as it's written, is that the world is contaminated. We must remove ourselves from the world, and we're going to spiritually ascend ourselves by meditation.
But there's people who don't believe in that.
Well, then you don't
There's
believe in
different
Buddhism. That's fine.
sects
It's okay.
Of Buddhism, and they believe in all different kinds of things.
So
just
that's
as
fine.
There's different sects
So
of
can you-
Christianity. I'm just not in that sect.
Got it. So can you what moral way do you think society should live by? Not Christianity. So what way should we live by?
I think that it's not as much about morality as much as societal and it's just societal needs. Like, for example, like abortion, we can't argue that, you know, Christianity is the reason that we should not allow abortions when clearly there's both a medical and a societal need for abortion.
There's not a medical reason to kill babies, right? That doesn't exist.
Okay, well, I have one example for that. My mother had basoprevia, and they had offered her an abortion because birthing the baby would not only kill her, and like if she went into labor, because the placenta had split into many little veins and covered her birth canal, if she ever went into labor, and my little brother at the time, if he had pushed on the birth canal to exit her, she would have died. Both her and her son would have died.
Did your brother survive or no?
I want to continue with this point. So she was offered the opportunity for an abortion because not only was she the main breadwinner of her family, but she is also raising 2 kids as well already. She's the right to an abortion is possibly could have saved her life. She did end up surviving, but not. I don't think that we should limit the ability to get an abortion to other women in her
Wait,
situation.
hold on, time out. So your brother, you know now.
Huh?
Does your brother survive or no?
Yes, he did.
Wait, so
but
aren't you glad your brother wasn't aborted? I mean, come on.
I don't.
What kind of argument is that?
I don't
Aren't you
think
glad your
that
brother's not dead?
It's not that. I'm glad that he wasn't aborted.
Yes,
but
so
I'm
that's
also,
so we're
like,
pro-life. That's what we want. We don't want your brother to be aborted. Imagine how many millions other like him are
Yes, but
aborted.
if my mom died,
She
in
didn't. It's not even a good argument.
Well, there's so many people that did.
No, that's not correct. I said that earlier. It only happens a couple dozen times a year, and the baby could be delivered by C-section.
People with basoprevia have a much higher rate of death than other women
Yes,
who are
this
pregnant.
happens
and
maybe a couple hundred times a year, and there's 1.5 million abortions every single year. This
Yes,
is on the
but
extreme of the
If we
extreme.
have to take away abortions, then we're taking away from everybody, even the people who have a medical need for abortion, where the baby is going to kill them if they come out.
Again, I can
There's-
grant you that, fine, we'll have those exceptions. Can we make abortion illegal for the other circumstances?
No, because
Oh,
then,
so maybe it's not about those circumstances.
No,
You're
it
just
is about
using
those,
it. Oh,
it is about
really?
those circumstances, because when we take away those rights from everyone and we go into a hospital and there's an emergency need to remove a baby, then we have to prove that there's an actual emergency need instead of just it being an automatic right. Then doctors
You
aren't
don't
going
have
to
a
be
right
willing
to murder another human being.
It's not necessarily a right. It's
Is-
just
is
the
it a-
ability to
So
be
when
able-
your brother was in your mom's womb, was your brother a human being?
I mean, I don't want to argue that. I think that we could
No,
argue about
it's not
that
an
for
argument.
a
It's a
long
question. When
time.
your
I don't
brother
think
was
it's
in,
useful.
when your brother was in the womb, was it a human being?
I believe that on my moral compass, I believe that he was, but I don't think that my moral compass should dictate the medical needs
Got it.
and the
So what
societal
moral
needs
compass?
of others.
Fine. What moral compass should we use to write laws then?
Not necessarily a single one. I think that everyone's moral compass is different, and
which
that
one
we should
wins?
be able to.
Which one should say, let's for
The
example,
one that supports women the most, the one that
by
allows
what
women to
standard
get
though?
medical.
Why is that? Why is that good? I mean, by what book do you reference? By some moral standard you're appealing to? What is it?
Sorry, what?
No, yeah. By what moral standard do you say that we should have health care for women? Why? What? At some point, you're basing this on something. What is it?
I think that it's not even a moral standard. It's in
It
the
is. Oh.
Constitution. Women should have equal rights, and that includes the right to.
You do not have a right to
choice.
murder another because life is the first right. We've been through that. But I'm saying, but at some point you say you don't want Christianity to have the moral source. So I ask you, by what moral code should we live by?
Well, I don't think there's a defining moral code that we should live by. We all
Of course
have
there is.
different-
Should we help the sick?
Well, yes,
Should we help
but
the poor?
there's okay, but my
Should
moral
we
code
feed the
as
hungry?
a Buddhist is that I should never kill an animal. And many Christians hunt. Many people, kill animals for a living. That's how
I'm
they
not
make
talking
a
about your
living.
personal. Society has to make decisions, right?
Yeah,
So-
and when society makes decisions, they should account for the fact that everyone has a different moral compass.
but then-
if
but
we're
then-
a society that, first of all, a modern society, we shouldn't be basing our moral compass
Oh,
off
but hold
of
on a
a
second.
book
You're
made thousands of years ago.
Well, first of all, Buddhism's very old too, but contradicting.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
That's why I don't think Buddhism. I
there's
don't
a-
think we should ban people
there's
going
a
out to
contradiction
hunt
here, though.
because
Time
I
out.
don't believe in killing
At
animals.
some point, we have to decide what laws to make. We have to say
and I
something
think the laws should be dependent on
on what?
how we can most benefit the people already existing in our society.
Well, okay,
Or-
but don't people in the womb exist?
That's you could argue that for so long. I don't think it's really useful when
It's
we're
very
talking
useful.
about.
Are you
Okay.
glad you weren't aborted? Are you glad you weren't aborted?
I'm not. I mean, if it was something that if aborting me would have benefited my mother far more than having me would have, then I wouldn't be necessarily angry about it. It's not.
See, I'm glad your mom did not abort you because I think life is beautiful. And I want to give that gift to as many people as possible.
Yeah, but you're also in the same turn taking that gift away from women. If a woman has a medical need and her life is in danger,
I've already
for having
granted.
this
Let's say
baby.
abortion is legal for medical circumstances. 1.4 million.
But then when we get rid of abortion for those exceptions, right, we need to think about how it is applied in the actual.
Abortion is the #1 form of birth control in the country right now. Over 1.4 million abortions every single year for non-rape, non-incest, non-life of the mother.
It's really the #1 form of birth control in
well,
this country.
well, that
I
we know
highly
of.
doubt
Actually,
that.
if you think
I'm
about
sorry,
it, if you
that's
think
crazy.
about the day after pill,
That's crazy.
right? If you think about the
People
day
are spending
after pill,
$50 for a fucking abortion instead of the pull-out method, getting a condom. You really think? I'm
Hold on.
sorry, in your twisted worldview, you really
Hold
think
on,
the
let's think about
#1
it.
form
Plan
of birth
B.
control is abortion?
Plan B.
I'm sorry, that's crazy.
No, Plan B, right? Abortifacients, at-home abortions, chemical abortions, surgical abortions. All of those can be defined as abortifacients. Yes, you might be right. Okay, you might say condoms are more than that, but abortion has become a form of birth control. Can you agree with that?
I mean, anything that. Well, all of it obviously anything can be considered birth control. I mean, me deciding to not have sex is birth control. I mean,
And that's what more people should do.
what?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't think that that's necessarily something that we can police. Like, what, you're going to go in people's
I'm
bedrooms
not
and,
policing, but I'm saying though, if you're going to decide to have sex, don't kill the baby after you have sex. Pretty
Well,
simple.
I don't
Because you
think
made a decision to get pregnant.
I don't think that that's necessarily a good argument. I mean, there's more nuance to that.
There's no nuance to it. A human life exists. I can't murder someone in the crowd. Why? Because murder is wrong. You can't murder someone in a womb. Why? Because murder is wrong. Thank you for your time. Yes.
Okay, hi. So I understand that you're fundamentally against immigrant workers, illegal immigrant workers. That's true, right?
Yeah, they should all be deported back to their country of origin.
So what do you think is the best policy for keeping out illegal immigrants?
Well, we already know. First of all, do you know that border crossings have gone down 99.99%? Thank you, President Trump, for securing the southern border. So we know it. And finally, there has to be a much greater penalty for visa overstays and for people that come here legally and overstay their green card or their temporary work visa.
Do you think there should be a greater penalization for those who employ immigrants? Illegal immigrants?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Why does it feel like losing weight is harder than ever before? I mean, look around. Most people feel stuck, overwhelmed, and exhausted, trying to fight a battle they can't seem to win. And if you've ever felt this way, you're not alone. I used to feel that way too. Do what I did and called PhD Weight Loss and Nutrition 2 years ago. I lost 40 pounds. Look, it doesn't even fit anymore. I feel great and I haven't gained a pound back. Do what I did and make nutrition a top priority. Call 864-644-1900 to schedule your weight loss consultation. Click the link in the description below to get 2 free weeks added to your weight loss package. How we doing, Washington State? This is quite a turnout. You guys know how it works. If you disagree, go to the front of the line. I got to tell you, it's much nicer here than at UW. I like Washington State a lot better. A lot better. You guys can say that, but I agree with it 100%. We don't like the Huskies at all around here. All right. Okay. All right, if you disagree, go to the front of the line. Thank you guys for being here. We'll be here for a little while. Get comfortable. We'll keep on throwing out hats. And it's great to be here on this beautiful day in Pullman. Oh, I love that. That's great. All right, first question. Yes, come on up. And thank you guys so much.
Hello, Charlie. I'm doing pretty good. My name is Philip, and my question for you is if you believe that Trump's deportation of illegal immigrants is unconstitutional.
Oh, it's very constitutional. Yeah. Okay.
I disagree with that. I believe that it is in a violation of the Fifth Amendment, which provides due process to all persons in the United States. This would include non-citizens. And many of these people are being deported without having a trial or going before a judge, which is in violation of the due process.
Yeah, so you are right that if there's an illegal here and they commit a crime while they are an illegal citizen or legal resident or legal individual, illegal, they do get due process. However, there's 2 exceptions to that. There's something called expedited removal. So if someone comes within 14 days or they're within 100 miles of the border, the Supreme Court has ruled that you do not have to give them the same due process rights. Or if you invoke the Alien Invasion Act, which President Trump has, 1798 law, which allows you to expel people that are here that might be part of enemy gangs or enemy organizations that have invaded the homeland. So under those 2 provisions, you are allowed to expel people here in the country without traditional due process rights.
Well, I do have some issue with that, specifically with your second point of Trump relying on the Alien and Sedition Act. We can see that whenever Joe Biden...
It's not the Sedition Act, but you're close.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
no, you're good. It's the Alien Invasion Act, but it's fine. It's all good. It's actually, they were passed right next to each other, so you're not that far off.
So we can see with Joe Biden, when he tried to forgive student loan debt, he was relying on a law that was roughly 20 years old. And the Supreme Court said in that case that a president relying on a law that was passed in a time that's too different from today's times can be unconstitutional. And I think if that was ruled to be unconstitutional with the law only being 20 years old, that Donald Trump relying on a law that was passed in the 18th century would be very unconstitutional.
That point sounds smart. Should we get rid of the First Amendment?
I'm confused where you're going with that.
It's pretty old.
The First Amendment has
It's from 1787. Should we get rid of the abolition of slavery? That's from the 1860s. Should old laws be getting rid of? Just because it's old doesn't mean it's bad. Should we get rid of the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment? You're the one arguing for due process, which actually was authored in 1791.
Well, the difference
is
that
old stuff
these
doesn't mean
laws-
it's bad. It just means to just criticize it on its merits, not how long it's been around.
But these things have been reaffirmed several times. With the First Amendment, there have been several cases regarding the First Amendment. We can see that it was incorporated into the states. We can see with other cases like West Schoolbird versus Barnett.
Same with the Alien Invasion Act. It's never been ruled unconstitutional. It's been heard many times.
But when has it been reaffirmed by the Supreme Court?
Multiple times. It's never, I believe in like 1850, there was another, 1950. It hasn't in the last couple of decades, of which there will be a legal challenge. But understand, this is specifically about Tren de Arago and MS-13. That is specifically the carve-out of this law that allows the president to have expedited removal of people that are affiliated with enemy gangs that, by the way, have committed crimes here in the interior of the country, to get them off our homeland. And so the question really is, if you're part of an enemy gang, shouldn't you go back to your country of origin and not stay here in the United States of America when you're raping or murdering or having domestic violence or abuse? Not only that, the American people overwhelmingly voted for that in November.
Well, I don't believe that these people who are being deported are affiliated with criminal organization. At least the majority of them aren't. The Trump administration has deported.
Every one of them has documentation that they're part of MS-13, including Garcia from Maryland.
That's not correct.
No, the Maryland dad, actually, it's come out. He was part of MS-13, acknowledged he was part of MS-13. He actually beat his wife in 2021. His wife says, I actually don't want to be around my husband anymore because my husband Garcia is beating me. He said he was afraid to go to El Salvador because an enemy gang was going to come after him. Enemy gang, that sounds like a gang member to me. And guess what? You should be happy. He's home. He's from El Salvador, and he's back in his country of origin. We sent him home. He's not an American. He's not an American resident. He's not an American citizen. He's not here legally. He broke into the country, committed crimes, was part of MS-13, and was removed under this provision back to his country of origin, all of which is legal and perfectly accessible.
You're saying all these things, and while they might be true, they've not been shown to be true. And the Trump administration claiming that these things are true gives dangerous precedent. If the Trump administration can just claim that a person living here is part of a gang.
He acknowledged it. He said it in his own asylum cases. In 2019, his own documents, he said, I am part of a gang that if I go back to El Salvador, I will be murdered. I need asylum in America because another gang might murder me. And again, this guy beat his wife. Like, why are Democrats going out of their way to defend the worst of our society? Maybe they should fight this hard for American citizens for once. Like, you want to know why Trump is so popular? The left goes out of their way to fight for foreigners that have broken into our land and commit crimes and that have affiliation with the worst organizations on the planet, while the American citizen is being left behind. That is the power of our movement, and I wish the American left would have some spirit and some fight for the forgotten men and women of this country. Not just foreigners here illegally. Final point, if you'd like to make it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm getting my education to become an actuary, so I can get a job, make money.
And that.
But anyways, I want to ask you
what
what your level of education was and why you didn't go to college or dropped out or whatever.
I'm a proud high school graduate.
Okay.
So. And an American entrepreneur that now employs 1,500 people, $100 million budget, millions and millions of people follow us. And I didn't have to go to college to do that. And so if people think college is for them, then great.
Okay. How did you get there?
Through hard work and grit and determination and traveling.
Did you make connections with other people? Did you network?
Yeah. And actually college wouldn't have helped at all for that.
Okay. How?
Well, because I was trying to meet successful, rich, seasoned, conservative people to seed fund my operation. And if you're trying to find successful conservative people, you don't go to college campuses to find those people usually.
Well, if you look at the crowd, all these people here are conservative. So I don't know what.
Fair enough. Again, emphasis on wealthy, successful business people. I'm sure there's some in the audience.
So you're calling all these people poor?
Well, no, I'm calling them students. Okay. So unless someone here is like a crypto billionaire, I want to meet you. I was looking for seed funding, of which is very normal for a startup operation to do. Okay. But again, I weighed the cost and the benefit. I took a gap year. It's been 13 gap years. However, I am curious, does it matter that I didn't went to college? Do we want to debate resumes or ideas?
No, ideas, not resumes.
Cool. So you are studying to be an actuary. Cool. Explain to me, are you worried at all that artificial intelligence will take your job in 5 years?
I've asked a few. I've had many informational interviews with actuaries. I've asked them that same question, and they aren't worried. They actually think that it's going to help actuaries do their job more efficiently, especially with computing on the computer. So, but the job itself isn't going to go away because of AI.
But there might be less actuaries.
Well, it's a very secure job, so I'm not worried.
Again, I know dangerously little about an actuary, but let's say that you're an actuary for an insurance company.
Yes.
I would imagine part of being an actuary for Allstate or State Farm would be the synthesizing and the collection of tens of millions of data points, finding trends and averages, and then trying to project where that data is going to go, right?
Yeah.
Objectively, artificial intelligence is going to be better than 99% of human beings with that way. And there's no human cost, and you can run it 24 hours a day. So you're right, there still might need actuaries to make final determinations. But again, I don't know enough about it. But to say that AI won't touch your field, I think it will. In fact, I think it will lower the headcount and make entry-level new graduates from schools like this with actuary degrees or math degrees not nearly as important as it was 10 years ago. Hence my hypothesis that college is a scam, that a lot of people here are getting degrees that will be replaced by robots, artificial intelligence, and half the audience, if you get a job, that actually half the jobs that are available that kids end up getting don't even require college degrees in the first place.
Okay, but so you're saying AI is just going to totally replace everything?
Not everything. No, I said I'm hypothesizing. I don't know enough about what actuaries do, but
yeah,
you heard my 30-second shtick, somewhat directionally correct, I imagine, right?
Sure.
Because insurance companies, the backbone of how insurance companies make money are actuaries, because they have to know what to pay for rates and then pay out for, hurricanes or fires, or are people going to drop dead? They have to project that data into the future. I mean, AI is really good at math right now. It's getting better, and it's getting better, and it's getting better. And so if we get to a place where they think it's going to get, and you're a business owner, why employ 5,000 actuaries that require benefits and health care?
Well, what about the human element? Like an AI can predict something, but a human can outweigh whether or not that's the right decision or not.
Oh, of course, no. I'm saying the headcount of actuaries will inevitably go down. So you'll end up with like 100 really seasoned actuaries, and all the 4,990 people, 900 would probably be largely unnecessary, because the number crunching, the data synthesizing, the projecting can be done much quicker and even more accurately in a shorter period of time.
Yeah, I mean, we are already using computers to calculate data with coding. So I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Well, this is much different, though. The AI can assume some of the human characteristics to be able to blend data models, project them, think analytically. AI is even more advanced than what you are seeing publicly. It's way more advanced. It's like 2 years more advanced. The private artificial intelligence of what companies are paying for right now would blow your mind what they can actually get. So again, I don't know enough about actuaries to be able to make a determination. But if I were guessing, I would say that 90% of actuaries are going to be out of work in the next 10 years.
Okay, so can we go back to the original question with college being a scam? Though?
Yeah, but that's part of the point. Is that if you're borrowing money,
but not just actuaries, not just me, but like other majors, other jobs. You always talk about like social, like liberal arts majors, but what about like I don't know, like teachers? Teachers need to get credentials.
Well,
and all
teachers
that.
are also going to largely be replaced by artificial intelligence.
Well, why would we do that?
Well, but it's already happening. It's not a matter of why. Again, I actually think there's some problems with it.
You would like a
I'm not
kindergarten
saying
to be
No.
taught by an AI.
I'm observing a trend. I'm not even saying it's good. I'm saying it's happening.
Okay.
I'm saying that we are seeing teacher headcount go down across the country
Well,
because
also because it's hard to make a living being a teacher.
Well, also AI is far more customizable. It actually is able to have learning plans based on a lot of different characteristics of the individual student. We're seeing kindergartners across the country use it. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I actually think we lose the human element of teaching.
Yeah.
We can agree on that, but it's happening, right? So we could fight the future. It's the direction it's going. So the question should be, is college worth it like it was 20 years ago? And increasingly, the answer is no. Again, half the kids in this audience, I'll reiterate it because I wasn't as clear as I should have been. Half the kids in this audience, if they get a job, they'll end up getting a job that doesn't require a college degree, rendering their time here largely useless.
But they network here and they make friends and stuff.
You also can network outside of college. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
If the argument is that this is a glorified LinkedIn, if that's what college has become,
I'm not really trying to make that point.
Then make the point is why 80% of kids are here that should be in college. Like,
well, if you go to college and you have it on your resume, you have a degree. What that shows is that you can finish something and that you are trustworthy of finishing something.
Increasingly, people are looking for kids that didn't go to college. In fact, they're bringing back competency tests and IQ tests. Increasingly, it matters less and less of the credential, matters more and more of the competency and the character of the applicant you're looking at. Look, you are right. In certain fields, they require a college degree. Respect. Totally right. But that's
where do they go then? Where do they go?
For what?
And no college, where do they go?
Well, we need more welders, entrepreneurs, carpenters,
people
HVAC.
already going. I had an old roommate. He left to become an electrician.
And he's going to end up making a lot more money than most of the people in this audience, actually.
Okay. So what do? Everyone's becoming an electrician. Everyone becomes.
No. You know, we have 11 million open jobs in this country right now that pay more than $80,000 or more a year that don't require a college degree. They just become,
they just go there.
Well, yes. So, for example, let's be honest. Well, hold on. Just because you don't have a degree doesn't mean you don't have an education. You can be a lifelong learner right now because we have these supercomputers in our right-hand pocket. You could take Hillsdale online courses. You could do the Peterson Academy. You can listen to deep podcasts. You could learn more by listening to 50 hours of Joe Rogan talk to scientists than, I don't know, than the sociology department here at Washington State University. So the point being is just because you did not go to college or get a degree does not mean you are not cultured or that you are not in pursuit of knowledge. We actually have more opportunities for people to be wise and to understand the world than ever before. But let me just reiterate it. Many of the people here in college are in college because there's a shame element to becoming a carpenter. There's a shame element to becoming an electrician. No one wants to say, oh, I work construction. And no parent is like a proud parent. They're like, what's Johnny doing? Oh, Johnny's become a welder. It's like that's kind of looked down upon. Instead, it's like, oh, my kid goes to Washington State or my kid goes to UW. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But we have 11 million job openings in this country that people simply don't want to do right now. And that's a tragedy, and they pay really, really well. And they're not going to be replaced anytime soon.
Okay. All right. Well,
Thank you for your time.
I got anywhere with you, but
thank you.
Have a good day.
Of course. Howdy there. I'm Sam here. Trying to get a business degree, and I wanted to ask personally if you should believe Pride Month should be continued.
We should only have American Pride Month in the month of July. So, no, I wouldn't do anything legally about it, but no, I don't think that any government building or government entity should celebrate what happens in June.
Okay. So you just believe it should be basically privately celebrated?
Yeah, if you want to, you have a right to do it, of course, obviously.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time then. I just wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question.
Hello, Charlie. Hello, Charlie. How are you doing today? Good? Okay, so mine's just, I think it's a little dumb question, but I feel like you know more about this than I do, but I think it's a really important question. My question is basically, you know how the country is divided basically into Republican and Democrat, right? And we've kind of became really divided. Like, you know, with all of the people right here, you get to hear like a really big protest going on right over there.
Our crowd's bigger.
Yeah, but yeah. Why do you think we have become so divided as a country?
Yeah, it's not actually a stupid question. I mean, part of it is, I mean, look, it's going to sound like overly simple, but I do want to ask a question to prove my point. The side that believes in freedom of speech is the side that I believe is on the right side of history.
Yeah.
Has there been an instance, guys, where a liberal has had an open mic on campus where conservative kids can ask questions and you guys feel respected? How many of you kids here on campus, raise your hand, do you feel as if you're graded down if you come out as a Trump supporter or conservative? This is the why we're so divided. Look around. And I hope the professor is still here to look at this. It is not because of conservatives. We seek to heal this country. I'm trying to find common ground. We're trying to look at each other as fellow citizens. Conservatives on campus are treated terribly. Just the other day, by the way, is that student here, the student that got punched in the face? Where is he? Come on up here. This kid's amazing. What's your name again? Jay. So this is Jay. He has a gift for me. That's fine. So Jay got punched in the face by a professor here at Washington State University because he was wearing a MAGA hat. Jay, am I telling the story correctly? Come on, come here. Okay, I'll open the... Do you want me to open the gift now? Okay. Come on up here, Jay. So Jay, I don't want to put you on the spot. So you got punched in the face. You got punched in the face by a professor here. What happened?
Well, basically, so what happened, everyone, was I was walking to Valhalla to get my food exchanged, and PhD student Patrick Mahoney, as well as his accomplice, Gerald Hoff, did not like the hat I was wearing, all right? Or Patrick, whatever. And when my head was down, remember, I made zero eye contact with him. He saw my hat. He ripped the hat off my head, crumbled it. I had to go confront him and say, what are you doing, dude? Because he had the hat on it. Then he told me to go get it. I'm sorry. Then after that, of course, he leaned towards me. So like you see, I had to go throw my food at his face. And then no, he did, because I thought he was about to throw a punch. What happened to him? What happened next? He charged at me. I had to stand, my ground. And then also Gerald Hoff also came at me too. Gerald grabbed my leg. I was falling down. Patrick grabbed my chest, slammed it on the road pavement. Then he grabbed my head and also slammed it on the road pavement as hell. And when he did that, I remember Oh my goodness, no. So on like far left, like Reddit and also Discords, crush the heads of your opposition, crush the heads of your fascists when he did that.
And this was a professor, right? Teaching 103. So, by the way, God bless you, man. Thank you so much. That was really great. Thank you. This is why we're divided. I hate to put it that way, but if a conservative professor would have hunted down a Kamala Harris wearing student, it would have been a hate crime and the #1 news story in the country. Now we could barely get attention for a young man who was punched by a professor here at Washington State University. They're the ones dividing the country. We're the ones trying to heal it. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. First off, it's great to meet you. Yeah, sure. And I'd like to thank you for putting this whole thing on. I think we definitely need more room for open discussion between the left and the right. And I think that the lack of that is what has contributed to so much, polarization in our country. But I do have one particular policy question for you. So I was watching a video of yours about a week or two ago, and you were talking about the Biden pill penalty and the Inflation Reduction Act, if you recall this. And not to misquote you, but I believe your exact words were, gutting medical care research to fund green energy giveaways. Is that correct? Does that sound about right?
Yes, but I should have been much more precise. I could tell you why I don't like the pill penalty, if you'd like.
Okay, I'll
but I acknowledge I could have been more precise.
So from my understanding from reading the bill is that there are two separate streams. So the green energy reform comes from corporate taxation, and the decrease in medical research that you're talking about comes from lowering prescription drug prices, which in turn could lower the amount of medical research. But it's projected that in 30 years we could see a 1% decrease in that. And just to add a final point to my question, you seemed very bothered about how this would disrupt medical research, but I haven't heard you speak out yet about all the funding and the money that Trump has withheld from multiple institutions that do medical research. So I just like.
It's a great question. What's your name?
Shay.
Shay, thank you. That's a great question. Very policy specific. I'm gonna do my best to answer without boring the crowd. So number one, I'm a big believer in private incentives and a reduction of public funding. So if someone were to come up, let's just take a drug, and I'm very anti-pharmacological agents most of the time. But a drug that is objectively really good for humanity is a statin. Like statins are really, really good. They lower your cholesterol. I would prefer you lower your cholesterol in other ways. Cholesterol isn't also the killer people think it is, but there is a correlation sometimes with high LDL levels and heart attacks. We can agree with that.
Yes.
If someone was to create the statin and all of a sudden there was not a profit motive for them to be able to sell that product, then why invest all that money in the research and the development? So that's where I come from on this, is that if we are to find drug breakthroughs, then the people that are investing that money need to have an incentive to do so. And that is one of the reasons why America has led the way in some of the most exciting drug advancements of the last 20 or 30 years. Public funding does not always have that same sort of incentive structure. Now, to strongman my own argument against me, some of the greatest medical advancements have come through public funding, but not all of them. And so it's a mixture. So what the Biden pill penalty did, part of the Inflation Reduction Act, is it would have severely jeopardized the patent window, basically, that a successful drug would have had, basically de-incentivizing future investment in drug breakthroughs that could have helped a lot of people.
Yeah, so I completely understand.
Does that make sense?
So I completely understand when you're talking about incentives and how if the incentive is lower, that we're not going to see as much production of new drugs. But we've seen policies like this go into effect in multiple other countries that have much better healthcare and better research than us. You see this in Switzerland, you see this in Germany and Norway. Much of the Scandinavian countries that have very fortified healthcare systems have already adjusted to this.
You are right that they have lower costs, but do they have this robust innovation? No. Now, Germany does. Germany has a very good drug industry. So that would be an exception. To grant you a point, Germany has some of the best drug companies, I think Bayer is not that great company. But anyway, the point being, they're very innovative.
Yeah.
So it's a balance. I tend to lean on the side of innovation, not on the side of price controls.
Okay. But it's great having these drugs and them being available to the public. But where I think I disagree with you is what's the point of having these drugs if they're so inaccessible to the consumer base that it's great having.
That's a good argument. Yeah. So you have to find some sort of a medium. I think Biden reached too far.
Okay.
Where the potential biotech market was, again, it could have been alarmism, but at least the story that I was presented would have been a flight of capital. And that's a serious problem. Like, for example, there is not like a robust biotech industry in Sweden.
I can completely agree
Right.
with that. We're the headquarters, like we are the epicenter of the world. when
And
it
I
comes
don't
to
think we
biotech
should lose
industry.
that. Like,
Yeah.
there again, I say this as a Maha guy who thinks we take way too many pills, but there are some potentially very exciting drugs. Like, for example, for kids that have like life-threatening illnesses, like stuff that we can all agree that we want to try to see breakthroughs on, right?
Yeah.
And we can also get to root causes. But I don't want to see us lose the biotech edge. And I hate to always like pull this card, but China is catching up to us on biotech. And I think it would be awful if all of a sudden they're the ones that control the IP to potentially life-saving drugs for our kids.
Okay, so
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
final
so
point.
I understand what you're saying. My question for you then on that: if you're against the Biden pill penalty, I'm yet to hear you propose an alternative to that. How would you recommend bringing down prescription drug prices while maintaining that research? if
The
that's what you
only
think?
solution that I have found is you have to make it quicker and easier to get drug approvals.
Okay.
As that there's too much waiting time for research and development and testing and trial, and you have to be able to get from inception to drug to market way quicker. You have to compress that time frame, which would then create a lot more competition in the biotech market,
Yeah.
which would then inevitably, hopefully, lower prices.
And just one tiny question for you, just because I've been wondering how you feel about this. You're obviously clearly very pro-tariff, pro-protectionism when it comes to bringing back like the American economy and the American workforce. How did you feel about the Chips and Science Act, the bipartisan act that Biden helped bring in?
Some of it was really good.
Okay.
Some of it I really didn't like.
I can understand that. I can
Some
accept
of it, like I live in Arizona.
Yeah.
And part of what was part of that bill was bringing the Taiwanese semiconductor industry to Phoenix.
Yeah.
We have like 10,000 new jobs. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So some of it was actually pretty good.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Great. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Shay.
that. Have a great
Very
day.
thoughtful question. Thank you. Give it up for Shay. That's how conversation should go, everybody. That's great. Sebastian, give it up.
Like this? Is that good? Is that good? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Charlie, how you doing? Good. So, I have a question. Charlie, you talk a lot about patriotism and supporting our troops. So I want to ask you, why did you and your movement have outrage when Joe Biden checked his watch when the 13 service members were coming home, but no outrage when Donald Trump is going golfing when 4 service members come home dead?
You have to tell me more. So you would have liked to see President Trump go and visit when they, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree that checking the watch is probably disrespectful as well. But
Now I will make one distinction, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Joe Biden was responsible for those 13 guys that died. Donald Trump was not. Now, Donald Trump called all those families. He wrote them all letters. Now, what do I mean by that? Those 13 service members, when Joe Biden checked his watch, was because of Joe Biden's reckless withdrawal from Afghanistan. He was solely responsible for the death of those 13 people. The 4 men that Donald Trump did not go to the funeral service of which I think J.D. Vance did, for the record. But fair, you can have an opinion on that.
Yeah.
It was because of a training exercise. That's a big difference. Donald Trump was not responsible for their death, where Joe Biden was responsible for all 13 of those dying at that gate at the terrible withdrawal in Kabul.
It was a golf tournament. It was a golf tournament. It wasn't just some training
No,
exercise.
I understand. And again, I would bet you money that Donald Trump goes and counsels the families and goes above and beyond, of which is his reputation. He's been known to go above and beyond for family and service members. He hosted all 13 of the families, the people that lost their lives in Afghanistan. And just so we are clear, Joe Biden never called the families of those 13 that lost their lives in Kabul. And so you can have your own opinions about that, but you have to be morally clear about the differences between 4 terrible, awful deaths that die in a training exercise versus 13 that die because of a commander-in-chief being derelict in his duty.
If Donald Trump does not do what you said he did with the 13 soldiers, will you condemn it?
Well, I could, again, if Donald Trump shows no remorse or sympathy, doesn't write a letter or doesn't send them,
Right.
Well, yeah, I would. You
You
know what I would do?
condemn that?
No, I wouldn't condemn it. I'd call him
No?
and tell him to do it.
Okay, do it.
Yeah.
Have him do it then.
Well, I bet he already has. I don't know every detail about this, but I would bet you a lot of money that President Trump has been incredibly magnanimous, charitable, generous, and empathetic towards those 4 soldiers. I could say that just because I know the man, I know his heart, and I know how he aches whenever anybody dies, especially service members in our wonderful military.
Okay, what about when he disrespected John McCain, calling him not a war hero because he is captured?
Okay, well, that was a long time ago. For the record, this was an ongoing dispute between John McCain and President Trump. And for the record, outside of John McCain's service in Vietnam, let's be very morally clear. John McCain's foreign policy has been responsible for the unjust death of nearly 1 million people in the Middle East. So spare me that where I'm not going to go out of my way to defend John McCain, who was basically the author of the Iraq War, of the Libyan civil war, of intervention in Syria, of saber-rattling against Iran, of saying that, Russia is one of our greatest enemies. John McCain was a neoconservative, just like George W. Bush. And so it was part of a long dispute between McCain and Trump. And honestly, Trump made good on it when he sent Air Force One to go have John McCain's 9th funeral in 4 days. You guys remember this? It was like the world's longest funeral. And so if we want to dig up something Trump said 10 years ago,
I have service members in my family that were Vietnam War vets, and I think calling them suckers and losers is not a good thing.
He never said that. Now this is where we're getting into fraud territory. He never said suckers and losers. You are right of what he said about McCain.
White House people confirmed he said it.
It was by Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic. We know that slippery little snake that he is.
That's not patriotism.
The chief of staff and the national security advisor that hates him, John Bolton, said that he never said that about the D-Day. So do not come up here and peddle hoaxes. You have to be very accurate. You have to look at original source documents. But he never said suckers and losers. President Trump would never believe that, think that. In fact, he's been a wonderful fighter for America's military and will continue to do so. He never said suckers and losers. That is not correct.
We can dispute that, but sure.
There's no evidence.
All right.
Do you have another thing on your piece of paper you'd like to mention?
No, just that you're a coward and not a patriot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you're good. Hello, Charlie. Hope you're doing well today. My name is Doug, and I came today because I'm not really political generally. To be honest, I'm not even registered to vote, to be honest. So I just came here to kind of exchange the marketplace of ideas. Not to debate or anything, but just to exchange the marketplace of ideas. And so I had a question about a policy that I'm kind of conflicted on myself, to be honest. So I wanted to hear your opinion. So I was wondering, and please let me know if I'm misinterpreting your political positions, but you are pro-life generally. Would that be a correct assessment? So I was wondering, very much so. All right. So yeah, I just wanted to check. So if given the opportunity, that is a hypothetical question, would you go and abort Hitler before he was born, or would you raise
That's
him?
A very good question. That's actually a morally good question. Yeah. That's not. It could come across as a troll, but continue.
Well, I'm asking the other scenario is if you would maybe allow him to be brought to term, so he could be raised in an environment where, similar to how Kanye West said he became more sympathetic to Jewish people after watching 21 Jump Street. Would you raise him in an environment like that instead, so maybe he would be a better person?
All right, now you're trolling. But
okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to ask you the question.
It's a very difficult moral question.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't know the answer either. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, Charlie.
Thanks. Register to vote.
I sure will, man.
All right.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Isabel. It's nice to meet you. First of all, I appreciate you having an open forum and not just talking at people, giving a chance for people to ask questions. So I appreciate that. My question is, I tried to ask someone that knew, but I don't know if on your stance, if a woman is raped, if they should be able to have an abortion or not.
The baby's life should be protected is my position.
Okay. Are you aware of Lisa Medina's case?
Was this the Ohio young lady that had to go to another state to get an abortion?
No,
Okay.
She was a Peruvian woman. Well, she was a kid. She was
Well, this is the 10 or 11-year-old or
5, actually. She was 5 years old, and she had issues with her reproductive tract, and she was pregnant. She was sexually abused, and she got pregnant at 5 years old.
I am familiar with the 5-year-old. Just so we can both agree, it's a real case that is extraordinarily rare. I mean, it's like a 1 in 300 million case to be able to get pregnant before the age of even 10 or 11.
I agree, but it's
There's been 12 documented cases.
okay. I feel like 12 is still a good amount. 12 is still a fair amount of people. You know, they're real people, they're real children.
Yeah, 12 over 60 years is small, but it is real. So please continue.
Okay, so I mean, rape is pretty common, right? Would you agree with that?
It is, yes. However, there's a lot of fake rape claims as well. But I mean, rape is not nearly as common as people say it is. But yes.
Okay, well, it's still a pressing issue. I think anyone here could agree that rape is a pressing issue. But
for sure, it happens.
I don't understand how someone could argue that the 5-year-old should carry a baby to term. I don't understand how a 5-year-old girl could raise a child, how that child would be given a better life. I understand that you're giving the child life, but I don't understand.
Well,
and I know you have kids. How old are your kids?
2 years and 2 years and 1 year. So,
okay, so if you have really young kids in 3 years, 3 years is not a long time. I won't even have graduated in 3 years. Would you be okay with your child having another baby?
This idea of 5-year-olds getting pregnant is so insanely rare.
That's not my question.
No, it is. Like, it's not even worth even addressing. However, like, elementally, there's another issue to your problem, which is if they are 5-year-old getting pregnant, their life is in jeopardy. That actually is not the pressing issue of how they got conceived, right? So there's two separate things: woman's life in jeopardy. Or
the 5-year-old's life wasn't in jeopardy. They had a C-section. It was perfectly healthy.
Then,
so that's not the issue there.
Yeah, then the baby shouldn't be aborted.
Okay, so you'd be okay with your 2-year-old in 3 years having a baby?
Well, no, I wouldn't be okay. But would I be okay with terminating another life? No.
So you would rather your daughter at 5 have a baby than have it aborted?
Yes, I would not be able to live with blood in my hands. Would you?
Okay, I think...
No, but let's walk through this. Would you be okay walking into an abortion clinic, hearing a heartbeat, seeing brainwaves, seeing the baby on the ultrasound and say...
Yes. I think...
Wow, that's really, that's dark.
But that's not my question. That's why
No, it absolutely is your question. The question is, you asked me, would I be okay with it? You said yes. There's no moral difference between a baby conceived in rape or not.
There is 100% a moral difference.
Really?
Also,
No, time out. Wait, someone in this audience is conceived in rape. Do you know who it is?
I have no idea.
Because they're all human beings, regardless of how they were conceived.
Okay, but that doesn't...
Oh, no, because there's no moral difference of the human being's method of conception. You don't get more rights if you're not raped or less rights if you're raped. You're a human being regardless. Universal human rights apply to all people regardless if they come from a loving family or they come from a horrific, evil tragedy like rape.
Okay, but what about the life and the moral well-being of the mother? And I think as a man, it's something that's harder to understand. If you are raped and you have to go through carrying that baby, that's something you will never be able to understand. And I can agree. That's why I didn't want to debate abortion. I just wrote a paper on abortion. I can totally understand how, in the cases outside of rape, incest, or the life of the mother, how it could be seen as murder or things like that. But I'm specifically talking about rape.
No, I got it. You could see it as it's seen as murder. Then why would murder be the answer to rape? That's exactly what you're postulating.
That's not the answer to rape.
I agree. So life should be the answer to rape is what we're saying. And if a baby is conceived in rape, you don't all of a sudden say, let's do something more evil because something evil happened. By no moral standard do two wrongs make a right. We know that. We're raised saying that. And so when evil thing happens, human life created, that human has rights, we have to respect them, including the right to life.
And I'm saying I don't think you will ever be able to possibly come close to understanding as a man what it is like to be raped and have to carry that baby and relive all of that trauma.
Do you know what it's like to be a
to
man?
Understand that. That's not what I'm talking about here.
The point being is, are we allowed to discuss stuff just because we don't know what it's like to be the other sex?
I would not be allowed to discuss what it's like to get a vasectomy or what it's like to experience that. No,
But have you personally been raped?
No,
Okay,
I have.
Then how
My
are you
mother
able-
has been raped
Okay, but
and had to carry the
the point
abortion.
being is, then how are you able to personally be able
Because
to?
I'm a woman and
You're using a fallacy called a argument from authority that if you only have a certain merit badge or a certain distinction, you're allowed to have opinions on that topic. Men can have opinions on this just because we have prostates and not uteruses.
Okay, and I agree. You can have your
Yes.
opinion. I'm not saying you can't have an opinion, but I'm saying you can't begin to understand the depth of what that would feel like to be raped by someone and have to carry that baby.
Yes, and equally, there are millions of women who regret having their abortions. I mean, so what is the argument? The argument is
I wanted to know about the
agree.
5-year-old and if you would like your 5-year-old child to have a baby.
Of course, I would not like it. You are
Okay.
putting in an impossible moral situation of would I be comfortable slitting the throat of a baby on an ultrasound machine?
It's not impossible because it has happened. And
Okay,
I guess 12 times, according to
12 times in 60 years. I mean, it's so insanely improbable for a 5-year-old to go through prepubescent puberty and then get impregnated because they were raped. It's like you have a much higher likelihood of, like, I mean, it's like much higher likelihood of winning the lottery twice than that happening.
Okay.
Just so we are clear.
Okay.
And again, but I answered your question coming in good faith. But would you agree then we can outlaw all other abortions except rape, life of the mother, and incest?
I wouldn't necessarily agree, but I would have to think more about that. But my main issues are with rape, incest, and life
And
of the
again,
mother.
my contention is that it doesn't stop being a human being just because of how that baby came into existence.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am part of the Washington State rugby team here on campus.
That's
Yes.
a tough sport, man.
Yeah, we actually just won the conference, and
Wait, the Pac-12 of 2 teams?
no, it's
So you beat Oregon State.
we're a club.
I'm trolling you.
Yeah,
I'm
I know,
trolling
I know.
you.
We're a club sport, so we make our own conference. But we just got invited to nationals, and we have no way to get there. So I was wondering if we could get some sort of fundraiser going, so we can compete in nationals in Washington.
How much
DC.
money do you guys need?
Like 10, 15 grand would do it.
Okay.
We just need to get there. We
Where,
just need, we
wait,
just
now,
need to
you
get
don't need to
there.
get back?
No. Yeah, we do need to get back too.
Where
but
is
we can
nationals?
cover Washington D.C.
Oh, DC. Wow.
D.C. It wouldn't be fun to compete for
When
the
is it?
national championship in our capital. It is next weekend.
Next weekend?
Next weekend. I think that you can do it. If anybody can do it, Charlie, it's you.
Okay. If you can raise half, I'll put up the other half.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
But not here. Go, like, if you go figure it out, we'll our show, the Charlie Kirk show, put up. But you better not do this like private skimming stuff. Like,
of course not, sir.
We need receipts. Like you're
Yes,
flying
sir.
Spirit Airlines. Like
Yes,
you know.
sir. Yes,
you know,
sir. We will
staying
we will
days in,
raise, we will raise half the money to get to nationals. Thank you.
and then we'll match it. All right. Our team
Great.
will be in touch.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You better be telling the truth. All right. Not some sort of like he's launching a crypto coin or something, Yeah, and then talk to our team. I'm telling you, you match half, we'll do half. You'll be at nationals, okay? By the way, why doesn't the school pay for this? I got enough money. Why am I have to do this? But
Our athletics are kind of low on funds right now, and we're not sponsored by athletics. We're sponsored by the rec, which
it's
doesn't
all
get
this
a lot.
bureaucracy. You
Yeah,
guys,
exactly.
don't get me started. But why don't they put that sociology professor on leave and use that money to have you go to the finals, right? Yeah. Anyway, so we'll do half.
Hello there. I'd like to say thank you for doing this. I enjoy talking politics with my friends and everything, so I thank for this open environment. However, I think a big issue is that people just kind of find like a diehard and they're not willing to like say that they're wrong in certain aspects. So I'd like to ask you, just as a preface to all of this, will you admit that with Trump, what he ran on, from my perspective, was largely the fact that he would end wars and the economy would be better rather instantly is what he was rather pushing for. However, the wars are still going on. We're still seeing crimes against humanity in Palestine and such forth. So will you admit that he was lying, or at least didn't come through on his promises?
No. I mean, he's trying to end the Russian-Ukrainian war. He resisted. Here's how amazing Trump is. Israel was like, we're going to go bomb Iranian nuclear sites. And Trump's the one that stopped Israel from doing that. It's a big deal. You can acknowledge that's big, right?
Yes.
And so as far as the economy, we're 80 days in. Gas prices are down, egg prices are down. We're going to see a major tax bill. How about we can agree? Let's talk in 1 year about the economy. Cool? Because it's way too early. Let's give Trump a year.
See, I would like that, but the issue that I have with it is the fact that he said the second he gets in, like within the first week, I can't remember what his exact words were. He's like, I'll make a call to Russia and we'll get this ended. That was his promise, is what I'm having an issue
Fair enough.
with.
Yes, there's political bravado at times, but to Trump's credit, we are closer to ending this war than escalating it. Steve Witkoff just sat down with Vladimir Putin, who is his special envoy, for 5 hours. It's an incredibly difficult situation to end, and I do want to see the wars end. I mean, you and I have an agreement. I happen to be on the pro-Israel side, and I think what's happening to some of the civilians in Gaza is terrible. I want to see that come to an end.
The rape and the murder and everything, yes.
Well, I don't. Do you have evidence of IDF soldiers raping women?
There's a case with the rape, and that was discussed in the Israel government, I do believe, with some of their official members.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, but yeah. So sure, of course I don't support that.
My second main thing is I struggle to see how Trump is for like the lower class of people. We see like with his tax, I know you've talked about it a bit with this tax cut, and hopefully that comes through and that helps us. However, the tax cuts that push for the top 1% of people compared to him cutting Medicare, Medicaid, and processes that help millions of Americans, I'm failing to see how that's and under the disguise of saying that it's for money, but he's allowing less money.
But like,
come into our
let's go
government.
through the three things that Democrats are going to vote against. No tax on tips. That's a working class thing. No tax on overtime. No tax on Social Security. Those are big. Those three.
And
then-
I'm okay with
Cool.
those.
No,
being
I got
taxes,
that.
yes.
And he's actually proposing a tax hike on the 1%. I don't know if it's going to pass, but he has also he's also suggested closing the carried interest loophole. So there's a little more there than you might always hear on the media.
From my knowledge, though, most of the taxes that he has provided, though, largely favor the top percent over the middle class, though, unless I'm wrong. But to my
No
knowledge,
tax bill has passed.
Yeah, not this term, but especially in his past
His
terms.
first
and stuff that he
term,
said
it was
as well.
largely a middle class tax cut. But yes, you are not totally incorrect. Wealthier people also paid less, which, by the way, I think less taxes for everybody is a good idea.
Well, then may I ask you, what do you think about his cutting Medicare and Medicaid that helped millions of Americans?
That
with
has not
food
happened
and
yet.
Department of Education.
All of this is an ongoing discussion. So, and also, he's not touching Medicare at all. Medicaid is very complicated. There's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of double dipping. So I do think we need to reform Medicaid, because Medicaid is a distinctly different thing than Medicare.
See, I can agree with you on that on the reform part. Sorry. However, hasn't, to my knowledge, he has yet to bring actually a plan of reform. I've talked about it with some of my friends that are Republican as well, and they said, yes, that Medicare has its issues. I completely agree. I think a lot of our government needs reform. However, a big of my issue is he's yet to propose a plan to actually reform it. His main thing is just let's get rid of it, per se. Same with Department of Education.
He's not saying to get rid of Medicaid. That is not correct. But we should get rid of the Department of Education for sure. 100%. That one.
Why?
Yeah, well, since the Department of Education, have education standards and outputs gone up or down?
I believe they've gone. It depends on what standards you're talking about, though.
Everything: reading scores, test scores, literacy, our standing in the world. The Department of Education is the Department of Education Administration. There are 21 million people that work for the government in this country. 11 million of the 20 million work in education. Do you know 7 million of the 11 million are not teachers? They're administrators. They're desk workers. They're paper pushers.
Yes.
This is largely pushed by the Department of Education.
Yeah.
It is the Department of Bureaucracy.
Then why not reform instead of harm people in the process of trying to cut
There
it?
is nothing good the Department of Education does that cannot be sent to other departments.
You're telling me there's not one thing in the entire Department of Education of helping students whatsoever, food
that
costs,
can't
et cetera.
also be sent to other departments. See, that's the key. That's what you don't hear in the media. He's not getting rid of school lunches. He's sending that to the Department of Agriculture. He's not getting rid of student loans. He's sending that to the Department of Treasury.
But will it be handled properly?
Better, way better. What do you think? A education bureaucrat or a sophisticated financial expert at Department of Treasury is better at understanding student loans?
Department of Treasury.
Yeah, so he's actually making it better and more efficient. So you think he's just deleting stuff. In reality, he's making things more efficient and sending them to other departments. Does that make sense?
In a sense, I get that, but at the same time, the main worries are that there's no actual solid concrete plan of hope.
Of course
that
there is.
actually-
You just don't know it.
The entire thing's a big gamble. Same with our economy and the tariffs and everything.
You
It's
think
a big
there's
gamble.
no plan, but you got to dig deeper, man. This administration is far more sophisticated than you think. You think that they're just shooting from the hip and that they're just doing random stuff. These are incredibly talented, smart people that have thought this through, that are very methodical in how they're going about it.
I believe it's Linda McKinnon, Department of Education Secretary.
Linda McMahon.
Linda McMahon.
The WWE great.
But you're saying she's incredibly knowledgeable about
I mean,
this.
she
though.
did run the SBA. She ran the Small Business Administration. That's big. She
Uh-huh.
ran a multi-billion-dollar business. I
But
mean,
then into the Department of Education, which is a different stance, though.
yeah, I mean, who would you rather have run the Department of Ed? Like a teacher who's never run anything, or someone who's run a multi-billion-dollar business? Probably the business operator.
Rather someone with a bit more education into actual education process.
Not really.
I'm
We-
not saying like a teacher,
We've had
but you
former
have to have
teachers.
government
Arnie
knowledge.
Duncan was the head of the Department of Education under Obama, and he was a former teacher.
Mm-hmm.
He was a disaster. Our education department and our education standards in this country are some of the worst on the planet in the industrialized
Mm-hmm.
world. It's largely because we centralize things in DC
Mm-hmm.
that should be sent to the states and sent to parents and sent to families and local areas. And the president's making good on his promise to abolish the Department of Education.
But in countries like in Europe, like Sweden, they have a much higher education level than we do, and they have their government has a much more involved program in the school.
They actually have
system
full
themselves.
school choice in Sweden. Do you know that? Do you know they have full school choice in Sweden? Full school vouchers. You can choose any school of your liking.
But the government also is more involved in their schooling. I
Yes
believe.
and no. We don't have school choice in this country. You guys don't have school choice in Washington. The money doesn't follow the child here in the state of Washington.
Yeah.
You know they don't have overbearing teacher unions in Sweden. So you got to do a little more research on some of this stuff. It sounds good. It feels good. It might be a meme you saw on social media. There's a lot more depth on this stuff. I encourage you to keep doing your research. Thank you for your time. Got to get the next question. Thank you. Again, if you guys disagree, you guys can come to our wonderful team here and they'll work you through the train here.
Hey, I'm from Germany. So So thanks for complimenting on our
Guten
innovation.
Tag.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi.
Deutschland über alles.
No, not quite.
You don't like your country? No?
I love my country and I'm a patriot.
No, I'm kidding.
But just yes, I'm just visiting my in-laws here, so it's awesome to be here today. I think it's great to have open debates for functioning societies, and so it's awesome. I have a question about NATO and the Western Alliance more broadly. And please don't put me in the European box immediately, because I would say that Trump's first term was great as far as foreign policy goes. I think that our Chancellor Merkel did a really bad job with NATO and actually also with domestic policies. But now that we have the Ukraine war and Germany is actually paying more than 2% of their GDP to NATO and many other members as well, Trump is now raising it to 5%, which I think is, like, maybe you call it the art of the deal, but I think it's unreasonable. And the US themselves don't spend 5%, so I don't know quite where he's going. But my main question is about Ukraine, Russia, which you guys like bordered on a little bit. You said like Stephen Witkoff did a great job and he's like been there for 5 hours. He's been there several times now. I mean, they were bargaining also in, I think, Doha with the Secretary of State. Yes. So I don't see how the peace through strength that I actually think Trump did in the first term is working out this time. And my worry is that the second term is going downhill really fast as far as foreign policy goes, because as far as Russia goes, they've so far just answered with further attacks on civilians as well on Palm Sunday, which even Trump called a mistake. And after golfing at
That is true.
Yes, and after golfing at Mar-a-Lago with a European leader, he was at least like softly threatening with further sanctioning the Russian economy, but he hasn't done it so far. And I don't understand why Trump, if he thinks he's a strong leader, after proposing a 30-day ceasefire, which Putin disagreed, then he wanted to narrow it down to just energy infrastructure, which is in his interest, because the Ukrainians have a couple of points where they're actually pretty good. One of them is energy infrastructure. So it was a bad deal, and he already got concessions from the Ukrainian side.
What's the question? Yeah.
Well, the question is, why, if Trump says that he's a strong leader, why is he not getting Putin to agree with him? And why do you see that they are closer to an agreement than they have been during the Biden administration? I don't think Biden did a good job because they had no strategy. But
Biden wasn't even talking to him. I guess, so as a German, let me first comment on the NATO thing. Trump proposing 5% is to try to make good on the many years where Germany was under 2%. So for many years, we paid for NATO, and this is just catching up for that.
Correct.
That's his belief. Fair or unfair, that's his belief. But you can agree, for 30 years, we've paid the lion's share of NATO costs. America has. And I don't hate NATO. I inherently don't think it's a bad idea. I do think we shouldn't have NATO expansion. I think that's been a mistake. But
NATO's expansion as far as Ukraine, or also as far as
Ukraine and
Sweden?
Finland, I think, was a mistake. Finland is very Russian in a lot of ways, and you can even acknowledge
Yes,
that.
but I mean, Russia pushed them into NATO. with
I know, but
invading.
Finland was even neutral in World War II. I mean, like, it was like Finland is a very edge case. You as a European would respect that.
Of course, it's fine.
It's
But
fine.
let's not get into.
I don't want to get into that, but I would
yes.
just ask the question, because this is the most important question. Here's the way that we look at it as Americans. Through door A, we can continue this war. We will give more armaments to Ukraine, and 1 million more people are going to die. For what?
Not helpful. I agree. Yes.
Yeah, and then door B is to try to find some settlement. Do you think we should try door B more than door A?
Absolutely,
Okay,
but
we
I think
agree.
he should put the same type of pressure on both sides.
So what- yeah, fair
because
enough.
right now I think he should just sanction Russia and see where they're going. Because right now
I don't
just
think
push
you're
them
incorrect.
further.
I don't think you're incorrect. Russia thinks they're winning, and they are.
And they are,
So,
but
the question is then, what else can we do to Russia? Because Joe Biden did so much. I mean, they dumped their dollar bills from their reserves. I mean, there's very little that we can continue to do to Russia
I think
outside
you
of
could-
supplying more weapons.
yeah, but like for example, supplying more weapons. Like there's like so.
That's a no-go for us.
But why can't you supply more weapons as long as Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire? I'm great,
Because
and I think
we have a
ceasefire would
different
be
view of the war than Biden. We don't think it's primarily America's responsibility to hold up Ukraine.
Okay, I agree with
So
that.
we just
but
have a
now-
different philosophy.
Okay, that's fine. But like you bordered on the horrible withdrawal from Kabul. I think that no matter what Biden did, like this is what Trump inherited. So that's how democracies work. So he can't do anything about what his predecessor did. Now he's in this place. And I think that if you just drop out and after saying in 24 hours, I'll solve this war, and not getting it fixed and just saying we'll stop being active there at all, I think that will have major ramifications for all the other
Let me ask you, though.
foreign policy.
Let me find where I think we disagree. Do you think we should grow closer to Russia or further away from them diplomatically?
Well, I think you can grow closer to them, but I think you should definitely not grow closer to them as long as they're still fighting civilians and as long as they still keep the war up. Because I think
the bombing that Russia did is morally indefensible. I
yes,
agree.
but so like they are talking, and especially JD Vance. So, a quick question:
I like
do you
JD a
think,
lot.
Do you think that Trump and JD Vance are in alignment as far as their foreign policy?
Yes.
100%.
I mean, they're not the same carbon copy person, but JD serves at the pleasure of the president. I'm sure JD is more a little bit more cautious than the president is at times.
Yes, he's less of an interventionist,
Correct.
and I think that, to be honest, I think that Trump is a pragmatist, and JD Vance is much more ideological about this whole thing, which you saw a little bit with the Houthi attack, like with the Signal Gate, where apparently he did not want to do the same thing as Trump did, and I just don't see how this is in any way in America's interest.
How do you think,
if you're perceived as a weak partner to negotiate with, because so far,
So your opinion-
the Europeans are definitely thinking, and I think many more other countries as well, that Putin is playing with Trump, and I don't think Trump should be played with.
It's a tough situation. I got it. Thank you for that. And I can tell you're coming from a good perspective. The difficulty is that even bringing the Russians to the table has taken a lot of concessions because of how far apart this was at the beginning. And now I don't think it would be unreasonable for Trump to be able to use other non-military measures to try to remind Putin that he can't just bomb civilians and we're actually trying to end this war.
I agree.
Where we as America firsters come, though, we want to see this war ended. And we want this war machine to not be sending more armaments and missiles to a foreign country where a lot of people are going to continually unnecessarily die. And the problem is that as a European, this is much more close to home than it is for us, right?
Yes, absolutely. So I agree with you mostly. I just don't know. Would you also like to have a normalization of the relationships to Russia,
Yes,
even
big
if they continue the war?
It's contingent. That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, because I think if you do that, and that's my main point about NATO, I understand that the states say we want to focus on the Indo-Pacific because that's way more important to you guys than Europe, which I understand.
And for Germany too. I have to say,
agree.
I think China's a bigger threat to Germany than Russia. I really do. I know you might disagree, but
Well, I agree as far as like infrastructure goes. I don't agree as far as the conventional.
Fine.
Yes.
Ground war.
But I agree with you. But I think that what Trump is doing right now is first of all pushing the Europeans more towards China. This is more like as far as the trade stuff goes.
That's an unintended consequence. You're probably right.
Yes, but I also think that you're pushing Russia further to China because I think so. I think that Putin right now thinks
It's too
he
early.
gets away
Too
with
early to
anything.
tell. Too early to tell. So
Well,
you might,
but why do you think that? Why do you see goodwill in Putin? Like he could have agreed to that 30-day ceasefire, no problem. It was more to
I'm not
his
even saying I
interest.
see goodwill in Putin. I'm willing to give peace a chance because that has not been tried. And here's the most frustrating thing. We had a peace deal on the table a week into the war in Istanbul, Turkey, and Tony Blinken and Boris Johnson blew it up.
I agree.
And I know. And there would have been less land for Putin, and it would have been no lives lost. And so this whole thing is so maddening. I trust the president to try to find a resolution here. And as a European, I think you're making very substantive good points. We just have a very different perspective. Why? We've spent $250 billion, right?
Which you might get back with the mineral deal, but we'll see.
Yeah, but also we've been invaded on our southern border while we did that. So it kind of plays into this idea that our leaders care about the foreign and not the immediate. And not to, insult your country, but there has been...
Please don't.
No, I'm just saying, for like 20 or 30 years, the Europeans have been a little asleep at the wheel.
Yes.
They've said, America will protect us. We can pay money for other stuff.
Yes, but now
that is changing.
But now we are leveling up.
Fine, but-
we just passed the $1 billion debt deal.
I know,
to
but you and I
increase-
both know Germany does not have a military industrial base.
No, but this
you
is
guys
my
can-
thing. You should have Europe, as far as the economical power on your side, to be able to fight China. Because if you don't have the leverage of saying Europe is on our side in the Indo-Pacific, I think that'll have a major backlash.
That's
even
a
though
smart point. I'm
we
not
don't
even,
have
I'm not
tanks or
even disagreeing with that. I want to give President Trump opportunity to end this war. And I'll just repeat this. You have to give him a little more credit, in my opinion, in your calculus of how hard it's been to even get Putin to talk. because this was an icy
No,
relationship.
I agree with that.
No, I know. I just
think
want you to
that he
factor
should,
that
I
in.
just think he should pressure them and
Fair enough.
finally put sanctions on.
Got it.
Can I ask one more question
Yes.
about tariffs?
Very quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is like a little bit related because I think you can't quite separate tariffs and foreign policy and other wars. So do you think that Trump is going to get a lot of good deals in the next 90 days?
Oh yeah, the deals are already happening. Yes.
Which ones?
Japan, South Korea. He tweeted out today, or Truth, or whatever. You know, Vietnam is coming down the pike. And by good deals, we mean more American products sold in these countries.
Yes, I think that's a little bit one-sided because you guys have the great advantage to like export services all over.
Hold on,
the place.
Germany has a lot of it. Don't, no. You guys have BMW and Mercedes
Yes,
and
but-
Volkswagen and Bar,
Well, Trump was
Bear
asked-
and
Trump was
Hugo
asked who's-
Boss and Lufthansa.
I agree,
You
but-
guys have some really good companies.
BMW,
so.
you mentioned BMW.
Yeah,
They
Bavarian
export
Motor
a
Works.
lot from here.
No, that is true. But
That-
if they're made here, it's tariff free.
Yes, but I'm
period.
just
It's
yes.
zero tariff. But
Okay.
BMW, to your credit, BMW makes a ton of product in America.
Yes, and last question.
But can I ask a question?
Yes.
How many Ford Explorers do you see in Germany?
None, but they're also a little too wide because our streets
Oh,
are
okay,
narrow.
yeah.
So
you
there's issues
Germans
with that.
like your little skinny cars on the Autobahn, right?
Okay, last
Let me
question.
ask you a funnier question. Do you see any Teslas?
Yes, we do. Now with stickers, I bought this before Elon went
Oh,
crazy.
really? In Germany? Yeah.
Yes. Anyway, one question about
Yeah,
Elon Musk. So do you agree that it would be a good idea, which he put forth when he was in Italy, I think 2 weeks ago, to have a free trade zone between America and the EU?
Potentially, only if the EU makes a big promise on an LNG.
I think they would be totally willing to.
That's
because
the
we're-
condition.
Yeah.
If Europe is going to be able to use America as their sole energy source, I think it's a good idea. And if Germany will drop its tariffs on our imported goods.
I think they're willing to.
Okay,
and
then-
I think
then that should be the
I
goal.
think Trump should have a good relationship with Merz, and they should stop supporting
But there's one last thing. Europe has to stop this crackdown on free speech. And
Yes,
you-
but look,
Hold on, hold
JD,
on.
JD Vance's speech was good, the first third, but he takes like one instance
No,
from
it's
Britain.
not one instance, my friend. No, in Germany, there are hundreds of instances where they are knocking on doors and arresting people for hate speech violations
But the
because they're
thing
racist.
with the abortion clinic would have never happened in Germany, and Britain has a far
This is
left
not even an
government.
abortion clinic. This is for racist
No,
speech
but I'm
online.
saying what JD Vance quoted in his speech at the Munich Security
Got it. I know.
Conference.
I gotta get
where
to the
I
next
also
question,
think
but
he should have talked about
we will
security.
only. I think Europe needs to become a much better protector of freedom of speech than it currently is.
I agree with
and,
that, but I don't think you should put all the European countries in one box.
Germany's pretty bad.
I think you are wrong about that.
All right.
You
I'm
should
coming to
have good
Germany in
merchants.
May. I hope to see you
All right.
there.
Thanks for talking.
Thank
to
you
me.
very much. Hello.
Hi, Charlie. How you doing?
Good.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk to you about Elon Musk. So I just had like a hypothetical question. So if Elon Musk was 3 inches inside of you and you were 3 inches inside of Trump, which way are you moving?
You guys waited so far in line, and I got that question yesterday. Next
What?
question. Thank you.
I missed.
He thought that was funny.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you. Okay. Fist length. Hi, Mr. Kirk. My name is Hudson. I wanted to ask, how is cutting U.S. foreign aid beneficial to the United States?
Well, more money for us. And also not funding countries that hate us, primarily, some of which. We should not be the world's piggy bank.
Well, I feel like soft power is very beneficial as against like providing weapons. It's a very good foreign policy tactic over just
sounds
strong
good.
army.
Has it worked?
I don't. Has it worked?
The last 20 years, has soft power across the world, been, which is a neoconservative talking point, has that been good for America and good for the world?
I feel if we could prevent the death of even a small number of people, it's beneficial. Giving HIV vaccines, any other vaccines is very beneficial. It can prevent the COVID 2024, 2026 if it was to happen in Africa. I think just stopping another COVID and then another stock market fall would be very beneficial.
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with USAID money, but
It has everything to do with it. Don't we give a ton of money to Africa for vaccinations with USAID?
well, that's very little. That's a very little portion of it. But most of the money are just blank checks to their governments. They're just here, go spend the money. I mean, in Iraq, we spent $20 million on, a Sesame Street equivalent in Iraq. I mean, the stuff is so
Sesame
ridiculous.
Street, the Ring Road?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the Sesame Street, like the
Yeah, the
Yeah,
cartoon.
I know what you're talking about.
So I mean, look, I asked the question: has it worked? The last 20 years did soft power work in Libya? Did soft power work in Venezuela? Did soft power work in Somalia? Did soft power work in Iraq? Did it work in Syria? Did it work in Yemen? Like, did it work in Ukraine? Ukraine's a great example of USAID money. We've pumped tens of billions of dollars into Ukraine. Hasn't really worked. So this idea that like we as the continent,
I don't agree with your argument because
well then show me an
Ukraine is-
example where it's worked.
Well, Ukraine is still standing. And
Barely.
everyone-
I mean, Ukraine's a destabilized, corrupt country where oligarchs have fleeced their citizens for 30 years because of U.S. taxpayers. 20 years.
Well, I can imagine there's quite a bit of corruption in Ukraine
Yeah,
and
quite a
Russia. Corruption can be a part of a system. However, I think without the United States, Ukraine would have fell quite quick without the amount of money given.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I don't think Vladimir Putin would have invaded if we didn't say Ukraine was going to go to NATO, which we said multiple times. We largely provoked Vladimir Putin's evil invasion of Ukraine. It was largely provoked by us.
By us?
Yes.
Aren't we quite powerful?
Yes, and we shouldn't have provoked it, is what I'm saying. We should have grown closer to Russia, not further away from it.
I think Russia's always been a pretty bad faith ally throughout history. I think history.
Okay. I mean, well, we did work with them to defeat the Nazis, right? So
Yeah, and then immediately after that, they were the enemy for 50 years. And
even though, and the question is whether should happen. Thank you for your time. I got to get to this question.
Thank you.
Who wants hats, everybody? Let's do some. That was a lot of them. Okay, yes.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Caden, and I was wondering, how do you feel? Yeah.
Quiet down, guys. Oh, yeah. All the way in the back. We'll throw one. I'll get one back. Let me see if I can get. That's pretty good. Yep.
How would you feel about a legal or federal, all-wide federal legalization of marijuana?
Yeah. I have the most unpopular opinion on weed.
Okay.
I don't think it should be legalized.
Okay.
Yeah.
So earlier, you stated. Oh, okay. So, would you like to be taught by somebody that
taught?
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to be taught by somebody that that smokes marijuana?
No.
Earlier, you said that Joe Rogan would be a better alternative to listen to, if I believe you said 50 hours. That it would be a better alternative to most of these college teachers here.
Again, he ain't doing the teaching, man. He's doing the asking.
Well, you just said he would be a good person to learn from.
His podcast for sure. Yeah, and by the way, for the record, Joe Rogan does a lot harder drugs than marijuana.
Well,
okay,
that's what I'm saying.
He does psychedelics. He does LSD. He does mushrooms. He does all sorts of crazy stuff.
Well, this is going on YouTube, so I didn't know.
You what?
This is going on YouTube, so I didn't know what I could say.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, but I think it's a fun point that you're making.
Yeah, but what's your reasoning for marijuana not being?
I mean, okay, so I guess let's first just ask. Let's just go through what we were promised. We were promised that when weed was going to get legalized, less kids were going to use it. Do you agree? That was a talking point.
I mean,
are less kids doing marijuana? More kids are doing marijuana. Number one. Number two, we were told like, hey, this is going to prevent them from doing other drugs, and all drug overdoses are going to go down. Are all drug overdoses going down? No, they've been going up dramatically last couple of years. Number three, they're like, hey, if we legalize weed, it's going to weaken the cartels. Cartels are stronger and richer than ever. They just went to harder drugs and trafficking human beings. Fourth, which I think is an important point, which is, do you want to try to get drug usage up, or do you want to try to get drug usage down? And I'm like, some people say up, like, fine. I don't actually want to live in a hyper-medicated, substance-addicted society. Personally, I see what it's done to my home state of Arizona. It has brought in more crime. It's brought in more homelessness. It's brought in a lot of kids that got unnecessarily addicted to these substances. And so, yeah, I mean, look, I think for all those reasons, we should not rush to try to make more things that are illegal legal, which is different than alcohol, which is currently legal to make it illegal. But again, if we want to talk about alcohol is really bad for you too. Like, way too many people drink. People are very violent when they drink. There's a lot of domestic abuse. So
how come alcohol is able to be legal though, when weed's not, when like the effects of alcohol make somebody
more
like, violent?
Can we agree alcohol should be illegal?
Yeah, but you know, they tried that and it didn't work out.
No,
very
it
well.
actually worked pretty well. You should all study prohibition. It actually worked pretty well. Violence, crime went down. Like there was a lot just happened, and a lot of people
There was
wanted.
actually a bunch of like uprisings in a bunch of like cities.
Yeah, there were
where-
uprisings. Fine. It's like I guess people need to be able to medicate themselves. That's fine, I guess. But is that going to make us super competitive against China? Is like more kids doing dope and more kids doing weed? It's a lot. By the way, it makes you a lot more paranoid, a lot more anxious than people realize. I actually just did a podcast with Bill Maher yesterday where he was smoking weed the entire time. It's like secondhand inhaling this crap.
How was it?
Awful, actually. And look, again, if you privately want to do it in your own home, I guess you have a right to do it. But we are trending towards a society that is promoting and elevating series of substances that do not make you hyperproductive. You know what Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson and myself all have in common? We don't drink alcohol. We don't do any drugs. The most hyperproductive people that I find that are actually able to achieve stuff are not the ones that are like, doing LSD or smoking dope. Like, I guess Joe Rogan is an exception to that. But like, I'll just be honest, guys, you're being sold a bill of goods if you think it's good for you.
Well, it's not necessarily like something that's like I would be taking for medication. Like, I mean, not me personally, because I don't have, some sort of disease or like injury to where I would need to take that. But it's just sort of like a fun recreational thing for people. to do.
Has it made
People
the
like
state
to
of
play.
Washington a better place to live?
I wasn't old enough during.
No, that's fine. I mean,
when I
again, I've
realized,
seen
so-
states that were once really great, and I don't think weed has made it a better place to live. I just don't. You can say there's other factors. Of course, there's other factors, but
I don't think weed has actually had like that drastic of an impact. It like hasn't.
I mean, again, more kids are doing it. We have more
People
hospitalizations. We have more 13, 14-year-olds that are doing edibles. We have more people. By the way, it makes you very paranoid, and you can get a lot. It screws with your brain in a way that
if you're
people.
doing excess, yeah, or everything in moderation. but,
Again, the right amount of
drink a bunch
weed
of
is none, and the right amount of drinking is none.
Yeah.
You don't need to go through life medicated all the time. It's actually pretty awesome being sober.
Well, also saying not all the time, but
Yeah,
in
again,
moderation.
I'm of the standard that we treat our society way too much like infants, and as if you need to always have a substance in your body where you can actually be really successful being sober.
Okay. Well,
So,
all right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
You have a great day.
Yes, we'll give him a hat. Let me see if I can get.
Thank you.
There you go. Hey, I almost got on his head. Yes, sir. Also, if you guys disagree, you guys can get work through the line here. Yeah.
Just want to thank you for coming out here and answering all these questions to start off. My biggest problem with Donald Trump is I feel like throughout his political career, he's built it around just degrading, belittling, and insulting anybody who disagrees with him. I strongly believe that a house divided against itself cannot stand, and I think his approach to politics in the United States is making us more divided, and I think in the long term, we will see repercussions for that.
Okay, what's the question?
Well, whether or not you agree with that assessment of
No,
that
I
situation.
don't. We won the election. So, I mean, like, what is the relevant question, though?
Well, the relevant question is, do you think that that approach to politics and where the stigma is right now is going to be dire in
No, I
years
think it's
coming?
somewhat of a miscategorization. I mean, are there things that he says that I wouldn't say? Is there a style that he employs that I don't employ? You see how I do things. It's not always like that.
Right.
But can you acknowledge he also keeps his promises? That's pretty good, right?
Well, I mean, not necessarily all his property. The war was supposed to end on day one. The war didn't end on day one.
I mean, again, there is some political bravado to some of this stuff, but the border is secure, right?
Well, it's more secure now.
No,
Yes.
it's totally secure. We have literally nobody coming across the southern border. I mean, so he in the first term he kept promise after promise after promise after promise, and so I guess what would you prefer? Someone like Donald Trump that has a style you don't like, or someone like George W. Bush that has a style you like and was a terrible, awful, lying president?
Well, it's less of, I mean, the style is going to turn into big demonstrations that we see across the country where it becomes vulgar and it becomes difficult to work with one another. I mean, if you look at kind of, I mean, you can pick January 6th or you can pick riots on the left side.
You saw this kid that got punched by a professor here for wearing a Trump hat?
No. But
it's the other side doing it. We're not doing that.
But it's both sides. Well, okay, January 6th is an example of that happening.
Okay, how about
on the right,
something
but
within the
also-
last 3
No,
years?
but
Anything within the last 3 years?
within the last 3
You
years.
can't name a single example
of
right-wing violence in the last 3 years.
I mean,
We're incredibly peaceful. No, seriously, you can't name an example. But I can name Tesla dealerships being burned, death threats every day against Tulsi Gabbard and President Trump. Oh, I don't know, President Trump getting shot on the 13th of July in Butler, Pennsylvania. So I just find it to be just a little bit like outrageous that, like, well, it's Donald Trump dividing the country. I know that he got shot. I know that they want to kill him. And I know that he's been keeping promises. I know that the left is, trying to murder us in the streets and punching our students in the face. And I understand that they're hunting everybody with a Trump supporting hat down, but it's somehow Trump's. I mean, come on.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I think what you're confused
what
about.
Are you saying?
That's what I'm about to say. What I think you're confused about is I'm not saying that I'm in support of what's happening on the left. I think the kid that got punched out in front of the coup, awful situation. I think burning down Teslas, creating violence on the left side, I think that's an awful thing to do. I do agree with that. But I think that Donald Trump, and I mean the president of the United States, ultimately has some form of a responsibility to try to unite people. And I think that the stigma on both sides is just rising up. And I think that's as a result of the leader we have now. And also the final point, just on January 6th, just because January 6th happened 4 years ago opposed to 3 doesn't make it any less significant, this conversation.
Again, 90% of the people there did nothing violent. They walked into the Capitol. They said a prayer. They didn't touch a police officer. They didn't do anything with the windows. And if we want to talk about violence,
They did something with the windows.
again, less than 10, again, like there were like maybe 50 people that were violent there, and over 2,000 people got arrested or convicted, the largest manhunt in federal government history. But again, while we're talking about, I don't know, mass violence and all this, like, do you remember the summer of 2020 where actually like material violent crime went up across the country? I know that you're not saying it's good.
I don't agree with that.
But I know, but it's just like, what exactly is your issue with Trump? He says mean things.
Well, I mean, yeah, to some extent.
I mean, come on, man. You're more mature than that. It's ridiculous.
No, but to some extent, what the thing is yeah, you can dumb it down to he says mean things, but he antagonizes the other side so far to the point.
Come on,
where, like,
how?
No, but it's how.
Yes, how?
Anybody who disagrees.
The guy,
with him,
they shot him. Oh, he's antagonizing them.
That's
They
not
try
what
to
I'm
put him
saying.
in jail for 700 years. Oh, he's
That's not what I'm
antagonizing
saying.
them.
I'm not. That's not what I'm
No,
saying.
no.
I'm
Show me
saying prior to
examples.
that
Tell me
point.
exactly how Trump is antagonizing the other
I mean,
side.
well, it's not just the other side; it's Republicans as well.
Show
I
me.
mean,
No.
he gives
Come on. Where are your
insults out.
examples?
Okay, well, I mean, from the Republican side, just as a specific instance, at a 2015 Iowa forum with John
That's
McCain.
10 years ago, man.
But he was 60 some odd years old 10 years ago.
This
Does
is
that
an
mean that we can
outrageous
just
claim. I mean,
disregard
can you name anything within the last decade?
that Donald Trump has done to divide
Well, I mean,
the
like,
country?
seriously, it's like, oh, he's antagonizing. Well, there was a thing in 2015 at an Iowa.
Okay, well, just take the debate then against Kamala Harris, a fear-mongering example where he's talking about illegal immigrants coming over and eating the cats and dogs.
Well, how does that antagonize the other side?
Because it creates a situation where it seems like what's going on is worse than it actually is. It's offensive to a lot of illegal immigrants that look at that.
Oh, it's offensive to the people that broke into our country. I'm sorry, leave. You broke into America. I'm sorry that we're offending you. I'm so sorry. You broke into our country and that you're here illegally. Did I offend you? Oh, you don't eat dogs? Okay, then go back to Mexico. Sorry.
I meant to say legal immigrants. I apologize.
No, it's fine. But I mean, at some point, like, you got to admit, man, like, you're going to like nitpick on things that Trump have said when he is up an existential force that is trying to destroy this country as we know it, that is trying to debase everything we care about. Joe Biden let 10 million people into this country with no idea who they were. How is that not high treason?
I agree with you on the Biden administration's approach with the border was not the best, but then you can also point to when they really sat down and was like, okay, we need to make a bipartisan bill that's going to be able to...
We didn't need the bill, though. That's the thing. It was a scam. He closed the border in 10 days. So you're believing the media propaganda. Biden never needed a bill. It was a ploy. Donald Trump did it with no bill in literally a week.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, yeah.
So then why did we need a bill?
Well, what I'm saying is that he tried to take strides to secure the border more, and Donald Trump.
That's a bunch of crap.
No, it's not. In the summer before the election, he pushed forward some policy working with Republicans that would secure the border. Donald Trump called him up and he said, "Listen, this is not going to be good for our election. Kill it."
That's not. Again, you believe so much of the media lies. In the bill, it would have allowed 5,000 people a day to come across the border. Do you know that was in the bill? And it turns out none of that bill was necessary because Trump just closed it on day one. Again, we didn't need a bill. We needed a new president. So I'm not even sure what to make of all this, except for the fact that, like, you instead should be coming up and be like, you know what? I'm so glad that we have President Trump fighting for us every single day, not nitpicking something he said 10 years ago at an Iowa forum. I reject the entire premise. I do.
All right.
I do. And
that's fair.
And
I'm sure you do.
So judge him for what he does and how he does it, which is every single day deliver on the promises for the American people.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you very much. Got to get this question.
Thank you very much.
You. I'll try to throw one there. Any disagreements, guys, we can work through here. Yes. Yes, sir.
Hello there, Charlie Kirk. My name is Braden Lamb, and I just wanted to ask one good question. Why should rapists benefit from spreading their genes into the gene pool?
Well, I don't think they should, but I think that human life deserves to be protected.
I agree.
It's not a reward for rapists. It's a universal human equality.
However, I don't think while the child morally should not be punished, the rapist benefits automatically from having the child spreading their genes in the gene pool.
Okay.
Now, I say this because as a pre-med student, I have to keep an open mind about other people's beliefs. And this is one of the things I would have to do in pre-med is consider someone who believes in abortion versus my own standard beliefs. I believe that if someone is raped and they have a child by that rapist, that abortion should be an option, but it should not be the first answer. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree. That's a fair opinion. Yeah, I mean, you have a right to that opinion, sure.
All right. Do you have any other thoughts on that, or is that about it?
That's about it. I think we've discussed that topic thoroughly today.
I have thoughts so as well. I just want to see that one tidbit.
Thanks.
You mind if I
hat?
have a
Yes,
white
sir.
hat for my sister?
Yes, sir. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlie
Yes, next
Kirk.
question.
Okay. Good afternoon. You touched on this earlier, but I wanted to go in deeper. I think all drugs should be legalized. I think you should go into like a Walmart or any convenience store and buy anything you want.
Okay. So how's that work in San Francisco?
Well, I think that's a different issue. That's out of the scope. I think drug usage is someone's choice. I think legalizing drugs is different. Than
So you
drug
think we
usage.
should be able to walk into Costco and get heroin?
Yeah.
Tell us more why you think that's a good idea.
I'm a libertarian, and I think we should just have access to anything I'd like anything that a man can create and cultivate. Why shouldn't I be able to?
Should you be able to have access to a thermonuclear bomb?
No, I think that's a bit
anything
extreme,
man
but-
created. Yeah.
I think that's a bit extreme, but
Okay. How about a howitzer?
I'm not familiar with that.
It's like a cannon.
Okay.
How about a rocket launcher?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's like things
No,
of
these-
mass destruction, though. And I
Heroin is a drug of mass destruction, man.
yeah, I knew you were gonna go. I knew you were gonna go with that.
Yeah.
but
So no, but prove your
I
point.
think,
How about this? Do you think fentanyl should be sold easily and openly in Walmart?
Yeah, I do. I'm a believer that there should be free markets, and I think also the legalization of drugs would solve a lot of problems, right? Like
where has that ever worked? Portugal tried it and reversed it.
I'm not sure. I don't know all about this, but I think Amsterdam's a good.
No, I wouldn't say that's a good example.
A good example. But I can't control what people do. I can't control what they do with their lives.
That's not true. You absolutely see the law is a teacher. That's not correct. When you make something illegal, it's harder to get, and usage rates go down. They don't disappear, but they go down. If all of a sudden you can get a Big Mac with a side of fentanyl, that's bad. That's dangerous. That's wrong. Because the law is a teacher.
But that's your choice, and we're taxing people on like sugar and alcohol. I think that's also an overreach. I just think,
but
the government's overreaching by legalizing.
You're far too absolutist in what you think is a choice. You believe in license. I believe in liberty. Liberty is the ability to do things that elevate, that grow, that prosper the human spirit. License to be able to do whatever dirty thing. Do you think prostitution should be legal?
I haven't really thought about it, but I don't really like prostitution in that.
But it's just two consenting adults. It's their choice, right?
Yeah, I guess like from a libertarian perspective, which I dabble with, I guess, yeah, they'd probably think that's right. But morally, I don't think that's.
Do you like to spend time in cities where drugs are easily traded? Like, do you think Seattle is safe to go to downtown Seattle?
Okay.
Do you like spending time in downtown Seattle?
Yeah, I had an internship there, and the city's beautiful, and there's a lot of things to do. But
it was beautiful.
But I think, but again, that's their choice. I'm not, and I feel like we're infringing on people's just choice to do things. And you know what I mean?
No. Because you have to end up living in a society. You have to end up living in a culture. You have to walk your kids, hopefully, through a park to not have to avoid hypodermic needles. You have to.
But
I want to be.
That's drug usage again. I'm just talking about legalizing drugs.
No, I got it. You understand? There's a correlation when you legalize it, drug usage goes up.
Yeah, I do. I understand that. I don't know. I think it's a
And
lot
then-
safer. There wouldn't be as many overdoses. There wouldn't be fentanyl, and you could actually like.
There is zero evidence to this whatsoever, as exhibited by marijuana. Marijuana usage rates have gone up since we've legalized it. Therefore, if we legalize fentanyl, we legalize cocaine, drug use rates will go up. We should make it harder, not easier, to get substance that can kill yourself. By the way, how many people in rural Washington are overdosing from fentanyl? A lot. I'm sure a lot of you guys know friends that have overdosed from drugs in this part of the world.
But that's on spike drugs. Like if I were to buy cocaine and it's spiked with fentanyl,
No. You can overdose from cocaine. You absolutely can.
I know you can, but
on non-spiked cocaine, you can overdose from cocaine. You actually can. It's very possible. I know they tell you, oh, it's just fine. It just gives you a little bit of a high.
Yeah.
You could non-spiked drug. Almost every drug you can overdose on except marijuana that is non-spiked. Also heroin. Are you kidding me? I mean, LSD. Not exactly good for you.
I think there's benefits and cons. There's pros and cons to everything. But one thing I watched the Aaron Rodgers documentary on DMT, and I think that was very eye-opening and how that experience can benefit others. Like this guy, this alcoholic, went and did that experience, and now he doesn't drink. That's anecdotal, but
okay. I just encourage you to live out your own philosophy. You should have to go live in cities that don't treat that basically where all drugs are legal, like Portland and Seattle.
I
and San
don't
Francisco.
think open I agree with you. I think you should be able to do it in private. I don't think open drug use should be right. And I think it should be, but it's not being enforced, right? So why should we let our cities be ransacked but not legalize it and make it safer and make it regulated?
There is no safe fentanyl. There is no safe heroin. It doesn't exist.
But pure heroin. And if you sold it in a store, it would be safe, right?
Again, not only can you still overdose, let's just talk the more moral. What an ugly society that would be if heroin is considered to be something commercialized. All of a sudden, you're going to see heroin commercials. You're like, oh yeah, you think that your day is bad? It's okay. Go get a little bit of heroin at the local Walgreens. We laugh, but that's where we're headed. That's the society.
That's not where we're headed. You can keep living your life and living by your values.
The law is a teacher. The law should reflect morality.
Okay.
Definitionally. So, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Can I get a hat?
Yes. I'll sign it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yes. Other questions that disagree? Go to the front. Yes. Go ahead.
Got it. Okay. All right, Charlie, you had done a show on your or a segment on your show about Governor Tim Walz. You know, it was funny, it was cute. He was looking at the excuse me. It was looking at his podcast appearance with Gavin Newsom. He said he wanted to get into a fight. It was just goofy jesting. And you know, you showed a video of him trying to shoot a shotgun. It didn't work out well, but I just figured
he didn't know how to load a shotgun.
There you go. So my point is, though, I figured as a political commentator, you would prefer to have a substantive discussion about the economic policies that he has passed. And I have some listed here. Forgive me, the list is a little long, but it has price tags on what it would be estimated to cost to implement these policies in the United States. And I just would like to get your opinion on a few of them. Free breakfast and lunch for kids, making sure that children can eat in school.
That's not what it
$20 billion per year.
Bad idea.
Legalizing marijuana. I've gotten your opinion on that. That's a net savings of $8 billion per year. Carbon-free electricity by 2050.
Terrible.
$41 billion per year. We have 12 weeks paid family sick leave costing $45 billion.
Wait, is this what he did in Minnesota or what do you
That's correct. It's what he
okay.
did in Minnesota. And these costs are the projected costs of what it would cost to implement these things.
Keep working through the list, and then I have a question.
Okay. So banning gay deconversion therapy, a savings of $9 billion.
It's an attack on freedom of speech. How does that save $9 billion? You got to explain that one. So banning freedom.
Having the deconversion therapy.
No. Explain. No.
centers.
Don't just read off the piece. Explain to me. Use your reason. How banning therapy saves $9 billion.
Okay. Let's go through the rest of the list. I'll come back to that point as well.
Okay.
Now I still have a few more. Red flag laws. If someone says
I'm against.
that if they want to shoot up a school, then the government has the right to confiscate that person's
That is
guns.
not what a red flag law is, for the
Okay.
record. A red flag law is that somebody, like a spouse who's in a dispute, could wrongfully accuse their husband, who's a veteran, oh, he's violent or whatever, even though he isn't, and his rights get taken away. Or even worse, a husband can say it against his wife, and she's not able to protect herself. Red flag laws are not that. And by the way, if someone says they're going to shoot up a school, they're going to get arrested. They're not going to have their guns taken away.
This has happened in the past, and they have.
Yeah, you know
not
who's
been
friends with
arrested.
school shooters? Tim Walz is friends with school shooters. That's
Everyone
what he
brings
literally.
up that point, but let's
Yeah,
go
they
again,
bring up that
economic
point because
policy.
that's what he said.
So
He's like, I'm friends with school shooters.
the
That's
total
really
cost
creepy and weird.
Of all of these are
You hear that? That's weird.
$161 billion per year. Now, if it comes to
How does a red flag law save $61 billion
No,
a year in
red-
Minnesota? What is
No,
the GDP in
it's
Minnesota
not in
like?
the Minnesota cost. I'm saying that these costs added up for the entire United States to implement them 161 billion per year on average, right? There's some wiggle room there.
How would
and now
a red flag law
President
save you
Trump-
$161 billion
No,
a year?
everything collectively.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes,
got it.
everything collectively saves
Still, I don't believe it.
161. And everyone, I implore you, if you are in favor of those policies, please look up the price tags. But beyond that, President Trump has expressed the desire to increase the military budget, not keep it the same, but increase it from $850 billion to $1 trillion. That cost right there could fund all of these policies. And, the Pentagon has failed 7 audits in a row now, not counting for 60% of the money that it spends.
I agree.
And so why can you justify an increase in spending to this agency?
I don't support more money for the Pentagon, but that's fine. That's President Trump's position, not mine. But just one very simple question. If Tim Walz was such a good governor, why is Minnesota losing population?
I mean, I know his net favorability rating is positive.
No, but if all this is so good, why are people net leaving Minnesota and going to other states? They're not flocking to Minnesota.
I fail to see if there's a direct correlation.
Of course there is. People vote with their feet. They go to Florida. They go to Texas. They go to Arizona. They go to states that are rational and sane and that don't have tampons in boys' bathrooms.
I would think that a lot of the people in this crowd would be in favor of just tampons being more readily accessible.
In boys' bathrooms.
As far as I understand it, that point has been disproven.
It's not disproven. He's
That
tampon
he
Tim for a
wants-
reason. They're in boys' bathrooms.
Now, again,
But they're here on campus, I think, in boys' bathrooms too. Yeah. So he's just not disproven. It's the liberal way. But no, you got to explain to me how, like, the gay conversion therapy, how that saves $9 billion a year. Like, what is that all about? That just sounds fake.
Well, there's the cost of maintaining his facilities, right? There's paying the employers who work at them. And
They're not funded by the government. These are private churches that do counseling. So how would like banning freedom of speech save $9 billion a year? It's on your list. It's like totally fake.
Even if that point is disregarded, what
How
about
does a red
everything else?
flag law save you money?
Less than $1 billion. Now,
But
again,
how? I mean, like, this is just like a fake list you put together. There's like no, it's
any
like,
of the policies can be searched with minimal research to find
No, I'm
price
not
tags.
doubting that the policies exist. I don't understand how you could say they save money.
Some of them, only 2 out of that list. Now, everything else has a cost associated with it, right? And what I'm saying is that these things are within our spending abilities to implement. And if you don't agree with the policies, I mean, that's fine. Things like legalizing marijuana, for instance, popularity-wise, polls 60
Yes,
to
and it
70%.
costs states more than anything else. It costs more in hospital room visits, costs more in police. It has cost Colorado.
There are costs. There are costs, but there are net savings. It's as in whatever money is generated, whatever revenue is produced, will outweigh those costs.
That has not borne it out. So do you think you're a big Tim Walz fan? I can tell.
Based on his policies, yes.
Okay, great.
And and as far as paying for them, I think the question that people usually mock in return to these ideas is how do we pay for it? How can we possibly pay for these things?
Actually, not a single one of those are good ideas that should happen.
12 weeks paid family leave?
Not by the government, no.
By who?
The employer. In fact, you know what? Turning
But they're
Point
not
USA.
incentivized.
Hold on. No, that's not true. We have 1,500 employees. We give 3 months full paid leave at Turning Point USA. And we are a micron of the size of Microsoft or NVIDIA.
And everyone applauds because that's the correct policy, right? That's the correct choice. So to have this available for other companies, that should be a net positive. And with the cost that associated with it, it's within our capabilities to spend it. It's a policy choice not to spend for it, which is what I disagree with.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Are they still yammering over there? Jeez.
Can I move this? Thank you.
They're welcome to come up to the mic too, but
Okay.
they won't because they'll lose and they know it. Yes.
Okay. So I wasn't going to come up here, but I heard someone talking about how abortions are important because it takes rape babies out of the population. And I just wanted to say that by saying that, they are wanting to take out very important people. 4 years ago, I was raped by my father, and I chose not to have an abortion, and this is what came out of it.
I'm very sorry that happened to you. That is incest and rape. And tell us your little one's name.
This is Jonah.
And Jonah's a miracle from God,
He is.
but it was a terrible thing that happened to you. What is your message to people that say babies conceived in rape are not human beings?
They are absolutely human beings. They are made individually by God, and they can do some very important things. I believe that he'll grow up and he'll help people, and based on all of our experiences, we can try and keep them from doing the same thing that their parents did.
Praise God. Jonah is alive because of your courage. And you turned something evil into something good. So God bless you, and thank you so much. Hi, Jonah. You want a hat, Jonah? God bless you. Thank you. Give it up for Jonah and them. That's really great, everybody.
All right, so I kind of have two questions at once. How do you support the Second Amendment on concealed carry and be anti-abortion? Because it's still taking a life. If you shoot someone in self-defense, you still took a life.
Okay, well, first of all, it's self-defense. Secondly, you know guns are used for other things.
Yeah, so that's why I say I have
And
two
an ownership,
questions.
less than 1% of any gun owner will actually ever use their guns on another human being.
Right, that's why I say I have two questions, because I'm actually extremely pro Second Amendment, more than you, to the extent I believe that the main fighting force in America should be in the hands of the citizens, not in the government. So when the Founding Fathers wrote the Second Amendment, they didn't immediately go make an organized military. They left the guns in the hands of the people, and they just beat the British with personally owned firearms. And so if you can afford it, I think you should be able to have a tank sitting in your garage.
How about a thermonuclear weapon?
I would say not nuclear.
Why? How about, come on, man, people are the military. Why not nuclear weapons?
Because if you had it, so it was all in your, as the citizens that had the weapons, we wouldn't get into.
The citizens do have the weapons. That's first where you're wrong. Who's in charge of the military?
I guess that's a good point.
Yeah, we have a citizen-led military in this country. We do not have a military-led military. That's a distinction that is not always mentioned. The head of the military is a democratically elected individual by the people. Donald Trump never served in the military, yet he's in charge of the armed forces. Pete Hegseth, civilian. The people in charge, in fact, you can't serve to be head of the Department of Defense as a former general without a waiver from Congress. We have a civilian military. We do not have a separate military branch that there's permanently as a junta.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking, because if it was all citizen, like
it is. That's the point. The commander-in-chief is a citizen by us. We do not have generals that just assume control of the U.S. government. It doesn't work that way. We're not Syria. We're not Libya. So your whole premise is wrong. We have a civilian-led military.
I guess I hadn't thought of that way. So, I guess you answered my question. Thank you.
You for being honest.
Can I have a hat?
Yes, thank you. And I want to just elaborate on that. It's a very important distinction, everybody, that our military, we have a joint chiefs that can only advise on it. We do not have a permanent military class that is technically calling shots.
All right, what's up, Charlie, right?
Yes, I think I've met you before. Maybe I'm wrong. No,
I don't think so. I don't come to these types of things. But so a lot of liberal people say that Trump is authoritarian and different than any other president, right? And you disagree with that. So I was wondering, what's the smallest thing that Trump could do that would, be different and authoritarian, and a warning bell in your sign that it's undemocratic, Like, is it running for a third term? What is it?
So you want me to answer a hypothetical?
I want you to make a stance right now that you're saying, I'm never going to take this back. If any president does it, not just Trump, if Joe Biden did it, then it would be, and it can't be, something like, if they took out all the Republicans.
If Donald Trump did what Biden did, which was trying to use the Justice Department to imprison someone that he was running up against, I would speak out against that.
Okay.
When Joe Biden used the Department of Justice to try to put Donald Trump in prison for 700 years, that's the thing that dictatorships are made of. And no one spoke out against it in the media. We acted as if this was normal. Okay, Trump's just going to go to jail for 700 years because he's running for office. Regardless of who's president, you should not lock up the dissident leader. If Bernie Sanders runs for president, we shouldn't try to put him in jail. If AOC runs for president, we shouldn't try to put her in jail. It's bad for the country.
Yeah, so like lock up crooked Hillary, that's like, yeah, like, I get it now. If you say lock up crooked Hillary, then that's like, trying to imprison your dissident, someone who's going against you.
Yeah, well, she lost, actually.
Yeah,
So-
okay, so if you win, then it's okay.
Well, no, actually, we didn't control the Justice Department at the time. You following?
yeah.
Right? Who was president in 2016?
Yeah, it was
Obama.
it was
Yes, when we said lock her up, that was a chant trying to say that someone who broke the law should be held accountable. There was no Justice Department that we controlled. It was Obama. Instead, you have to do you think it was wrong that Trump was hunted down by Biden's Department of Justice for 4 years? Can you disavow that?
Can you say that Joe Biden himself ordered all of that?
Yeah, it was Merrick Garland, who's his attorney general. It's his government. It wasn't like a separate branch of government. So can you say that was wrong? That is dictator stuff. That is third world stuff. Can you say that? Yes or no? Can you say that that was wrong?
Come on, man. I heard that. Well, I hope you all have a good night.
No, was it wrong that they tried to put Donald Trump in federal prison for hundreds of years?
I think that they had genuine concerns. That's my point.
So you're a defender of a dictatorship. Here you come up, be like, oh, what can you say about Donald Trump being an authoritarian? You're a defender of authoritarian practices. So the hallmark characteristic of an authoritarian government is we are going to put the person who is not in political power while we hold political power in jail. They're doing it to Bolsonaro right now in Brazil. Even Putin does it to dissidents in Russia. They do it in China. And yet you won't even say, this is wrong. This is weird. This is not good.
So Joe Biden's a dictator.
Of course he was. Okay. He had authoritarian tendencies in this regard. His entire government did. To say that we're going to lock up the guy that's about to become president, we're going to use the justice system as a way to cheat, that's stuff of the third world. And we should agree that's wrong, right?
Okay, I will say one more thing. I think that saying, the president beforehand was a dictator is not going to be good for the future health of this country because we voted for him.
What is incorrect with what I'm saying? Is it not a hallmark characteristic of third world dictatorships to use the system of criminal justice to put those people in jail? We march in the streets against Putin when he does it.
And Joe Biden is the same as Putin, yeah?
In that regard, absolutely. Yes, in that regard, actually, yes.
All right, Liddy, I hope you have a great night. I mean that sincerely. I do not think...
So you will not condemn Joe Biden or anyone for trying to put Trump in jail?
I don't think that Trump or Joe Biden has done anything for me as a U.S. citizen to see them as a dictator.
Okay, fine.
And I think that political separation is because of...
Yeah, okay. We'll say that in the mic, Coward. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I think that political separation is because you make your money off of your organization, which says Trump, Trump, Trump.
Okay, then
I love you. Have a good night, everyone.
Can you answer one more question?
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, exactly. Yeah, you don't have to keep that. Okay.
Get him to him.
Can you agree that it is
no problem, man.
It
no
is
problem.
wrong to put your political opponents in jail?
I believe it is wrong, and we saw that right before he got elected, that they said turn it all off. I think that we should have had a much deeper investigation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Yeah. Who wants a hat, everybody?
All right, I had a question about, I'm Tyler, by the way. I had a question. My girlfriend and I have differing political beliefs. We voted differently. We're both Christians. We have a lot of the same beliefs about how humans should be treated, abortion, that type of thing. But identity politics a little bit, not liking candidates based on their personality versus their policy kind of divided us. Also prioritization of policies. So she's a little more foreign helping. And I think we should be more focused domestically right now with the damage we've, taken on the last 4 years. So how should we handle our relationship when we have a lot of the same values but differing political beliefs?
It's a really good question. So would you say that even outside of Trump, would you still largely agree on politics or no?
I think so. There's a little bit, I think that kind of plays into the identity piece. She tends to think that Trump's anti-immigrant, where I say he's anti-illegal immigrant.
Outside of Trump, do you think that she would vote more Republican than Democrat?
I don't think so, just based off of the foreign aid piece.
Do you want the truth?
Yeah.
Do not marry this girl.
Okay.
Do not marry someone that you cannot talk about the daily news with. You guys can laugh at it. Do not build a life with somebody where you cannot agree on what daily news channel to watch. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, we can talk about it. And we agree that, a lot of the mainstreams on both sides.
You have to agree on it. I'm telling you right now, as someone who is married, when you have to instill values in a child, you cannot have the first elemental issue at 7 a.m. when you turn on the radio or a podcast to be disagreement. You got enough of that already in a home.
Yeah.
You need to have harmony.
Can I ask you specific issues? We agree on abortion.
Good.
We've talked about immigration, and I've said, Trump's not anti-immigrant, he's anti-illegal immigrant, and we need to protect our own citizens. And we do need to bring in people from other countries, but only when we can actually give them opportunities. And we agree on that type of thing. So what would be dividing beliefs?
Well, I asked what was the revealing? I asked, would she vote more Republican than Democrat? And you said, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said, not really.
Yeah.
And again, I'm only saying, build a life with someone where you have agreement on the macro issues. You can have disagreement on the micro issues. You need to agree on religion. You need to agree on eternity. You need to agree on political matters. You could disagree on what type of food you like. That's micro. You could disagree on bedtime, right? You could disagree on the type of cars or where you vacation. That is micro. Macro, you must be in alignment. And understand, let's just take, for example, you're raising a child. And she's like, hey, you take the son in the morning and then he'll be with the mom. Is that kid going to hear two different things? A house divided can't stand. And so that's the point, is that there must be harmony, because if all of a sudden, for example, your wife will be like, well, Trump is XYZ, and you say, well, no, he's actually this. At some point, it's like they'll look and they'll say, well, there's disunity there. So I'm a big believer in macro agreement. I'm not trying to rock your world here, but do not try to change your girlfriend or your future fiance or wife politically. Does not work.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
This would actually be a good segue. So I was going to come here to Wazoo. I go to Spokane Falls Community College. I didn't want to live the party life, the college frat life, and I didn't want to be influenced by liberal universities. I wanted to kind of just work and go to school. And I think a big piece of her political beliefs, I hear her, she has an open mind to what I say, and she starts to agree with things. I think a lot of her life has been influenced by having two liberal parents, and then now she's in school.
Do not marry this girl. You do not want liberal in-laws. You do not want this. I'm telling you, run away, find somebody else. In-laws are very important. I'm telling you right now, as someone who's married with two kids, in-laws become embedded. You almost inherit them as pseudo-parents. And if all of a sudden you're going to be like, oh, here's Thanksgiving, here's Christmas. You should be excited about Thanksgiving. You should be excited about it, not begrudging against it. And so if you want warfare in the family, because here's the sad truth. You want the more blunt truth?
Why not?
Does she have a good relationship with her dad?
Yeah.
She'll side with him over you. Every time.
Yeah. And
she will leak to her parents against you if all of a sudden she feels as if the politics is going under the marriage. Her first love is her dad. And if she has a good relationship with her dad and she feels as if that you're bringing bad ideology in there, I'm sure your mind is turning a little bit because you might have seen some examples of this. She will go back to the liberal parents against you and you'll be on an island.
Yeah. And I say she has an open mind. I don't want to put her under the stereotypical liberal. And
I'm not saying that.
I will say it's
parents matter though.
Yeah. But with her dad, I'll just give you this anecdote. her dad knows how I voted, and and he's a pretty strong advocate against Trump. He hasn't ever brought it up to me. We've had a good relationship, and she has called out her dad for not having enough of an open mind, and she says that I'm torn between you two, and I think you should be less hateful.
I know. I'm telling you though, tie goes to the runner, which means tie goes to the biology, and because it's unfair for her to choose which one or the other one. You might think like I'm generalizing. This comes from over 10 years of seeing and doing this, that political agreement is a necessary foundational element when you want to try to build a family.
Got it.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
You got a lot to pray about and wrestle with. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. I love my in-laws. My in-laws are great. They're all MAGA.
All right, so that green shirt guy from a little while back got me thinking, how in your mind can someone be a dictator when they willfully gave up their office?
I mean, you can act like a dictator. And I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know he was president, right? I mean, so for him, he might still think he didn't sign any documents. I mean, this guy's a joke, right? I mean, and by the way, dictators give up power a lot. Bashar al-Assad willingly gave up power in Syria. That's a bad example.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, a dictator implies that there's assumed power there that they have absolute control over.
Not necessarily. Again, what I was saying is that, let me be even more clear. Yep. When you use the legal apparatus to go after your political opponent, that is acting like a dictator.
In what way?
Because there's a dissident, Donald Trump, that's about to encroach on your power, and you're cheating. You are using what should be impartial justice as a way to favor, as a way to give yourself an advantage.
So how was the justice impartial when the warrants used to search his Mar-a-Lago mansion were in fact issued by an impartial, neutral judge?
Okay, search warrants are very different than indictments, but we shouldn't be searching Trump's residence in the first place. Former presidents should be off limits, period. Unless they're doing something, I don't know, like flying to Epstein's Island, then you actually don't get anything wrong that happens to you. So it's like, the point being is that we shouldn't be going after former presidents.
Well, can former presidents not engage in corruption then?
Of course they are, but we didn't go after Bill Clinton on the Clinton Crime Initiative for this exact example. It sets a bad precedent.
Well,
we didn't go after Bill Clinton for Epstein Island for this reason, because it sets a bad precedent.
Shouldn't we set a good precedent, though, by going after the former presidents who are in fact corrupt?
No, actually, because almost every president is corrupt, and we as a country have never done this before. We basically say these are largely off limits because it will be so divisive and destructive. People want to know why the country's so divided. They tried to put Donald Trump in prison for half a century. What does that do to the country? It's an insult to all of us. As if, oh, you guys are going to have a voice. So sorry, we're going to go lock him up in prison. It doesn't take a lot of schooling to know that that's cheating. That's unfair. That is not playing by the rules.
Well, to be fair, right? Like, it's not necessarily not playing by the rules, because it wasn't Biden himself that issued that order. It was a Biden appointed
his
judge.
person. No. It was Merrick Garland that orchestrated the whole thing. And Merrick Garland reported to who? To Joe Biden.
Yeah, but they still have their own unique opinions and ideas.
Merrick
People
Garland
aren't-
cannot do something that's not in harmony with the president, period.
Well, no, that's not true, because judges are supposed to be impartial.
Not judges. DOJ. He's the Attorney General of the United States.
But that's still like that's someone who's supposed to be impartial. And
No.
assuming,
The AG is not impartial. That's not true. The
Well-
AG is the top law enforcement officer of a president. The president can order cases to be dropped, increased, decreased.
that's the thing, is the Department of Justice can't have an opinion on a case, but the president can stop the case, right? Like, the president has power to put things to an end, but he doesn't have the power to start
Yes,
things
he does.
within the DOJ.
Yes, he does. You're wrong. He just did that with Miles Taylor. That's not correct. The president, the full authority over the Attorney General's office. DOJ is completely under the authority of the President of the United States. It's not its own branch. It's not. But by the way, tell me, what branch of government is it then? What article of the Constitution?
The
DOJ
judicial
under?
branch.
No, it's not actually.
Yeah,
it's
the
in Article.
Department of Justice.
Dude, you understand? The DOJ is in Article 2. Okay, the judicial branch is in Article 3. How many articles of the Constitution are there?
Hell if I remember. Dude.
Yes, 7. Right, exactly. So the judicial branch is Supreme Court, District Court, Circuit Court. The Department of Justice is the law enforcement of the second article, the executive branch. That is why the president appoints the head of the Department of Justice.
But that's the thing, though, is justice is blind, right? Justice is supposed to be neutral. So in a department that's supposed to be neutral, to adequately distribute justice to people who deserve it, right? Is it not wrong to try and press charges on a former president, and then if it comes out that they're innocent, then it's just all said and done? I mean, Trump's trial didn't like get him put in prison for the rest of his life, like
because the trial never actually came to fruition. Again, I don't even know what we're debating here. It's hard to kind of take what you're saying seriously because you don't even know the branches of government, to be honest. So like it's like, let me just make this as simple as possible. They tried to prevent Trump from being president by putting him in a prison cell. That is wrong and it should never happen again. Thank you very much. Let's get to the next question.
Awesome. Yeah. Hi, Charlie.
Great. Come on the line.
So I got this little pin from TPUSA. It says freedom of speech, not censorship of speech. And I guess my question for you is, how is that consistent with what Donald Trump's been doing, threatening to remove certain press organizations from the White House press room?
I mean, they're still able to speak, right? He didn't prevent them from being able to publish articles. Being in the press room is a privilege, not a right. Can you and I get in the press room?
No.
Why?
Because we aren't working for CNN.
Okay,
or
no.
AP.
CNN has special rights that we don't have? What rights does CNN have that we don't have?
If it's a major news network,
a
it's
major
Fox, NBC.
What is, no, hold on, that's not correct. The president has full authority to decide who gets into the White House or not. You do not have a right to go to the White House. You do not have a natural right. You have a right to publish what you want on your website. The president didn't sign an executive order telling the AP that they can't write what they want to write. He's saying that if you're going to behave in a certain way, you're not allowed on White House grounds.
Sure, but he's restricting their access.
So that's not restricting speech.
So you think that that it should be okay to restrict access?
Yeah, of course. If you act in a certain way, if you act like a jerk, you leak stories, you're belligerent, you're aggressive, you have lost the right to go on White House grounds, period.
And do you think that Fox News was doing that to Biden, but he didn't kick them out of the White House?
Okay.
So I guess, like, why do you think, what should the grounds be for getting kicked out of the White House?
Breitbart, he kicked out OAN, he kicked out Real America's Voice. What are the grounds? Every president can determine it. It is at the sole duty of the president. It would be one thing if President Trump signed an executive order saying, CNN, you can't say this. That would be a violation of freedom of speech. It's very simple. It's access. Access to the White House is a privilege, not a right. You have to apply for it. To get on White House grounds, you have to behave a certain way. You have to hopefully dress a certain way. You have to be with a certain honorable understanding that you don't run the White House. You cover the White House. And if you act like a jerk, you might get kicked out of the White House.
So what do you think the Associated Press has been doing wrong to get kicked out of the White House?
In that specific instance, they decided to not use official government terminology, which was the Gulf of America.
Right. The official terminology that just got changed.
That's how it works.
Well, personally, I think that if you are a major press organization, you should be allowed to have
Just so
that
we're clear,
access.
Joe Biden used billions of dollars to fund actual censorship of Americans' rights to speak. The Joe Biden White House went after anybody who questioned the efficacy of the COVID vaccine. Joe Biden, personal White House, went out to Twitter and Facebook trying to silence anyone for saying that. Thank you for your time. I got to get to the next question. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Let me just get my girls 1 sec. I'm talking.
How many people we got here?
We're 3, but they're
Okay.
they're just my entourage.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Don't worry about that. Girl, get the middle. Thank you.
Be more respectful. Come on.
Oh, they're my girls. I'm always respectful. Anyways, I have a big quick question is about private colleges. Why should they be able to bend to the rules of Donald Trump when they get to decide their curriculum? I know I started off with my college. Oh, sorry about that. I started my college career in a private university on Lacey, like St. Martin's, and they're a big Catholic university where they get to decide their own curriculum, their own way of teaching, and especially it was religious. And so now Harvard is being struck with a bunch of deals where they're not allowed, they're being withheld $2 billion worth of research funds, or was it 200 million? I'm sorry if I'm 2 billion, right? Thank you, sorry. But they're a private university. Why should they bend to the knee? Because they're private. I get why public universities, because we're funded by the government, but why should private universities bow to the knee of the president?
Well, first of all, private universities receive a lot of government money too, through federal student loans called FAFSA, right? So
Yeah.
FAFSA is all federal student loans. Secondly, that's taxpayer money that is being sent to Harvard, $2 billion. Thirdly, Harvard has a $50 billion endowment. They can pay for their own research. We don't need to be financing research at Harvard when they're sitting on a $50 billion cash pile.
Okay. But at the same time, it is like a private university. Like, even with if it's like Catholic or not Catholic, because I know Harvard's not like a religious school, right?
Well, it used to be, but not
It used
anymore.
to be, not anymore. Like I went to a fully religious Catholic college.
But I bet they still took federal money. You use
little
FAFSA?
bit. No, we use WA FAFSA.
Yeah, FAFSA.
Yeah, WestFA.
Okay, yeah, again, FAFSA. Yeah, so that's federal money.
Yeah.
So the idea of a private school is actually a very questionable idea.
But why can't we teach different ideologies at different times? I'm not combating like, whatever your ideology or whatever behind me's ideology
That's
is.
fine. Harvard can do it at once. We as taxpayers don't have to finance it. That's the question.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't have to finance it. But why is there going to be so much backlash behind it? Why do we must combat them? If they want to teach their way, so be it. There is such a problem with people constantly combative. Can't we just have a problem where we can disagree and then
What was your question? Is anyone following this? I'm not. Yeah.
No. Girl, I was expedited. I'm just trying.
It's all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I get a hat?
Okay, sure. You're very polite. Thank you.
Oh,
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you, Entourage. All right, what we got here? We'll go about 15, 20 minutes, then we'll give out all these hats. How about that, everybody, huh? And we'll sign some stuff. Yeah.
Hi. I have a loaded question for you about gun control, unintended. I know that you are anti-gun control for some of the previous comments that you've made, including one of the Nashville comments that you wrote a little while ago, you were interviewed on. I personally think that gun control should be a bit more restricted and tight because of a personal experience that one of my siblings had at their school where somebody brought a gun to their school and nobody was shot and they were able to get the kid off the premises and my siblings were okay. But it was really scary thinking about the fact that I was over here and they were over there and I couldn't do anything about that and that it even happened at all. And I'm not super well versed in gun politics, but I've recently taken an interest in it because of that incident. I just want to know what your opinions are on that.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry that happened to your family. So do you think, and it's not a trick question, do you think gun ownership is a privilege or a right?
I think it is a privilege.
That's where we disagree. So I think it's a right for people to be able to defend themselves with a firearm. And so because of that, I tend to favor looser gun restrictions.
I think it's a privilege because having a gun means you're able to easily take a life, even if it is in self-defense. And with that it is a responsibility. Things that are a responsibility are, for me, inherently a privilege to have.
Okay, yeah, so we just disagree. We think that it's a right for the American people to be able to arm themselves in some, let's just say, some understandable capacity, and that would be the ownership of firearms.
Okay, so do you think that the current laws that are restricting gun control are good enough?
Well, it depends on what state and what context. I would actually think we need less gun laws, not more in certain areas.
How so? Which areas are you referring to?
Chicago and Washington. I can't imagine. It's probably pretty hard to own a gun in Washington, right? So I guess, and if I can ask, where did that incident happen?
Vancouver, Washington, actually.
Okay. So that is southwestern Washington, right across the border of Portland, right?
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah. Great, beautiful spot. So if I could ask, so Washington has very strict gun laws. So does Oregon. That didn't prevent that kid from getting the gun or bringing it to school, right?
I suppose not, no.
So it's something to think about, right?
Yeah, it is.
No, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm saying that at times gun control does not work the way that you hope it works. I do not want to see people that should be in mental institutions own weapons. The problem is that it is an overly used distinction where there's a lot of great veterans that get wrongly diagnosed with PTSD and their Second Amendment rights get taken away from them. And finally, I'll say is that I think you as a woman should be able to have an equalizer, which is a gun, to be able to defend yourself against someone that might wish harm to you. So
I do agree with that aspect. Good. I also think that this kind of relates a little bit to private citizenship for like military use and gun use, because I think that from what I know, I don't know a lot, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, that their regulations for gun ownership is different than just owning one as a normal citizen.
What state or what country?
In America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Private military-owned corporations that hire civilians with gun rights. Sorry, that's a really long.
Yeah, I don't know actually. So you're asking, I'm not sure. So
Private corporations that hire. They're not called mercenaries. They're more like security guards or. With guns.
yeah, I mean, look,
it's kind of hard to
you,
word it.
you can get your hands on some pretty sophisticated weaponry here in this country. But I got to get to the next question. Thank
Okay,
you for that.
okay.
I encourage you to read a book. It's called Gun Saves Lives.
Okay.
All right. You promise me? All right. Thank you. Here's your hat. Yes, you get a red one. Thank you very much. Want me to sign it? I'll sign it. God bless you. Thank you for your question. Thank you. We'll do a couple more. Yes.
Thank you very much for letting me come up here to speak today. Much appreciated.
Were you the one that was yelling?
Yes,
Okay.
that was me. I was hoping. I'm not technically a student, but I do know a lot of the student body, talk politics with them discreetly on my personal time. And I do want to bring up an important topic, which I think is worth debating. But before I do that, I'd like to start out with talking about the rugby team. Sounds like we got a fundraiser coming up here shortly. I'd like to pledge the first $100 to that rugby team fundraiser. And in addition to that, to the rugby team, I will be reaching out to you. Please pay attention. If the rugby team is willing to let me host this event, I'd like to host your fundraiser this week to get you your funds for the event.
And we're matching it 50.
Yes, and I'll make sure that anything's included.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
But I will reach out to you. I'm going to throw a big party. You're all going to be invited as long as you're willing to support the rugby team. Fall for them. If they're willing to work with me on that, they'll do an announcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anyone with the rugby team, I'll talk to you
We're
soon.
running out of time. What's the
Thank
question?
My biggest concern, honestly, is in my country, since I've been paying attention over 20 years now, the biggest problem with why I see so much division in the country and the world is based on the fact that our Western traditions, both secular and religious, have accepted and tolerated lies, mostly from our intelligence agencies. And, obviously, Jesus, if you're going from a religious preference, Jesus was very apparent on lying and that he is the truth. And that on the secular side, with liars, there is no truth that can really be figured out. My main problem is our intelligence agencies have been known to lie for us, especially our domestic CIA, but also more on what I think the debate topic should be today is the fact that we are deeply allied with Mossad, an intelligence agency that is very, very specifically, their strategic intelligence focus is war by deception. And to me, that is the most anti-Western motto that we could ever be allied with, to the point where I do expect, like most lies do, will rot the core of this country out, as is already done with the division that we see on a daily presidential cycle or daily, weekly presidential cycle. My debate
What's
for
the
you
question, man? You got it. Yeah.
Yeah. My question is, will you denounce Mossad's tactic of deception by war?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, we use a lot of deception in World War II, didn't we? I mean, for example, I'll give one of hundreds of examples I could give. Do you know we deceived the Nazis thinking that we were going to invade at a different choke point on Normandy Beach? We deceived the Nazis. Was that wrong to do that? You know, we did inflatable tanks on the southeastern coast of England, which threw off the Nazis. That was deception, and we won the war.
I understand there's deception in tactics.
Okay, fair enough. So educate me on what you're talking about.
But deception in mission statement, value, and purpose is a completely different strategic level. That is a curse on
I don't know
anyone
enough
that
about
falls
it.
for those lies.
I don't know enough about it. Is that the mission statement of Mossad?
That is the motto of Mossad.
Okay, I didn't know that. So what is the question then?
My question is, will you denounce if
I'd have to learn more
you're
about it.
allowed
I mean,
to validate, obviously, I don't like pushing people on facts they can't see.
Yep.
But do you denounce that the purpose of an intelligence agency should be deception, or by deception as a
the
primary
purpose should be to protect your people, which I think that's what the purpose of Mossad is, but I could be incorrect.
Now, unfortunately, I don't believe that is the purpose because I see so much deception. If we look here, it's hard for people to even decide the truth on the matter of the conflicts over there, but also the truth on the matter domestically, to the point where we're fighting and having to kick people out of our campuses.
Got it. I got to get to the next question, but I'll look into that. Thank you very much.
And I look forward to raising a bunch of funds.
Let's do it. Let's get that rugby team to DC. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to say God bless you, Charlie, and God bless everybody that you have out here working with you. I've seen them all with smiles on their faces the entire time, not a frowning crowd.
Give it up for the Turning Point team. They do a great job, don't they?
And then secondly, my father, he is a hydraulic fracker, and knowing that Elon Musk is one of the biggest supporters and suppliers of electric cars and electricity, why should we trust him in the government when we know that those kind of mines do way more damage to the earth and with fumes?
Yeah, I mean, look, President Trump is the president, not Elon Musk, and we are expanding our energy capacity, and we're drill, baby, drill all the way, and we're using our LNG, and so your dad is going to have a lot of work on his hands being in a hydraulic fracturing. So thank you, man. I appreciate it.
And then if it's not too pushy, would it be okay if I got a hat and you sign it for my little brother?
Yeah,
He's
fine.
over in the military.
Absolutely.
right now.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Yes.
it.
This will probably be the last question. We might go one or two more. Last question, yeah.
Hello, Charlie. I'm a University of Idaho student. My name's Ian. Shout out. Go Vandals. So my question was, do you think that the Trump administration, I should say, not complying with Judge Boasberg's orders is okay?
It's on the edge whether or not they're not complying. I mean, can he control foreign aircraft? Let's be clear, though. Biden ignored the Supreme Court on the student loans. Harvard has ignored the Supreme Court on affirmative action.
I disagree with that Biden. I think that Biden issued the order and then the Supreme Court overturned it.
He ignored it at another juncture. But what exactly is Trump ignoring? The fact that Boasberg
told him to ground the planes.
He has
and
no
turn around the
jurisdiction
ones
over that. So it's a different than
disagree.
ignoring.
He's a federal judge. He totally has.
No, he only has jurisdiction. That's an important distinction. He only has jurisdiction when what's happening in his district. That's what this nationwide injunction craze is probably unconstitutional. District court judges, in our opinion, are this new phenomenon where, so let's just take, for example, let's say that someone was suing at the University of Idaho. Whatever district court judge was in charge of that, he could do an injunction only for Idaho. This whole idea that now the injunction can be across the entire country is insane, including in charge of
international waters. So then
judges
who,
don't
who do you
control.
think would control that? So if the planes were to be turned around, and even if
Judges
you
don't
disagree,
have
who
any
would have the
jurisdiction.
authority?
They don't have.
So no one has any jurisdiction.
Only the commander-in-chief has authority over planes once they leave American land. Period. They do not. Judges do not have jurisdiction over American foreign policy, ever
At all.
No.
They have no. So you
think
don't
about
believe-
it, though. I want you to
That's-
think deeply about it. How does a judge have the ability to get in the war of warplanes?
Yeah.
No,
Absolutely.
No, of course
it's the,
not.
It's the separation of
No,
powers.
no,
You
no,
have
no, no,
three
no.
different branches of government.
First of all, this is not a Supreme Court justice. That's important.
Okay, but the Supreme Court does not have oversight to be able to rein in everything that the
No,
Trump
they do. That's the
administration
point.
does.
That's the point. Is that this guy
When
doesn't
they issue
either.
as many executive orders.
But
as
I want
they
you to
do,
think about what you just said. Does a judge have the ability to dictate foreign policy?
I don't think they have the ability to dictate it, but
Or
I think
interfere with it?
I think they do have the.
Show me an
ability to
example where that
interfere
has
with it.
happened ever.
What do you mean?
In fact, the opposite. The courts have said
I mean,
themselves.
Judge Boasberg's order would be.
No, exactly. That's the first time. It's.
I wouldn't say that's the first.
Show. Maybe I'm wrong, but show me an example where a judge has stepped up, and where all of a sudden has been able to interfere with a treaty process, with deportation. The idea that a judge can stop a foreign policy measure is not grounded.
Well, if it's unconstitutional, I think it is absolutely grounded.
Yeah, this will get hiked up to the Supreme Court for sure.
I hope.
Yeah, and I think we're going to win big league.
I disagree, but thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Folks, we're in a spiritual battle. Right now, all across the globe, our Christian brothers and sisters are being targeted because they stand firm in their faith in Jesus Christ. God's word calls us to remember them. We've got to stand with those heroes of the faith. In the powerful book, When Faith is Forbidden, Todd Nettleton and the Voice of the Martyrs bring you 40 gripping true stories of believers who said yes to Christ, even when it costs them everything, freedom, family, and even their lives. As a special gift to my listeners, you can get a free copy. Just head on over to vom.org/Charlie or click on the link below.
Hi, what's up, Charlie? My name is Roderick. And so for over 10 plus years, I identified as a gay man, and then I gave my life to Jesus and left the LGBTQ plus community. And my question to you is, what is your response to those who say that conservatives and God hates everyone in the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I think it'd actually be better for you to respond to that because you've received it and you're no longer of that. Here's the true but more provocative answer: that your identity should not be in your sexual proclivity. It should actually be your identity is much greater than just what you do in the bedroom. Being gay is a behavior more than anything else, and you, I guess, are evidence. And I'd love to hear your story that you could stop acting on that behavior. So tell the audience more about. You would identify as gay and as not. Tell us about that path and that journey, because I'm told that can never happen.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people tell me that you are what you feel. You are your attractions. You know, you're quote unquote born with it. You know, there's just many reasons why you have same-sex attraction that will never leave you, and that is who you will always be. And I believe that lie for almost 10 plus years of my life. I slept with men many times, watched a lot of porn, dwelt in a lot of sexual sin, and just gave my body up because that's what I thought love was. And that's what I thought it looked like until I met Jesus. And he helped me to see that I was never meant to identify as a gay man, but I was always meant to be a son of his, and have a new identity and a new life in him. And I walked away from that lifestyle for over 5+ years now, and I have never looked back because Jesus is way better than the sexuality that I was partaking in.
Praise God. Are you happier and more joyful that you're no longer participating in a homosexual lifestyle?
Oh, 100%. Like before I met Jesus, I was filled with so much depression, anxiety. I wanted to kill myself multiple days of the week, but Jesus came and healed all the brokenness inside of me. And I love being a son of his rather than identifying as a gay man.
Well, and so to answer your question, there is not hatred. There is still what we have as conservatives and Christians is a simple understanding that God has a certain sexual ethic that we should try to abide by. Everybody has temptations that you have. They have proclivities that you have. Some people are more likely to gamble. Some people are more likely to be compulsive liars. You don't have to act on those temptations. I am curious though, so in your own sexuality right now, do you still feel attracted to men? And I'm asking because just because you feel an attraction doesn't mean you need to act on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so yes, I would say that I still do have attractions towards men. It's not as much as it used to be 5 years ago, but I've learned that it's not really about whether or not I have attractions towards men still. It's more so about whether I have a relationship with Jesus, which I do, and that relationship with him far exceeds any attractions that I acted on in the past. And my life with him is so much better. And just because you become a Christian, leaving the LGBTQ plus community, that doesn't mean that your same-sex attractions will go away, but it does mean that you will have a God who loves you, who will walk with you, and who will give you eternal life through him.
And let me just say one other thing, very important thing. We want people to be free from sin because sin means suffering. And then when you are captive to sin, for example, I, like many men in this audience, struggled with pornography, 10 years ago, whatever, getting through that. We all have something we struggle with. You should never affirm the struggle. You should try to break free of the struggle, and only Christ Jesus is able to do that. Thank you so much for your time today.
Can I get
Thank
a
you.
hat?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. All right. Hello, Mr. Kirk. My name is Alex. A question I had for you: the Trump administration recently has been initiating deportation proceedings against lawfully present immigrants for what is clearly constitutionally protected speech. Do you think that that's consistent with our Constitution and our values as Americans?
Got it. So I wasn't sure what. So there's like 5 cases that you could have went with, but I'm guessing you're talking about Mahmoud Khalil and the students, right?
Mahmoud Khalil is one case, but recently student visas have been revoked at this campus and at the University of Michigan.
I'm glad they're revoked here. So yes, of course it's consistent with the Constitution because they're not U.S. citizens. They're visitors. So as a visitor, you have to be a visitor on our terms. And if you break that compact, you are returned back to your country of origin. A student visa is a conditional invitation. We're going to see who you are, how you act, and how you behave. And if you behave in a way that the government deems to be unsatisfactory, of course you're going to be returned back to your country of origin.
What I would say to that, one, the Supreme Court and our Constitution is very clear that constitutional rights apply to everyone within the United States' jurisdiction.
To a limited extent. For example, you're correct. For example, if a student on Michigan State campus has a student visa and they get charged with a crime, they get due process. You are correct. They get Fifth Amendment rights. But can they own a gun?
I think restrictions on their ownership of
They
firearms
cannot. Can they
is
vote?
constitutional. They cannot vote.
So there
But-
are restrictions on rights for visitors. So to an extent, you are correct, but it is not the same rights that we as U.S. citizens are granted. Does that make sense? There
That-
are limitations on those rights.
That makes sense, particularly in the exercise of political rights, like voting, which
For
is
sure.
an exercise of
But
political power.
second to that is also political advocacy. As a visitor, you do not have unlimited free speech rights. You don't. They are conditional to you being expelled. And the specific act that you're talking about says that if the government deems the speech of the individual to be contrary to U.S. foreign policy interests, which I think advocating for Hamas is against the U.S. foreign policy interest, then we can send you back to your country of origin. Now, you would have a case if we were all of a sudden deporting or imprisoning U.S. citizens. I would be right there with you saying that you can support Hamas all you want as a U.S. citizen. You have a right to do that. But if you're a visitor, you're here on a trial basis. Your tryout is going. We're looking at how you're behaving. And if we look as if that it's inconsistent with how we want people to assimilate to this country, then you go back to Libya or Syria or wherever you're from.
I'd like to make 2 points in response to that. First, the Supreme Court at least suggested in a case called Kleindienst versus Mandel in the 1950s that the First Amendment does apply to immigrants, to people who are not citizens, and that they do receive First Amendment protections. But second, I want you to think about the kind of country we live in. If the Secretary of State can deport any non-citizen they want for their speech, you would have police and ICE going up to people at protests on campuses, including protests you might agree with, and asking people for their papers. I think that that's completely inconsistent with the values you've talked about of freedom of speech. And I think that's not the kind of country that most people would want to live in.
It's a fair point. I have a different perspective. Do you think there should be any, let's just push your contention to the largest possible logical extreme. Should we be able to have any reason to deport a student who here's on visa?
Yes, absolutely.
What would that mean? By what criteria would it be? Probably like committing a crime, right?
If they commit a crime,
Fair
if they committed a visa application fraud,
Great.
there's many reasons
So
that you can deport people.
So let's like wind the clock back a little bit to maybe World War II. And let's say that a student, this is a hypothetical, so it's not a great one. Let's actually do more recent. Let's say during the Iraq-Afghanistan war, okay? Where we were in a bitter battle against Al-Qaeda right after 9/11. I don't think we ever should have invaded Iraq for the record, but that's a separate issue. Let's say a student was here on a student visa from Afghanistan saying that they support Al-Qaeda. Is that worthy of deportation? President Trump makes healthcare affordable again. His 2017 executive order expanded access to truly affordable group plans to all Americans. But Democrats and deep staters have done everything in their power to block it. But now there is a free market solution to Obamacare that was created in response to President Trump's executive order, and it's called Ease for Everyone. And it offers affordable healthcare for every budget starting as low as $59.97 a month. You can keep your doctor, never pay a deductible, and access over 400 prescription drugs for free. Call 888-EASE-123. That is 888-327-3123. 888-EASE-123. Visit easeforeveryone.com/Charlie and join today. That's easeforeveryone.com/Charlie.
I would say it would depend on the factual circumstances. If you could prove that they gave material support to Al-Qaeda,
Well, by
then they obviously should go.
advocating for Al-Qaeda as a student visa.
Mere advocacy, I would say should not warrant deportation.
Okay,
But
we just disagree. That's fine.
but I would say it's worth pointing out that the Trump administration is not invoking the provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act that allows you to deport people for supporting terrorism. They are not invoking that. They are invoking instead
the Secretary of
the
State
Secretary
provision.
of State.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
So if all these people supported terrorism, why not invoke the provision that says you can deport people?
Well, you guys can come up. Come wait in line.
terrorism.
It's fine. Okay, we'll send some medical help. We got it. Let's not draw our eyes there. It actually makes it worse. So let's just keep going. Pray for that person. We'll get them medical help. Thank you, guys. More attention actually makes these situations sometimes worse. So we just disagree, and that's fine. I believe that if you are on campus advocating for Hamas, that basically you as a visitor should not come to this country, period.
All right.
I think it's a pretty simple claim.
Last brief point. Mahmoud Khalil was a lawful permanent resident with green card. Does that change your analysis at all? You're fine
No.
with so he's not necessarily a guest in the same way as someone with the
Well, a
student visa.
green card is a guest. It's not a U.S. citizen.
Okay, so if you're fine, would you be fine with Kamala Harris if she was elected president, saying my foreign policy interest is we're against racism, so we will be deporting any conservative
That's the best
student on
argument you can make.
campus?
That's the best argument that you've made.
So what would your argument be to a hypothetical President Harris?
To a hypothetical, I mean, first of all, is racism a foreign policy objective of the U.S. government? I mean, under Kamala Harris, I could see her saying something as insane as that.
I mean,
so
the Trump
No, I'm saying
administration cited
you're-
anti-Semitism,
you're
which is
ma-
basically the same thing.
You're making a good point.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you would have no principled response to a hypothetical President Harris.
My principled response would be that's not a national security foe that you could target like Hamas. However, to your point, could this provision be abused in the future? Yes. Why am I largely in support of it? Even more than the specifics, I think we need to push back on this idea that you can behave however you want while you're a visitor, and there's nothing we can do to expel you. That's my larger macro premise, that while you are a student here or whatever, a visitor, we have a right to send you back to your country of origin if you don't fit into agreed upon American values. But you made a good point. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. If you love America and believe in the values that made it great, join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the conservative alternative to AARP, and it's not just for seniors, it's for anyone who believes in faith, family, and freedom. Members get exclusive discounts, helpful resources, and the excellent AMAC magazine delivered to your door. And right now you can join for as little as $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. Support the movement that's standing up for America. Visit amac.us/Charlie and join today. How we doing, Michigan State? All right, you guys know how it works. If you want to ask a question, we have a line forming here. If you disagree, you can go to the front of the line. Let me just say this is a much bigger crowd than we'd get in Ann Arbor. Much bigger crowd. We don't like them over here, right? We don't like them. Great to be here, guys. Oh, actually, is the question line both sides? On this side, okay. Over there. Thank you, guys. We'll be here for a little bit, and thanks for being here, guys. You bet.
Hi, what's up, Charlie? My name is Roderick. And so for over 10 plus years, I identified as a gay man, and then I gave my life to Jesus and left the LGBTQ plus community. And my question to you is, what is your response to those who say that conservatives and God hates everyone in the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I think it'd actually be better for you to respond to that because you've received it and you're no longer of that. Here's the true but more provocative answer, that your identity should not be in your sexual proclivity. It should actually be your identity is much greater than just what you do in the bedroom. Being gay is a behavior more than anything else. And you, I guess, are evidence, and I'd love to hear your story, that you could stop acting on that behavior. So tell the audience more about you would identify as gay and as not. Tell us about that path and that journey, because I'm told that can never happen.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people tell me that you are what you feel. You are your attractions, you're quote unquote born with it, there's just many reasons why you have same-sex attraction that will never leave you, and that is who you will always be. And I believe that lie for almost 10 plus years of my life. I slept with men many times, watched a lot of porn, dwelt in a lot of sexual sin, and just gave my body up because that's what I thought love was. And that's what I thought it looked like until I met Jesus. And he helped me to see that I was never meant to identify as a gay man, but I was always meant to be a son of his and have a new identity and a new life in him. And I walked away from that lifestyle for over 5+ years now, and I have never looked back because Jesus is way better than the sexuality that I was partaking in.
Praise God. Are you happier and more joyful that you're no longer participating in a homosexual lifestyle?
Oh, 100%. Like before I met Jesus, I was filled with so much depression, anxiety. I wanted to kill myself multiple days of the week, but Jesus came and healed all the brokenness inside of me. And I love being a son of his rather than identifying as a gay man.
Well, and so to answer your question, there is not hatred. There is still what we have as conservatives and Christians is a simple understanding that God has a certain sexual ethic that we should try to abide by. Everybody has temptations that you have. They have proclivities that you have. Some people are more likely to gamble. Some people are more likely to be compulsive liars. You don't have to act on those temptations. I am curious though, like, so in your own sexuality right now, do you still feel attracted to men? And I'm asking because just because you feel an attraction doesn't mean you need to act on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so yes, I would say that I still do have attractions towards men. It's not as much as it used to be 5 years ago, but I've learned that it's not really about whether or not I have attractions towards men still. It's more so about whether I have a relationship with Jesus, which I do, and that relationship with him far exceeds any attractions that I acted on in the past. And my life with him is so much better. And just because you become a Christian, leaving the LGBTQ plus community, that doesn't mean that your same-sex attractions will go away, but it does mean that you will have a God who loves you, who will walk with you, and who will give you eternal life through him.
And let me just say one other thing, very important thing. We want people to be free from sin because sin means suffering. And then when you are captive to sin, for example, I, like many men in this audience, struggled with pornography, 10 years ago, whatever, getting through that. We all have something we struggle with. You should never affirm the struggle. You should try to break free of the struggle, and only Christ Jesus is able to do that. Thank you so much for your time today.
Can I get a
Thank you.
hat?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's first time. A little nervous. All right, so I have a friend named Thomas Sheedy. He is the founder of an organization called Atheists for Liberty. He is openly conservative, but he's mostly interested in atheist activism and normalizing atheism in all sects, including the conservative movement. He seems to be under the impression that a lot of conservatives, including you, are more hesitant to work with atheist organizations. Is there any truth to that?
Yes and no. I mean, if you're an atheist and you want to be part of the conservative movement, go ahead. But you must be an honest atheist and acknowledge that morality is definitionally subjective without a belief in God. You cannot be an atheist and believe in objective morality. It is an impossibility. And true atheists will acknowledge this. At some point, you have an ought claim. Well, things ought to be a certain way. We as Christians, or we that believe in the divine, we have is claims that murder is wrong. Whereas an atheist will say, well, murder ought to be wrong, because you can't have an objective definition if there is not a divine eternal power over you. So look, if an atheist wants to fight alongside of us to end abortion or to try and end the massacring of our kids, that's called gender affirming care, or if an atheist wants to march alongside of us to say no men and female sports, they're more than welcome to be able to do that. But Atheists for Liberty is an interesting phrase, because I don't believe you can have liberty without God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. That's just my own personal belief, and it's also the belief of everything that built this nation. But yes, I know a lot of good atheists. The question, though, is how do you know they're good? It's because you're appealing to a moral authority above just the secular material realm, one that is transcendent, we would believe, given by God.
Well, I don't believe in objective morality. I do know there are plenty of atheists who are moral objectivists.
Are you an atheist? Sorry to interrupt. But
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. So let me can I ask you a question? And I know this is your first time at the mic, so I'm just going to try to be tender in doing this.
Okay, appreciate
so
that.
You don't believe in objective morality, right?
I personally don't.
Okay. Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Objectively, no, but it'd been better if it didn't happen, because most people wouldn't want that to happen.
So that's where we are on different planets. And that's okay. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm trying to be graceful in the way that we're going about this. Do you think Hitler was objectively evil?
No, because it's subjective.
But I just hope all of you guys understand he's being an honest atheist, to your credit, because as an atheist, you're not allowed to say anything is objectively right or wrong. I come from a worldview that when you butcher 6 million people, that is objectively wrong, no matter what. And it's very important. It's a very important truth claim, because when you do not have objective truth anchoring your society, then it becomes a power struggle. If you do not have truth, then power will reign. Whoever can get the most amount of power then ends up having the most amount of say over society. We believe what is objectively right, true, good, and beautiful should be transcendent over society. Your thoughts?
So do you believe objective morality specifically comes from the Bible?
Yes and no. It's in nature, and the Bible explains nature. So objective morality can be discovered in many different cultures and societies, pointing towards what we believe is the ultimate objective truth, Jesus Christ. C.S. Lewis explained this the best in his book Abolition of Man, which is that almost every religion talks about a certain way to live, a Tao or a path that we should be on. And so more simply than just the Bible, we believe in what the founders believed, which is an ethical monotheism, that there is one God. He has a general way that he wants you to live. For example, murdering is bad, kidnapping is wrong, defense of the innocent, and we should do our best to try to live alongside of that path.
Okay, well, I think those are very interesting examples. You bring up the founders, you bring up Hitler, but Hitler was a self-proclaimed Catholic, and he called Nazism a Christian movement.
Yeah, I would be careful saying that. He was not. That's okay.
He called himself a Catholic. He specifically said in 1927, our movement is Christian. They had on the belt buckles God on our side.
Yeah,
they had to swear to the Almighty God. Atheists were not trusted to be in the SS.
Even if I grant you that, despite the fact that he killed a lot of pastors and priests, and there, of course, you can pervert things in the name of God. No one denounces that. Just as a side note, though, far more people died under the banner of atheism than Christianity in the 20th century. Mao was an atheist. Stalin was an atheist. Pol Pot was an atheist. Believing in no God actually led to the destruction and the murder of well over 100 million people. And that's fine. So, again, if atheists want to come alongside us as conservatives and fight for what is good, that is great. But I will never acknowledge that atheists can tell me what is objectively good. They can only give me a preference. They cannot tell me what is right. And preferences eventually will lead you towards moral and societal decline.
Okay, so I think you just listed a bunch of communists, and it's worth acknowledging the vast majority of atheists are not communists, just like the vast majority of Christians are not theocrats who don't support the divine right. It's also worth acknowledging that the founders were actually inspired by Enlightenment values, not by the Bible. America was founded as a secular nation. We were the first, quote-unquote, godless constitution.
Yeah, again, I've done this so many times, so I don't know if we want to waste our time doing this, but 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. 9 out of 13 of the states at the time of ratification required a declaration of faith in order for you to serve in the states. Our birth certificate, which is the Mayflower Compact, said explicitly, we are here to spread Christianity throughout the land. It was the first great revival that led to the American Revolution of Jonathan Edwards and Jonathan Mayhew and George Whitefield that preached all across the eastern seaboard. John Adams famously said the Constitution is written solely for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for the people of any other. We were a Christian nation that was able to embrace the idea of a free society. God is mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Not only that, Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, where it says we appeal to the divine judge of the universe, which of course is a direct appeal to Jesus in the book of Revelation. Yes, there were rationalist Enlightenment values that informed some of the founders, but it irrefutably was a Christian nation. Maryland was Catholic. Pennsylvania was Quaker. Almost every state had their own specific type of Christian preference. The idea of an atheist or not believing in any God was an idea that was so foreign to the founders. Even Thomas Jefferson, the great deist, he revered the Bible, albeit with some significant edits. However, the idea of believing in no cosmological or no axiological or no teleological or no ontological being would be a concept that our founding fathers would not just find foreign, they would find it extraordinarily dangerous. Why? Because the French Revolution was happening simultaneously as the American Revolution, which was explicitly atheist. They actually recreated their own gods and they said, we are going to appeal to what? The God of reason. And this is my final contention, is that when I talk to atheists, the French Revolution is a great example. They literally tried to change the Gregorian calendar to a 10-day week. They went and imprisoned people of faith. They put priests in jail, all these different sorts of things. They said, we are going to appeal to the God of reason. Well, how did that work out? It worked out with the guillotine and the slaughter of tens of thousands of people. The French Revolution was one of the greatest disasters in human recorded history. Contrast that with the American Revolution. Why did the American Revolution create the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world? And the French Revolution resulted in a lot of blood and even the killing of their own once leader, Maximilien Robespierre. It's because we were anchored on Christian ideas. If you are not anchored on Christian ideas, then don't be surprised when all of a sudden there is no fruit to the harvest that you're trying to create. Thank you for your time. I want to try to get to the next question. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Adam. I'm a first-year chemical physics major here at Michigan State, and I have extreme moral like if you're in if you're in chemical physics, a lot of the time you go into material science. So I have extreme moral quandaries with Trump's repealing of the conflict mining regulations. Can you explain why you think the
I know nothing about that. So the conflict mining. So, I mean, I know a lot about what Trump's doing.
Yeah.
I can't keep up with all the things he's
Yeah.
signing. As you know, he signs like 500 things a day,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm not saying this sarcastically. Just educate me and the audience on it, and I'll give you the best response I can.
Okay, during the Obama administration, Obama recognized that there was problems with minerals being sourced from unethical mining practices. It costed about like $6 to $9 billion a year of American taxpayer money trying to figure out the minerals that we get for major companies like Apple and stuff.
So like cobalt, for example.
Cobalt, I actually don't think is one of them. I think tungsten.
Well, cobalt is mined in a very
It's-
unethical way.
well,
So
yeah, in
that's why I
Bolivia.
asked. So
100%. Yeah.
cobalt. I mean, if you ever see the videos, sorry to interrupt, of cobalt mines, you have thousands of very poor young people that are exposing themselves to dangerous toxins. But yeah, please continue.
Yeah, no. Cobalt mining also really bad, but most of this is mining that takes place in Africa, specifically cobalt. We get the majority of our cobalt from Bolivia, I believe, but most of this mining takes place in the DRC, where China has a control of most of the rare earth minerals. I think it's like 95%. And so Trump removed the regulations saying that we have to get our minerals in an ethical way. And I do not want to work in a country where we get our minerals from unsafe mining practices just because it saves a couple.
Thank you for educating me on that. So I'd have to look at what Trump signed. Is that about American exploration of rare earth minerals, or is that an international mandate?
So there is an international mandate for conflict minerals. So like the EU has a conflict minerals regulation policy. Yeah. And then the United States has one that Trump just said he's not following anymore.
So knowing dangerously little about this, let me ask a speculative question. Do you think there's one of the reasons he would sign something as you would attribute it, which I don't know enough about it, is because he wants to try to keep up with China that has unlimited amounts of a flow of rare earth minerals?
Without a doubt, but I don't think that, ethically it is worth trying to keep up with China if you're going to get minerals from mining practices that are run by terrorist organizations.
Yeah. Fair point. So I guess the question is, how then do we keep up with China? Because rare earth minerals are going to determine the future. We need them for AI chips. We need them for drones. How do we keep up if not through this practice? What would you recommend? Or would you say, hey, we're going to do it the slower, more ethical way, and if we lose to China, we lose to China?
Honestly, I think I'm going down that path. Okay. Just because
I don't know if I agree with that because I don't know enough about it, but you are morally consistent.
Yeah, I do think that we should just try to continue getting. I mean, 95% of the mining in the DRC for these rare earth minerals does come from China. But again, if we look at the foreign policy of China in Africa, they're investing in the area. There's a massive public
for sure. So you have my promise. I'm going to look more into it.
Okay.
I will say, though, that we have a lot of rare earth minerals here in this country that we should definitely extract, that the environmentalists have been very worrisome. Would you like to see us use rare earth minerals in this country?
I mean, I completely understand the
push.
I understand the push, but I also understand how, native people would have problems mining in the caldera, whatever the hell, you know what I mean?
Well, we have rare earth minerals in Texas, for example, that we can't really develop because of environmental standards.
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be better, because we would definitely have better ethical works guidelines than the DRC, we should use American rare earth minerals?
Again, I side with, I'm a environmentalist as well. So I understand wanting to keep the area safe from. I mean, if we're looking at lithium mining, which is probably what you're referencing, if it's in Texas, and lithium mining from Nevada is the place where people are saying there's a lot of lithium. Again, that isn't even the mineral that I'm talking about. Lithium you can source from places other than Africa.
So let me just close with this. You're very consistent, to your credit. I will probably take the other side of the opinion, not invalidating yours. Even though there might be exploitation and an environmental impact, I think losing to China would be worse than all of that. because us being a captive country to the Chinese Communist Party, I think would be demonstrably bad for us and the planet. What you are demonstrating, for the planet, yeah.
Also,
well, if the CCP takes over the planet, through their Belt and Road Initiative, look what they're doing in the DRC. You're proving my point, right?
they're making the DRC have better infrastructure.
They use slave labor like unrepentantly, right? The Chinese do. They will take over a poor country, take captive the airport, pay them almost no wages. The CCP are bad masters. You do not want to be a third world country and have the CCP roll it. It's bad for everybody, right? You basically become a captive state, a emissary state of the Chinese Communist Party. I guess that is an interesting question. Would you rather see America or China be the world superpower?
This is going to get a lot of crowd. I think if you look at it through a lens where you think that like imperialism is bad, I think the United States is going down a worse route. The public perception of China in Africa, which developing nations are in Africa, they view China in a much brighter light than they do the United States due to things like the dams that they're making, the railways that they're making.
For sure. I mean, the money's flowing for now, but the Chinese are a 100-year plan. They'll build you a new airport, they'll build a new highway, and then they own you, right?
Well, I mean, we do.
We are not nearly as nakedly colonialist as the Belt and Road Initiative. I mean, not even close, especially in the last 100 years, 50 years. But I would just say this, as an environmentalist, think deeply about China has hundreds of coal-fired power plants, right?
Per capita, though, China has a much lower energy output than the United States, and they're investing heavily in thorium nuclear reactors,
their pollution per capita is way more than us.
That is just false.
Okay, I encourage you to go to like any major Chinese city.
Mm-hmm.
There's days where you cannot leave your apartment or your home in China because there's so much industrial smog.
Yeah,
it's like half the days a year.
They also have 3 times as many people as we do.
Right. But can you point to a single U.S. city that I know of where for many days a year you can't leave the home because there's industrial smog?
I completely agree that that's bad, but I am just addressing the fact that objectively per capita, China has less energy output and they're getting energy from cleaner sources than the United States.
No, I totally acknowledge that. One of the reasons why is they're so poor. Of course, they have no energy output. They don't drive cars. They're not flying planes. 600 million people in China live in third world poverty. Half the country does. So we just disagree. I appreciate the contention. I will look into it. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, Mr. Kirk. My name is Alex. A question I had for you: the Trump administration recently has been initiating deportation proceedings against lawfully present immigrants for what is clearly constitutionally protected speech. Do you think that that's consistent with our Constitution and our values as Americans?
Got it. So I wasn't sure what. So there's 5 cases that you could have went with, but I'm guessing you're talking about Mahmoud Khalil and the students, right?
Mahmoud Khalil is one case, but recently student visas have been revoked at this campus and at the University of Michigan.
I'm glad they're revoked here. So yes, of course it's consistent with the Constitution because they're not U.S. citizens. They're visitors. So as a visitor, you have to be a visitor on our terms. And if you break that compact, you are returned back to your country of origin. A student visa is a conditional invitation. We're going to see who you are, how you act, and how you behave. And if you behave in a way that the government deems to be unsatisfactory, of course you're going to be returned back to your country of origin.
What I would say to that, one, the Supreme Court and our Constitution is very clear that constitutional rights apply to everyone within the United States' jurisdiction.
To a limited extent. For example, you're correct. If a student on Michigan State campus has a student visa and they get charged with a crime, they get due process. You are correct. They get Fifth Amendment rights. But can they own a gun?
I think restrictions on their ownership of firearms.
Can they vote?
Constitutional. They cannot vote.
So there are restrictions on rights for visitors. So to an extent, you are correct, but it is not the same rights that we as U.S. citizens are granted. Does that make sense? There are limitations on those rights.
That makes sense, particularly in the exercise of political rights, like voting, which
For
is
sure.
an exercise of political power.
But second to that is also political advocacy. As a visitor, you do not have unlimited free speech rights. You don't. they are conditional to you being expelled. And the specific act that you're talking about says that if the government deems the speech of the individual to be contrary to U.S. foreign policy interests, which I think advocating for Hamas is against the U.S. foreign policy interest, then we can send you back to your country of origin. Now, you would have a case if we were all of a sudden deporting or imprisoning U.S. citizens. I would be right there with you saying that you can support Hamas all you want as a U.S. citizen. You have a right to do that. But if you're a visitor, you're here on a trial basis. Your tryout is going. We're looking at how you're behaving. And if we look as if that it's inconsistent with how we want people to assimilate to this country, then you go back to Libya or Syria or wherever you're from.
I'd like to make 2 points in response to that. First, the Supreme Court at least suggested in a case called Kleindienst versus Mandel in the 1950s that the First Amendment does apply to immigrants, to people who are not citizens, and that they do receive First Amendment protections. But second, I want you to think about the kind of country we live in. If the Secretary of State can deport any non-citizen they want for their speech, you would have police and ICE going up to people at protests on campuses, including protests you might agree with, and asking people for their papers. I think that that's completely inconsistent with the values you've talked about of freedom of speech. And I think that's not the kind of country that most people would want to live in.
It's a fair point. I have a different perspective. Do you think there should be any, let's just push your contention to the largest possible logical extreme. Should we be able to have any reason to deport a student who here's on visa?
Yes, absolutely.
What would that mean? By what criteria would it be? Probably like committing a crime, right?
If they commit a crime,
Fair
if
enough.
they committed a visa application fraud,
Great.
there's many reasons
So
that you can
if they,
deport people.
so let's like wind the clock back a little bit to maybe World War II, and let's say that a student. This is a hypothetical, so it's not a great one. Let's actually do more recent. Let's say during the like Iraq-Afghanistan war, okay, where we were in a bitter battle against Al Qaeda right after 9/11. I don't think we ever should have invaded Iraq for the record, but that's a separate issue. Let's say a student was here on a student visa from Afghanistan saying that they support Al Qaeda. Is that worthy of deportation?
I would say it would depend on the factual circumstances. If you could prove that they gave material support to Al Qaeda,
well, by
then they obviously should go.
advocating for Al Qaeda as a student visa.
Mere advocacy, I would say, should not warrant deportation.
Okay,
But
we just disagree. That's fine.
but I would say it's worth pointing out that the Trump administration is not invoking the provision of the Immigration and Nationality Act that allows you to deport people for supporting terrorism. They are not invoking that. They are invoking instead
the Secretary of State
Secretary of
provision.
State.
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
So if all these people supported terrorism, why not invoke the provision that says you can deport people?
Well, you guys can come up. Come wait in line. It's fine. Okay, we'll send some medical help. We got it. Let's not draw our eyes there. It actually makes it worse. So let's just keep going. Pray for that person. We'll get them medical help. Thank you, guys. More attention actually makes these situations sometimes worse. So we just disagree, and that's fine. I believe that if you are on campus advocating for Hamas, that basically you as a visitor should not come to this country, period.
All right.
I think it's a pretty simple claim.
Last brief point. Mahmoud Khalil was a lawful permanent resident with a green card. Does that change your analysis at all? You're fine
No.
with so he's not necessarily a guest in the same way as someone with a
Well,
student visa.
a green card is a guest. It's not a U.S. citizen.
Okay, so if you're fine, would you be fine with Kamala Harris if she was elected president, saying my foreign policy interest is we're against racism, so we will be deporting any conservative
that's the best
student on
argument you can make.
campus?
That's the best argument that you've made.
So what would your argument be to a hypothetical President Harris?
To a hypothetical, I mean, first of all, is racism a foreign policy objective of the U.S. government? I mean, under Kamala Harris, I could see her saying something as insane as that.
I mean,
so
the Trump
No, I'm saying
administration cited anti-Semitism, which is basically the same thing.
You're making a good point.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you would have no principled response to a hypothetical President Harris.
My principled response would be, that's not a national security foe that you could target, like Hamas. However, to your point, could this provision be abused in the future? Yes. Why am I largely in support of it? Even more than the specifics, I think we need to push back on this idea that you can behave however you want while you're a visitor, and there's nothing we can do to expel you. that's my larger macro premise, that while you are a student here or whatever, a visitor, we have a right to send you back to your country of origin if you don't fit into agreed upon American values. But you made a good point. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi. You said something earlier about, this was previously, you said that we have a moral obligation to support the state of Israel. And I just wanted clarification whether you meant the we as in like Americans, Christians, like what you meant.
I would say believers as Christians. I mean, look, Catholics are going to disagree with that, and that's fine, but correct.
So I'm a Protestant, and I would disagree that we have to like unconditionally support the state.
We should absolutely not unconditionally support the state.
Okay, yeah, then we agree with that.
I mean, if any state does something that is against our worldview or our values, but as a Protestant, I don't know what flavor you are, but I'm evangelical. We have a long buffet line as Protestants, right?
Yeah.
We believe the reconstitution of Israel was prophetic, and the creation of the state of Israel in the 1950s was a fulfillment of Bible promises and prophecy.
So I'm not 100% sold on the idea that the state of Israel we have today is the Israel that is talked about.
You might be right.
Bible, right?
So
So there's some variation.
So just to be clear, there's closed-hand issues when it comes to theology and open-handed issues.
Right.
Open-hand issues are like Israel, eschatology, is the Eucharist the body and blood of Christ? I don't think those things actually merit whether or not you're going to heaven. Closed-hand issues, was Jesus Christ the Son of God? Did he rise from the dead? Was Mary a virgin? Those are closed-hand issues.
Christ is king.
Christ is king, exactly. So I'm happy to have spirited, fun conversation about open-hand issues, but I don't think we should ever condemn people if we have disagreements on open-hand issues.
Yeah, I'm not saying
No, for sure, I know.
Yeah, okay. So the problem that I have is that just sending the support through the government in general, I don't think that we should do that as Christian. We're sending money to develop weapons, and we're sending weapons to Israel so then they can destroy like people and lives over there, right?
So in your view, should we give any military aid to other countries?
So,
and if the answer is no, that's okay. A lot of people hold that view.
I don't think that like me as a constituent of a representative, right? If I feel I have my own personal favor towards a country that's in a war or whatever, I can send money individually, right? The problem that I have is that the taxes that I pay, right, they're going towards the government, and my representative has everything to gain from sending millions of dollars over to Israel because they get paid by AIPAC and stuff. And, that just that's another key for them to get into re-election, right? So they have a lot more to gain from supporting Israel than I would, right?
Yeah, I mean, but those constituents also have voters that are very pro-Israel too. And you must understand, more so than AIPAC, the conservative movement, let's just say the Christian part of the conservative movement is overwhelmingly pro-Israel. And so they're responding to also what their constituents want as well. If these representatives were, pro-Israel and it was unpopular, they would be primaried out. Your problem seems to be more with the voters of the Christian conservative Republican movement, which is fine. And granted, the younger you get in the conservative movement, the less pro-Israel you are. The older you are, the more pro-Israel you are. But albeit still, there is a pro-Israel bloc within the conservative movement that is quite strong.
Okay, so, right. The thing that I'd say in response to that, now, I don't got like the exact study name or survey name on the tip of my fingers, but I had read that, right, between younger evangelical Christians, right, support went down from like 75.
That's correct.
To like,
I just granted you that.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So you would say that for your theology, though, that it is biblical to support them.
Well, I mean, Genesis 12:3, it says, I will bless those who bless you. In the book of Numbers, it says the same. Paul says, bless the Jews as they are the keepers of the law. I mean, all throughout biblical prophecy, we talk about supporting the nation of Israel. So yes, absolutely.
So I would say I have like a couple problems with that.
Again, I don't want to do too much theological stuff because people are going to get bored. So
That's
why don't
true.
you make one final point and then we'll get to the next question.
Okay, I'll make one final point, which is like people think that Israel, right, the state of Israel is reserved for like the Israelites specifically, and that it's their land and stuff like that. Would you agree with that?
Yes, the reconstitution of the state of Israel is fulfillment of biblical prophecy for the Jewish people.
Okay, so here's where the disagreement with me lies. Is there's stuff in Leviticus that talks about the land that Israel inhabits, right? It's God's land. It's not for the Israelites, right? It's God's land at the end of the day.
Of course, yes, but God has leased it out to the nation of
Exactly.
Israel. Yeah.
So when they get kicked out, whether it's by the Assyrians, these people, that people,
Or the Romans in AD 70.
exactly, right? That is acceptable because that was what God
Got it.
had.
But
right?
then here's our response. We'll close with this. There is specific biblical prophecy that said, after the scattering, I will bring you back together. Right. That's what we believe was the fulfillment of that prophecy. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I will throw some hats out in a second. Disagreements, guys, can work to the front of the line. Yep. Go ahead.
All right. Afternoon, Charlie. I want to start off by saying I think November's mandate is large in part due to your work and the great voters of Michigan. And so my question has to do with government spending. Doge has found like $300 trillion in fraud and waste that they're looking to eliminate. And the new tariffs are supposed to bring in $2 billion a day. So by that math, it would take over 50 years to balance our current deficit of $37 trillion. So my question is, what else is being done?
Yeah, so there's
to help
debts
that?
and deficit. Our deficit's about $1.8 trillion. Our debt is 37. So they're two distinct things. So a deficit is your annual burn. Our debt is our total cumulative debt burden.
So what other things are being done to kind of
Well,
lessen
we need to
the blow?
dramatically cut spending, which the one thing I will push back a little bit of what this administration is doing. I don't think we need to increase defense spending. I don't. I think we need to cut.
I was going to
Pentagon.
mention that. Yeah.
No, I do. I think that we need to cut a lot of foreign aid. We need to cut defense spending. And the most unpopular thing is I think we need to take a real look at Medicare and Medicaid fraud. People get really mad when I talk about that. There is so much fraud when it comes to Medicare and Medicaid. The biggest thing is this. You guys are going to inherit a bankrupt country unless we make severe and significant spending cuts and get closer towards a balanced budget. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
My last thing.
Yeah.
My lovely lady wants a red hat.
Okay, you got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right. Here we go.
Hello, Mr. Kirk. I came a long way to see you. Well, I go to school here, but I'm from Texas.
So you like walked across the campus?
Pretty much. So, I have a definition for you, and then I'll go from there. So, fascism, as described, is a political system based on a very powerful leader, state control, and being extremely proud of the country and race, in which political opposition is not allowed. Now, I am not saying Trump is inherently fascist and the administration is fascist. But what I've been seeing is the introductory steps to fascism. He's tried to make the executive branch more a controlling power and even trying to test the judicial lieutenants that he appointed. The chief judge had to tell him to rein it in, and he's the one that was appointed by Trump. His own judges are saying, you need to stop this. He's consistently been going against American values that have been in place for hundreds of years and trying to reimagine how the American government should be. How do you feel about that?
No, I mean, I think it's preposterous. I mean, Donald Trump is not a fascist. Let me ask you a question. Do fascists protect freedom of speech?
No, and he hasn't.
Well, hold on. No, he actually has to such a great extent where he says colleges are not getting money if they don't protect freedom of speech. He's defunding colleges if they don't protect freedom of speech. In fact, Donald Trump has gone out of his way to make sure that all Americans have the freedom of speech. All U.S. citizens do. And so an attribute of fascism is also basically quashing political dissent, as you would say, right? Which political party tried to put the opposition leader in prison for 700 years? Was it Donald Trump or Joe Biden that tried to put his rival in jail for 700 years.
Joe Biden. But I
Yeah,
have a
so
rebuttal
would
to
Joe
that.
Biden be a fascist then?
No.
But you just said that's a hallmark definition of fascism, quelching political opposition. I will go a step further. Wasn't the Democrat Party acting fascistic by indicting Donald Trump on all these charges the first time in American history to basically eliminate the MAGA movement?
It wasn't to eliminate the MAGA movement, it was get to man. Because Trump himself was doing very shady things. He was having hush money trials, which is true. He's a convicted felon. He tried to keep documents.
Well, he's also your president, so you have to say that as well.
Yes, he is my president.
Okay, good. I mean, again, this whole convicted felon thing is like so preposterous and so ridiculous. But again, your definition of fascism is, as you read it, not just so narrow. Donald Trump is the opposite of that. Do fascists want people to own more guns or less guns?
Less guns.
Yeah, so why would Donald Trump now make it easier for people to own guns then?
But that's not the point.
Well, it is
not
a point.
everything. That's why I said Trump is not a fascist himself, and this is not a fascist
but
administration
it's
yet. There are certain aspects that he's doing that is fascist. He's trying to
It's
make
just-
a centralized power in the executive branch to control everything that's around him.
It's called the
He has a bunch of
unitary
yes men.
executive theory is not fascistic. Again, just looking around every corner and acting like that's fascist, that fascist. It's so destructive to our discourse because he's the opposite of such a
That's
fascist.
why I haven't said he's a fascist.
No, I understand.
haven't
I know what you're saying.
explained anything.
I would not look at a single thing he's done that is even close to fascistic. It's nationalistic.
Which
it's
is a definition of fascism.
Not necessarily. You could be a
It's an
nationalist
aspect of
communist.
fascism.
Not true. The Soviets and the Bolsheviks were nationalist communists. You could be a nationalist and not be a fascist.
But you can argue that the communism that was going on there was not real communism. That's
Oh.
not Marxist thing.
What-
and
what-
I
what-
don't align with communism. But that was more of authoritarian communism.
It was never
Communism.
real communism. That's right.
No,
Like
it
so
was
what?
not real communism.
What? We don't agree on this. So what is your then contention?
My contention is that we are approaching a era in America where we are going to be tested. And now we are getting to a phase which almost is modern day tribalism, which is happening in Africa. I am part Ethiopian. My dad was an immigrant here. He came here legally and did all the steps and all that. But just like in Africa with Ethiopia and their government, Tigray, which is a subsection of Ethiopia, is being slaughtered because of tribalism. They're all part of Ethiopia. Ethiopia used to be 3 countries together: Somalia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. It's modern day tribalism. They split because they didn't want to be part of the tribes anymore. And now we're seeing with the political parties so polarized, we don't even want to talk to each other anymore. Which is why I came out here today.
Thank you for that. Just a super interesting hypothetical one about like division and tribalism. Was there a recent time where a Democrat came on campus and just had an open mic where anyone could disagree with them? Are you aware of that kind of an event?
No, this
Yeah.
is like one of
So-
the first events I've seen.
No, thank you. So the point is it the MAGA movement, like myself, or Democrats that are inviting discourse and speech to try to find common ground?
Well, I feel that you yourself, Charlie, is a person that invites criticism and stuff
thank
like
you
that.
for that.
This type of stuff I like. Trump doesn't do that. He doesn't see debate. He more
I
just
would
says.
push back though. It's Donald Trump who will sit in the Oval Office and take questions uninterrupted for 45 minutes when Joe Biden, couldn't even answer a single question. I know that you're not, supporting Joe Biden, but back to your original contention. I need to forcefully push back on this because there is nothing fascistic about deporting people in your country that are here illegally, securing your borders, and putting your own people first. You're right. We are being tested. I think we're being tested in a different way. We're being tested at whether or not, when the American people overwhelmingly vote for something, are they going to get it? And right now, a group of unelected judges and unelected bureaucracy is trying to stop the will of the popular vote of the American people, which I think is way more dangerous than the boogeyman of fascism in our country right now.
Well, I would say that's not really a boogeyman of fascism. It's just fascistic tendencies that are seeming to get more and more consistent with how Trump wants to run his government. And as for the judges, it's checks and balances. They're there to make sure that, hey, let me check this out real quick and go through all the documents our forefathers have written.
No. The
like
founding fathers
Constitution.
never gave district court judges nationwide injunction power. This is a new thing over the last 50 years. That's fine. We're not going to agree on a lot, but I will say this, that the criticisms that we are the fascists are laughable because let me just ask you, and this is just more broadly, and I understand this is not to Trump, How many of you students out there feel as if you'd be graded differently if you come out as a conservative or a Trump supporter? Raise your hand. Look around. Every hand goes up. And so that is the cultural left on Michigan State's campus that will use power to punish a student with their grades because they have different views. That's fascism. That is definitional fascism. And I'm not saying you're defending that, but I want to make sure you're consistent that there are fascistic tendencies more so on the left than anywhere on the right.
Then I want to say this. I am from Texas. We're southern as it gets, conservative as it gets. No matter how many times my city of Dallas goes blue, Fort Worth goes blue, Houston goes blue, we're always going to be red, and I've accepted that. And I don't mind that. But also the
God
same...
bless Texas.
God bless Texas. The same thing that happens here happens at campuses over in Texas. Not UT, because that's Austin.
No, for sure. The campuses are islands of totalitarianism. That's my point, is that campuses, because they're so homogeneously to the left, that even if you go to Alabama, the same thing happens. It's not a red state or blue state issue. It's that these campuses are super, super far to the left as a posture of just ideological diversity.
I don't believe that. Texas A&M, I have several friends that go there. They're all some of my best friends from high school. Very conservative. I see stuff they post on time all the time.
First of all,
it's not exactly... Because this school's board, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I got to get to the next question. But 98% of all college professors gave to Kamala Harris. 98% that gave to Kamala Harris. And I don't need to ask the audience because we know it's true. Would you guys say that most professors are conservative or liberal here? Would you say they're liberal?
Professors, not the people in power. The school board.
The administration.
Yeah, the administration of the school is what makes the decision. We have a student body here that makes resolutions and says things to the student board. They never listen.
Doesn't the governor appoint the board of regents in Michigan? Is it elected? Okay. Well, then I don't know what the balance is in Michigan.
Exactly. It's elected here. So someone can run on a completely random issue. Like I remember someone ran because they wanted to reinstate the swim team. There's no swim team here.
Okay.
It's stuff like that. They get elected.
But maybe we should bring back the swim team. Is that fascism? I don't know. So.
But they get elected and then they do stuff that's consecutive to the university. They more try to silence stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that's happened on this campus that many people may not know, and they send ambiguous emails and stuff. It's stuff like that. It's not just this university.
No, that's not my
every
contention.
university
I just
has its own
want to
type of atmosphere.
My takeaway for you is if you're going to try to be pattern recognition with Trump for fascism, look at the American left and do the same. Try to say, because for example, I mean, something that I think is inherently fascistic and disgusting is when Tim Walz is out there cheering for Tesla's stock price to go down. I mean, it's awful, right? I mean, who does something like that? You disagree with a company and you want to see a bunch of people go out of work?
The same way Trump promoted Teslas by having them on the lawn?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? That's more American jobs, more American labor. No, it's the opposite.
That's promoting the stock because people are going to see people in the MAGA movement love Trump and want to do stuff that's like him. It's psychology.
One is good for America, more American jobs, more American labor. Tim Walz is cheering for a factory to close. He's cheering for people to go out of work, which I find to be really disturbing. Thank you for your time. I got to the next question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good. Hello, how are you doing? Good. So I want to first ask you if you endorse Vivek Ramaswamy for governor of Ohio.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of Vivek hate out there, so let me have it.
Okay. So Vivek tweeted...
And I won't defend everything he's ever said. I'll defend myself, but I can't possibly defend another person. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So he said there are two fundamental differences between cultures and countries. And
I disagree with him on this.
And you think that a country is built on culture, blood, soil?
Yes, and a people.
You said previously, even today, that the United States is built on multitudes of ideas.
No, I said in addition also to people and history and a shared tradition and culture. Yeah. Okay. But also ideas. Yeah. Okay. I mean, ideas are part of it. It's like a stool, right? So you have a stool of ideas, you have a stool of people, culture, history. It all kind of works together. It's like a four-legged stool.
And I would also counter this as well. I'm not specifically counter, but you also said previous with the Knetchel. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Cliff Knechtel.
Knechtel?
Or Knechtley, yeah.
And you said you said it today as well that the American government was founded Christian. It was founded as Christians, and it is a Christian system built off biblical text, quoted more than political philosophers in the past. Don't you find that contradictive that you are endorsing your endorsement is-
Endorsing a Hindu basically for office. Is that what you're saying?
Not specifically. I'm saying that if you're arguing that America is built on culture,
Oh, yeah, no,
which
for
is
sure.
European and Christian, is not contradictive to endorse.
That's a fair question. I don't think it's contradictive. Number one, I've got to know Vivek, so I'm very biased. He's become a friend of mine. Number two, what would be better for Ohio? Vivek, who's a Hindu but also a conservative, I think would be an amazing governor, or some like left-wing Democrat who pretends to be a Christian. Of course, Vivek, who's a conservative, and I think would make Ohio a much better and greater state.
I don't think the argument is specifically right versus left. I think it actually tends down to the perception of America, because I don't think that Vivek's, and I'm not making an argument for the left, I'm making an argument against what Vivek, and you have to question what your idea is of an American. Is it rooted in culture? Is it rooted in identity, European identity? Is that a part of being an American, or is it merely just believing that
it's a
America
complicated
is
question.
an idea?
America is not an idea, fundamentally. But I guess I would have to ask you a more provocative question. Is Vivek an American to you?
I think that I think there's an issue though, where
Yes
it's
or
the
no?
perception of. I don't think you can answer that with a yes or no, because
Well, I think Vivek is an American.
because you can make the argument, obviously, that he was born
He's
in
a U.S.
America.
passport holder.
And he said in the past in an interview that I was born in America as you were, and that makes me just as American as you. I think that there is a degree to understand when you argue that America is built on culture, built on religion, that there is a fundamental principle of a Native American. And I think that the argument of being what is American is different than what Vivek's perception of it is.
I have a different view than he does.
So you also agree, though, but I don't understand.
You could still vote for people you don't agree with everything on. You can still advocate for friends that you think are going to do a great job. And I think he would bring spunk and spirit and energy to the governorship of Ohio and be way better than DeWine. DeWine's been a freaking disaster. I mean, he's been awful in Ohio. And so
I think it's
he'd be highly capable for that job. And that's fine. That's a component. But by culture, can I just distill this down? Like, do you not want to vote for him or support him because he's an Indian?
I mean, is that something that,
because you're saying culture, I want you to be just more explicit. Like, what is the limiting factor that you're saying with culture with him?
Well, I think his perception, I don't think it's specifically like you drew on the fact that he's a Hindu and that he's Indian. I think it's his perception of what is
fine.
American. And he said,
but that's not a deal breaker for me, is the point.
And then I'm saying
And we
that
just disagree.
I disagree
Got
with
it,
that.
fair enough.
And so what I'm saying,
We're not gonna come to agreement.
yeah. And so what? And I want to draw deeper on the fact of like what is an American, and he said that American culture is built in laziness, and
I don't share that.
But this is the fundamental principle, though, that's what the version of the right is becoming more idealized towards Vivek.
I'm going to do everything I can to not let that happen.
So, but an endorsement of him?
Yeah, I mean, he's still a friend and we disagree on something, but do I think he'll be a phenomenal governor? Absolutely. Do I think that he has a capability to turn Ohio into what unfortunately has become well, actually we're in Michigan, a mediocre state. I could say that up here. Okay. If I said that in Ohio, they'd throw stuff at me. Do I think he has the capability and the versatility? Do I think he loves the country? Absolutely. I think he's a patriot. By the way, I've had long discourses and debates with him privately on this. We're saying, Vivek, I think you're way off base. I don't think like American youth culture, as T put it, is lazy. I think that actually we have some of the greatest untapped potential of people on the planet, of people that have been told that they're small and awful, especially young men. So anyway, a lot goes into an endorsement. You don't have to agree with everybody on that. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Yes. Just a reminder, disagreements can work their way up. We're working on it, right? Great. Thank you. You got a whole thesis there, man.
Oh, yeah. I got a book here.
Yeah, make it quick.
I'll say I'm an engineer, not a politician before I ask this question. I'm also a Christian, but not evangelical like yourself. But Turning Point USA often advocates for America First policies, which I largely agree with. How do you reconcile this with AIPAC's lobbying for unconditional U.S. support of Israel? And I would argue that that is actually prioritizing foreign interest over American taxpayers.
Well, yeah, but we don't take money from AIPAC, so I don't have to reconcile it.
I think that a large part of our government does, though. A lot of different representatives are.
Yeah, for sure. Let's be consistent though. Are you also critical of the Armenian lobby, the Turkish lobby, right? The Cuban lobby? There's lots of American citizens that have foreign, not just interests, but foreign opinions.
Yeah, and funding is kind of what
right?
you're hinting at.
And
Yeah.
so, for example, like I understand there's a lot of criticism against AIPAC. I certainly don't agree with everything they do. I don't think they should have went after Thomas Massey, for example. I think Thomas Massey's awesome. But like the thrust against AIPAC is this idea that they're purchasing politicians, right? Is that essentially the...
Yeah, I would put a priority on AIPAC just because they are so largely funded and they do have such an impact over U.S. government and elections.
Yeah, but I do have to say what I said earlier. I don't want to relitigate the whole thing, but the voters of a lot of these Republicans are very pro-Israel.
Yeah.
So it's easy just to attack the money as if they're being purchased. If in some of these places you came out against Israel, in some of these states, you would get run out of office. You'd get primaried. So your criticism is not about the special interest group of AIPAC, but it's actually the Republican Party that tends to be very pro-Israel.
Well,
the voters is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would say there are some sects too. There's some different examples of Democratic representatives who I might not align with on the majority part, but they were pushed out of their races due to AIPAC funding, like ad blitzing campaigns and stuff.
Which by result I supported, even though by intent I didn't.
Yeah.
You know,
I think we
some of these people were awful. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I understand
like
that. but I don't-
Jamal Bowman was he's like the worst.
I know, but spending tens of millions of dollars to counter these people seems to be kind of sending a message to the rest of the representatives that they can't speak up against AIPAC.
Fair enough, but I do think we have to understand AIPAC is funded by Americans, right?
Yeah.
So your opinion, your disagreement is that Americans have views that you don't have, and they're willing to spend money. It's not that. I mean, it's not. They're not receiving money from a foreign government. If there's evidence of that, I totally don't support it, and they should register under FARA. But like, these are Americans, right?
Yes,
foreigner
they're
cannot
Americans
give-
with a lot of foreign ties is what
Okay,
I would argue.
again, there's a lot of. So I just want to make sure we are consistent, and I'm sure you are. Should the Council for American Islamic Relations also register as a foreign lobbying organization?
I don't have enough knowledge
That's
to
okay,
speak on that.
but fair enough.
resign
And I'm
my
not trying to
point.
criticize you, but I get asked more about AIPAC than anything else, but never about CARE. By the way, CARE is the Council for American Islamic Relations that is the funding source behind Rashid Tlaib and Elon Omar. So I just want to make sure that the advocacy is equally appropriated, right? If your whole thing is like get foreign influence and money out of elections, then we should criticize the Cuban lobby, which is huge in DC. Just so we are clear, if you are a Florida senator and you are like even slightly weak on Cuba, they will take you out before breakfast, okay? So also in California, if you're a representative in the Pasadena area, the Armenian lobby is incredibly powerful there. And so there are a lot of examples of Americans that still have, let's just say, very strong opinions foreign, but for example, AIPAC gets all the attention, maybe for the funding source, but thank you for your
So
question.
would you also argue that you are largely against foreign funding being a part of elections? Are you against these lobbying
there
groups?
should be no foreign funding, basically.
I agree with that. I think that was kind of the crux of the argument to come to the conclusion that we're all against the foreign funding in U.S. elections. So
For sure.
thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes.
Can you raise it? Yes, that's great. Thank you. Hi, my name is Ruth. I am so excited to be here today. I'm a huge fan, so this is a special moment for me. But basically, my question is, there are circumstances in the U.S. where little kids come in illegally because of their parents, but they come here and this is their whole life. They have no history in their home country, right? How do we humanely and as conservatives or Christians deal with this in a way that represents our values?
You're not going to like my answer, and that's
Okay.
okay. The whole family unit should be returned back to the country.
Okay, that's what I was tending to think, but
And can I just build it out?
Yes.
So a moral teaching of Scripture
Mhm.
is that you do not favor justice for the poor or for the rich. This
Mhm.
idea of blind justice. And if we agree it is wrong to do this, and we say, okay, what's the most humane way? It'd be one thing if we say, hey, you separate the family, which ironically, people on the left actually want the family separated.
Yeah.
They say, oh, keep the kids and bring the parents back home. I think that's wrong. I think the whole family unit should return. And here's why, is that these parents, when they brought some of these kids across the border, they knowingly put their kids in harm's way.
That's true.
And it's again, it is not fair to the kids of other nations that are not able to legally immigrate into this country just because others were carried across the southern border.
Do you think it would then be reasonable to give maybe these families, and unfortunately due to their parents' decision, maybe more priority about getting an actual visa or?
No visas. I know I'm pretty harsh on this, and I'll tell you why. If we compromise on immigration law, then we do not have immigration law. We must be uncompromising in the enforcement of law, period. And again, if we want to accommodate certain things, then we're basically going to say, hey, this law should not exist and anybody can come in under any circumstances. But again, the parents are the ones to blame here, not the U.S. government. The parents brought their kids, and I'm going to say something a little bit provocative, almost as like mini hostages against the system, where they're like, well, you can't deport me because I brought these kids.
Like a safety mechanism.
Yeah, as a safety mechanism. And by the way, just so we're clear, some of these kids are brought across in sex trafficking ways. Some of them are brought in very cruel and unusual ways. And so, again, people don't always love that answer, but
yeah. I guess my next question to that would be, I'm trying to think. I just like, because they have no, maybe they don't even, you know, their first language is English. They may not even speak their native language. And you said that it was, because that's the law right now, that we don't allow immigration inside.
Yeah,
but in
it's
the
8
past
USC
presidency, maybe when they came in, that wasn't the case.
Yeah,
so
no, that's
and I don't agree with that was the way it was during that time. But then shouldn't we maybe allow those people to stay because that was acceptable in that moment?
If you're 25 years or younger, it's been the law for about 25 years. Right, so
Yeah.
about like 2008, 8 USC 1312.
I guess saying just like in the last presidency, it was just so like chillax, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, so look, like let's just talk about something that's going to be a huge task, because what you're talking about is still a hypothetical in some ways, because you're talking about people that might have been here for 10 or 15 years. The more important and one that's going to be a huge lift is getting all 14 million people that came across in the last 4 years. They do know another nation. They do know another home.
Yeah.
We're not even getting the people that are 18, 20, 25. We're talking about trying to get 14 million people that were bum rushed across the border in the span of 4 years. Every single one of those people should be returned back to their country of origin and deported from the United States.
I agree with that
Yeah.
as well. So
Thank you
I have
for your
nothing
time.
else to
Do you want a
say.
hat?
Yes. Can I have the white? Yes.
Yes.
The white one.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Alessandra Hayden. I am a high school homeschool student. I'm a senior this year, so I have no affiliation with any colleges or MSU. My question is, and I've seen your signs, you agree with the MAHA movement. You make America healthy again. Do you agree that RFK has been bought and sold and we are not getting what we voted for or what we have accepted?
Oh, no, it's way too early to say that. Way too early.
Is it? Because the major thing that's happening now is, go closer. Okay, thank you. The major thing that's happening right now is RFK just stated publicly that measles vaccine is the only way to stop the outbreak.
You said it's the best way. Right.
Okay. Well, the best way, doesn't that kind of mean the only way?
No, in fact, RFK, I first of all, thank you for being here. I know it's a high schooler, and so I don't want to be very gentle with how I respond. Just so you know, RFK has also rushed vitamin A shipments to the measles outbreaks, which vitamin A helps a lot. He's also rushed steroids, otherwise known as budesonide, that helps people breathe. Bobby Kennedy is the top leading public health official. And as the top leading public health official, it is proven that if the MMR vaccine does not hurt you, which it might, it actually is very effective at stopping the spread. However, there's serious questions about whether the MMR vaccine is dangerous or not. So what he said is factually true. And I say this as someone who's a great skeptic of public health authorities.
I agree with that in that stance. Would you agree, I guess flipping, for during his campaigning in a way to get into the health, would you say that he got false support, like put out some false claims to get influencers and celebrities of like saying that we are in support, and then we're not really seeing anything and it just kind of all being pushed away?
No, again, he's only been in there for like a month and a half. Just on Tuesday, he announced that there will be the largest study into the causes of autism in American history. And by September, we're going to get some real answers. I think the world of Bobby Kennedy. And just to be clear, he actually went and visited where the measles outbreaks happen. And he alone talking about vitamin A helping with measles, that alone is a major accomplishment. We would never hear that from public health authorities before. So I encourage you to trust the process, and Bobby Kennedy has my support. Thank you very much.
Can I follow up with a question? Different question?
Really quick, we got a very long one. We took a while on.
Okay, I understand. So I'm going to flip it entirely away from. So I watched your Jubilee interview, and one of your major stances was college is a scam. I'm going either into college or away from college, leaning towards not going to college. Would you say that standard first, like from kindergarten through high school experience, do you feel like it is very biased to get you to college? And then if you don't have it, it's hard to make it in the world?
Yeah, I mean, look, college is super biased. Look, college is good for some people in the audience if you're studying engineering or something technical or something focused. The vast majority of people that go to college are studying anthropology or communications or soft social sciences. And it's not my opinion. The data shows that half the people in this audience, if they get a job, will get a job that does not require a college degree. That shows that rendered basically your entire year useless. Time here useless. So every person is specific and different. We need more people that are welders, entrepreneurs, HVAC, and people that take risks and start businesses. And also a lot of these jobs are going to be replaced by AI. Thank you so much. I got to the next question. Thank you.
Can I get a hat?
Yes, thank you. We're going to do more hats. All right. Yes, sir.
Hi, Charlie. I love you. I have two things I disagree with you on, though. So sorry. I'm so tossed around. Trump's.
You can't hear me with the mask.
So sorry. Anyways. No. Ooh. Okay. No more time for the stupid questions. I gotta focus. Anyways. Freedom of speech. I love Trump. Trump is my favorite president in the whole planet, in the whole world. Best president of any nation. Can I get an amen? But I don't believe he's a true man who pushes freedom of speech. Just because you remember when he was in remember the White House debriefing after he changed the Gulf of Mexico, right? To the Gulf of America. The greatest thing I've ever heard.
Okay, let's get to the question. You think you're funny, but yeah, let's get to the question. So yes, okay, he kicked out the AP. He didn't.
I'm on your team. Don't be mean to me.
No, I got it. I mean, sure.
No,
whatever,
but no.
fine.
Freedom of speech for the most part. Everything else, except for when people were disagreeing with him in the White House, the Gulf of Mexico. When
Yes,
they
but he
kept
did-
saying the
he
Gulf
did
of
not,
Mexico.
I got it. He did not forbid the Associated Press from writing what they want to write. He said that if you're not going to acknowledge official government terminology, you can't be in the White House briefing room. Very simple.
He banned the people from those 45-minute press conferences that you were talking about, though.
Okay, yes, and if they started calling Michigan, Wisconsin, you'd do the same. Basically, it's official government terminology of what things are named, and if all of a sudden you start making stuff up, you're not going to acknowledge official government issue terminology. They have every right to kick those people out of those briefings.
They barely even gave it a week for it to set in.
Well, but the AP made a declarative decision that they were going to defy it. Again, by the way, you and I don't just get to walk into the White House briefing room. It's a privilege, not a right. And so if you don't behave in a way with a code of conduct, the president has the right to not have you be there and ask questions.
With transgender people, you know how like sometimes you'll be like, wait, I'm not making a point about it, but you know how sometimes you'll be like, she when they're now a he? It's the same thing. You're not used to the change.
So renaming Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America is the same what you're saying.
If that's what you want to say, I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
Tariffs, though. How are the tariffs going to benefit us? I know they're going to bring manufacturing to the United States, but
well, here in Michigan, your auto industry has been abused and destroyed for years, and tariffs will help bring those jobs back here to the great state of Michigan.
Here in Michigan, we still have a lot of automotive plants.
No, of course you do, but you know what you don't have as much of? This is an important point. You don't have all of the parts that go into the car plants. That's what you guys lost. So what happened is Ford, GM, and Chrysler, they keep some largely symbolic assembly lines. Praise God, a lot of people still have those jobs. But as you know, there's over 1,000 parts that go into a car that need to be assembled. And a lot of those were now made in China or overseas. So so what happened is Detroit used to not just be the place where GM, Chrysler, and Ford to make those cars. There were thousands of other factories that used to exist that would do all of the supporting infrastructure going into making these vehicles.
But here's the one thing that I'll say to that is the manufacturing cost here is like undeniably more expensive than wherever we're manufacturing this stuff. The prices of the price or Jesus, the prices of everything, because the cost of production is going up. It's gonna go up. I'm sorry, I'm fumbling.
It's okay. It can. I mean, look,
it's like an undeniable factor. It's more expensive here.
For now, I mean, look, we're going to see the application of AI and mass robotics, but I'm of the opinion I would rather pay a little bit more for an American car if I know it's made by an American and employed by American labor than a Japanese car. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I get a hat, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I
Thank
do
you.
love
All right, disagreements, guys? Yep.
Okay. Can I start off? Can I get a hat first? Yeah.
You want to have the beginning?
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, I'm Eric. I've lived in China for a year-ish. So I have a question about tariffs. Yeah, okay. I do have a question about tariffs. How is this supposed to benefit the United States economy when it is clearly going to make things more expensive for us? It's going to offset stuff onto the consumers more than...
Well, I mean, so you've spent time in China. If that's the case, why does China have all these tariffs?
China is only having these tariffs in retaliation
No,
to...
no. That's not correct. No, they the other way around. They had tariffs for the last 20 years. We cannot sell American goods in China. So if what you are saying is correct, why did China have permanent tariffs for 20 years?
I'm not sure. That is a decision of the Chinese government that I am not affiliated with.
No. I'm just saying, though, that maybe because tariffs don't actually always do the things you say they're going to do, right?
Yes.
So if you just look at it through a very simple, economic lens, supply and demand, it seems that they'll raise costs. But you know what? If you make a product in America, you avoid a tariff. Definitionally, if you invest in America, you avoid a tariff. These tariffs are a forcing function also to get us to sell our products in other countries. We cannot sell Fords in China, for example. We cannot sell our liquid natural gas in a lot of other countries. This is to try to liberate the market so we can sell American goods in other countries.
All right, I do have another question. If K over F is a Galois extension and the underlying Galois group is the symmetric group S3, is K3 a splitting field for the irreducible cubic monic polynomial over F?
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to answer that question, so thank you. Did anyone understand any of that? Okay, good. And then he just walks away.
Hi, my name's Ryan. I'm actually the VP of a Turning Point
Oh,
chapter
great,
at
good.
Grand Valley, and I consider myself a staunch nationalist, as do most of my friends. And one of my biggest concerns is foreign influence and foreign interests in our government. I believe that our politicians should not be allowed to hold dual citizenships or own stocks that are largely they shouldn't be able to own stocks in Chinese manufacturing companies, in French wine companies,
Or have multiple passports.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying that many of my conservative friends believe that Israel has a lot of undue influence just by the fact of
We've done this 4 or 5 times. So, I mean, yes.
I know.
But what is your question?
My question is, do you agree that American politicians should not be allowed to have dual citizenships?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I will answer any question, guys, but the obsession with Israel is really interesting to me. It's really something. Yes, it's the number one question I get, I have to say, yeah.
Hey, Charlie. I'm just wondering, on your take on immigration, how would you feel about a 20 to 40 year moratorium? No visas, green cards.
I
citizenship,
think
anything?
5 years is a good, we could start and measure it up. I mean, I don't know. We don't know what the world's going to look like in 20 years.
Yeah, that's a good point. How long do you think it would take for someone to become naturalized?
Oh, it should take longer than it currently does, yeah.
Well, how long do you think it
I don't
takes to
know.
become fully Americanized? Because I would say,
Oh,
I'd say a generation, and I think
Probably.
even that's iffy. So I think we should stop it for a 20 to 40 years.
Here's what I will say. The need for immigration is going to almost disappear soon because of artificial intelligence and robotics. Almost all of the arguments are, well, they're going to do the job that we don't want to do, blah, 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 blah. All those arguments are about to go away because we're going to have mass application of advanced robotics very soon.
Okay, another question. I've been doing a lot of research and ordered the book The Bell Curve by Charles Murray. How do you feel about that?
That's good. There's a chapter that's awfully controversial around IQ.
Well, the whole book's about IQ. And on that note, do you think...
Well, there's one in particular.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's like chapter 9.
13. Do you
Oh,
think
13, I got
that
it.
we should replace college degrees with IQ testing to increase class mobility?
Standardized tests and IQ tests, yes. I think standardized tests are really good. You know, it's interesting. I think we should get rid of the college degree requirement at a lot of jobs and say instead, can you take a standardized test and an IQ test. Do you know they got rid of that post-COVID because it was racist?
It was 1971.
Well, no, we did it again in 2000 as far as an informal practice to get rid of it. I think we should absolutely bring back IQ tests.
Okay. Could I get a hat? Could I
Yes,
get
you
the
can.
red one?
Thank you. You
I
want a
get a-
signed one?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. She wants the signed one, yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Charlie.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hi. So my name is Paige, and this is my twin sister, IVF.
Wow, okay.
Alex.
Okay.
We have two older sisters that are also IVF.
Okay.
So this is about IVF, of course. So I'm particularly neutral on the topic. I don't want to have like a forced opinion because like my entire family has kind of become a product of IVF.
Are you guys surrogacy too, or just IVF?
Just IVF.
Oh, just
Yeah,
IVF.
just IVF. But I watch your videos. And so I've noticed that in one of your videos, you do mention that you are okay with IVF, but you're morally against it. Is that true?
Yeah, it's a little bit deeper than that, but I have a lot of problems with IVF, albeit while acknowledging the fruit. I'm glad you're both alive.
Thank you.
And so that must be celebrated. So it's I'll explain the difficulty, but please continue.
Okay. My part one of my question is just as someone who was conceived through IVF, why should I also be morally against it?
Good question. Okay, so as a pro-lifer, first and foremost, we have to have an issue with the discarded fertilized eggs that happen during IVF. That's why you guys are twins. It's because during your creation process, if I can be provocatively blunt, you lost a lot of your siblings.
Yes.
Right? Am I correct in saying that?
So for our older sisters, they had 6 embryos in their batch. 2 came out, of course, but for us, there were 3, and then 2 came out.
Yeah, and so that's my first problem, is that it definitionally is saying like we're going to discard life to get to life. I have a problem with that. So
I do agree, but in a certain way, So in a certain way, those embryos, say they weren't going to become anyways, but at least we were trying because they were going to be raised in a house where we are pro-life and we really wanted to be able to have kids and cherish that. But by taking that loss, they were able to have at least us out of the 3. At least they could have the 1. So it's kind of, I don't know where I'm going with that.
I understand what you're saying. So there's a pro-life way to do IVF, which is only implant the eggs of which the children that you actually want to raise. And so, and by the way, you have a lower likelihood of working because in your case, it would be maybe 2 or 3. For example, the way that the IVF doctor will sell it is like, look, here's 6 embryos. You'll be lucky if 1 or 2 implant to the uterine wall. Let's see what happens. Now, in certain cases, 4 implant to the uterine wall and you get quadruplets, right? Which is what happens. I find that to be a little bit creepy, to be honest, that a doctor can kind of call shots on what life is going to live and not live. And I find that to be directly contradictory to my pro-life stances. Let me go to my second point, though, which makes it even more difficult. I think it's a human rights violation if there are millions of fertilized eggs just sitting in freezers right now. Those are human lives. If we're pro-life, we believe those are human lives, and they're just kind of in freezers right now. So I have a problem with that. But I don't deny the fruit of how amazing people can be a result of it. Third, though, and I think this is most important, there's a great book called Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, which I encourage everyone to check out. In Brave New World, he hypothesized in the first chapter that there will be a day where human beings can be created without sex. And he wrote about in very vivid novel form what is wrong with that. So IVF is actually the 180 opposite of birth control. So birth control is sex without life. IVF is life without sex. So it's the exact opposite. So, and here's my final problem with IVF, and it's actually in a pro-IVF way. The people who do IVF are actually the most pro-life people because they want babies. Exactly. They're the last people that would walk into an abortion clinic. Exactly. So further complicating this very big issue. So would I want to make it illegal? No, but I have serious humane issues with that. I also think it's like the further Frankenstein monster kind of like we are going to control nature. Like we're resurrecting old species of dire wolves. Like we're doing gene editing of CRISPR. I don't think we should play games with nature as if we are God Almighty. I think that's a terrible idea. I think that's how you get the worst civilizations. So all that to say, the last thing is, second to cancer, the worst thing a human being can suffer with mentally is infertility. It's a proven fact. It creates more depression, more anxiety. So there's no easy answer to that. So my advice to pro-life couples that want to do it, try to push back on the doctor and say, we're going to trust God, and we only want to implant the embryos that we would be comfortable raising. Do not act as if it's like a roulette table. Like, look, we're going to lose some of them, and I know we're not going to raise all those kids. If you fertilize the egg and then it doesn't attach to the wall with the full intent of raising those kids, that's more morally justifiable, other than we're going to throw 6 ones up against the wall and see which ones stick. That one I find to be bordering on eugenics. I know that sounds to be a provocative statement, but it is. Basically, we're going to kill 5 to let 1 live. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And albeit, you guys are going to have a great life because of IVF, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I do have another, just like one more. What would it take for you kind of like answered it, but what would it take for you to be like borderline morally okay with IVF?
Yeah,
if we are able to.
I think I've articulated it. It would largely invalidate the IVF. And what I've just articulated would make the IVF outcomes go down dramatically. Because the reason why IVF outcomes are able to be successful is that each round of IVF, if it does not attach to the uterine wall, the doctor says, well, we did 6, let's do 10. And let's do 15. Let's do 25. Now that's extreme, but it does happen where they want a baby so badly, they're just going to throw everything they possibly can. What ends up happening is then they give the mom a progesterone, which then basically makes the uterine wall, quote unquote, sticky during her time of ovulation, which then can make the baby then attach to the uterine wall. No easy answer. I think so. Last final point. Infertility, I think, is a symptom. It is not in itself a sickness. Infertility, I think, is a symptom of terrible diet, of genetic issues that we're not able to necessarily understand. And in my opinion, I think there are toxins that are poisoning us, that are artificially lowering testosterone rates. And young ladies, I'm going to get so much hate for this. If you never want to deal with infertility, be very careful taking the pill. The pill has a lot more downsides than they will ever tell you. Be very careful. As a man, I know I'm not allowed to say that. There's a lot of downsides to the pill. And am I allowed to say it? Thank you.
Yes, you are. Yes,
because
sir.
The pill will dramatically increase your likelihood of going to an IVF industry clinic. Do you want to know the even more sinister take? If I was just caring about profit, I would try to get a bunch of 14-year-old girls on a birth control pill to addict them as an annuity, have them not want to have kids till their 30s, then they're infertile, then they have to come to me and buy IVF services. That's only if you'd want to make a bunch of money, though. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you both.
Maybe please.
Yes,
both
you
get
get 2 hats because you're twins.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. How's everyone doing today?
Thank you both. God bless you guys.
You too.
That was a great question.
What's going on, man? I've been watching your videos since high school, so it's kind of crazy to go full circle in college, man. So how you doing today? Good. So I want to talk to you, and I don't want to misquote you, so if you could just restate your opinion. Oh, sorry. If you could just restate your opinion on this. You said that, obviously the auto industry here has been weakening over the years, and that you said these tariffs are going to help. Is that right?
Will almost certainly help the auto industry specifically, correct?
Okay, so I mean, we've all seen the estimates that have been coming out where prices on cars are going to go up by 25%, 50%, right? And obviously, that components sometimes travel multiple times between a country on the borders between Canada, Mexico, and so on, just to get to these auto manufacturers. My point is, if a car, right, if the cost goes up, demand will go down, right? And then obviously supply will go down, right? Because that's basically all of economics. And then at that point, if I don't have a high demand and I don't need to create a high supply to supply that, won't I need less workers?
Smart take. Number one, just so we remember, we saw car prices go up dramatically during COVID. Do you guys remember that? Because there was a chip shortage.
100%.
No, I just want to make, and by the way, we endured that. And I'm not one to try to say we need higher prices. People are getting crushed. But I just want to have everyone remember, during COVID, we saw nearly a 50% increase in car prices, and it almost received no national news coverage. In fact, used cars were going more than new cars in certain markets because of, this specific chip shortage. The one thing I will say, though, is that I think you're underestimating America's consumer drive and the built-in demand for vehicles and new vehicles. I think actually demand will largely stay stable. I don't necessarily think prices are going to increase as much as you think, because remember, these tariffs are on those made in foreign countries. Toyota makes a lot of their vehicles here. Those are not going to be tariffed. Hyundai makes a ton of their vehicles here. Honda just opened up a new facility, I think, in Kokomo, Indiana. And so the tariffs are a forcing function. I'm willing to play it out. Here's why. I know how Michigan has suffered economically. Detroit used to be the wealthiest city in America. It's a fact.
No, I agree.
It was a crown jewel. In fact, you look at the library, you look at the old buildings of Detroit, it's like going through ancient Athens, how much money used to be flowing through here. And now I think it's worth us saying, wait a second, what did we trade to get rid of that? And it very well might not work out, to your point. I think it's very well worth the experiment because it's one that people voted for.
Gotcha. No, but I understand about that. But if we look at the demand for automobiles, right, during COVID, that was largely in part for secondhand vehicles. People weren't buying them because, if we remember correctly, like a lot of these dealerships were like gouging the hell out of these new cars that were coming out. So yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, demand is going to be there, but it's going to be for a different hand market. And like, I agree. It's great. Toyota, Ford, GM, all these guys are making their cars here, but still a lot of these components come from other countries. And
that is true.
Yeah. So
I grant you all of that. I don't want to be overly ideological. Sure. It could work out. I think in part, employing more American labor is a net benefit for the American people. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for your time.
Can I get a hat?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Thanks for your
Thank
time,
you.
man. Appreciate it. Thanks, boss. You're good. You're good.
I will wait.
Thank you.
Shush, 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 shush. I'll wait. I'll wait. If you want me to talk, you're going to have to be quiet for a little bit. Shush, shush, shush. Quiet coyote. Quiet coyote. You know what? I can wait here for the quiet crowd to quiet down. Y'all wanted to hear me. Y'all wanted to hear me.
Let it rip.
Come on. All right. Hello there. So, with me, I have a sign here. True Christians love everyone. Would you say you believe in this sign?
Yes, but define love.
Define love? To respect. You respect someone enough to not judge them, to not hate them for what they're doing, no matter what it is.
Do you lie to people you love?
Do I lie to people I love? Not often enough. And I don't lie about...
Should we, in the ideal, when you love somebody, should you lie to them?
Depends on the lie. So, let me give an example here. Say, do you have a sibling? Say you have a sibling and they have a dress on and it is just ugly, the ugliest thing you've ever seen. Are you going to tell them that dress is ugly, you need to change it, you horrible person?
Yes. In fact, I'll do it in a way that is filled with love, but I love my sister so much that if she's going to leave the house and be made fun of, I won't let her do that, because that's what love is all about. You see, love
but
is not...
Are you going to make her feel ugly saying that?
Well, no. In fact,
how would you say it to make them not feel ugly?
I would say, listen, I care a lot about you. I think that maybe you should change that outfit, or let's see what other outfits
what
you
if
might
she's
have.
like, no, I spent a lot on this. I'm really proud. I think this looks great. Are you going to say that what she thinks look great doesn't look great to you?
I would say, look, you can obviously wear whatever you want, but I want to caution you that if you wear that dress out in public, it might not be received the way you think it would be received. I would be remiss not to say that if I actually loved my sister. I'd be remiss, because love is not affirmation. Love is not confirmation. Love is making sure that you care so much about the other that you're willing to challenge and point out flaws when you see them and have the courage to articulate it. That's what love is, as embodied by Christ our Lord, because you have true love right there. And
I can't have my hand in my pocket.
so true love is truth spoken in love.
So would you say then that believing that homosexuality is a behavior, then you consider it a loving behavior to tell a homosexual homosexual that they're just wrong with what they
That's
believe.
not my opinion. It's what the scriptures teach. You have a cross in front of you, so I will talk to you on scriptural basis. The Bible says very clearly that the behavior of homosexuality is a sin. I don't make those rules. I didn't design that. I'm simply telling you what the scriptures say explicitly.
But they also say to love your enemy.
Yes, how do you love somebody, though? You love somebody by telling them the truth. You see, you are conflating love with acceptance. They are two completely different things.
So do you think we don't have an accepting God then?
We have an incredibly accepting, judgmental God that gave us an intermediary, his son. That
So
if
then
we,
is it your job to judge people?
well, hold on. To not judge is a
It's
very,
a yes
very.
or no question. Do you judge? Is
No.
it your job to judge people? Yes or no?
We absolutely should judge people, but not. We should not eternally judge them. That's God's job. That's what that scripture is talking about.
when you
But
have you damned someone to hell? Have you considered
I-
somebody who is
I
something
don't
different
have the
from you
power
as
to do
someone-
that.
But
nor-
have you considered it? Have you thought in your mind that someone who is homosexual is going to go to hell?
I
And
actually,
that's a
I've
question
never,
for
even,
everybody
I've
here.
never even said that. In fact, if someone,
I didn't say did you think it. I didn't say did you say it. I said did you think it.
even if I thought that, that alone is not even comparative, because homosexuality is a sin just as adultery is a sin, or as stealing is a sin, or coveting is a sin. They are all sins. I'm not trying to single out a single sin, but when asked or presented, what does my faith teach about this particular behavior, I'm going to give you a morally clear answer.
So what faith do you practice then? Because you say Christianity. Do you have a specific sect?
It's like evangelical, basically.
This is over then.
Where did Bob Ross go? I hope he accepts Jesus in his heart.
Hey, Charlie. My name is Samwise, and I come here.
Samwise Ganges.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for noticing. So my question is about Christianity, and so I see a lot of Christians saying that there are certain verses in the Old Testament that we shouldn't hold to the standard of Christianity because they're in the Old Testament.
It's a great question.
But there's a verse, Matthew 5:17, that says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." And that's what Jesus said on the Sermon on the Mount. And so how do we refute this as Christians? Like, how do we refute that the God or that the Bible does not
It's
condone
a phenomenal question.
bad
So,
things in the
book
Old
of
Testament?
Colossians, it says the ordinance of Moses were nailed to the cross. So there are three types of laws. So there are 613 laws of Judaism. Okay, there are three types of laws. There are the moral, there are the civil, and then the ceremonial. The ceremonial we are not bound to as all. Eating kosher, the feast days, having 4 strings basically outside. Wrapping your arm in a specific way to pray at a specific time. We are not called to the ceremonial laws. The civil laws must become deeply under our consideration to employ, such as, ceremonial laws of should we have the death penalty or not. We're not bound to them, but we should heavily consider it. We are bound to the moral laws. The moral laws are basically the 10 Commandments, all of which, except one, the Sabbath, which is repeated, but not in explicit form, was repeated by Christ our Lord. Don't take any other gods before me. No idols. Don't take the Lord's name in vain. Right? Honor your mother and father. So you may live long in the land of which you are in. For 6 days you shall work, and for the 7th day you shall rest. Do not murder. Do not take false witness. Do not steal. Do not commit adultery, and do not covet. Those 10 basically moral laws remain a constant through Christian theology.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a hat?
Yes, thank you. Thanks. We'll go a little bit longer, guys, then I got to dash.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
It's a great campus. You guys have been great. You've
What's
been
up,
wonderful.
Charlie? My name's Eric. I came here to ask
Yes.
you if you think that due process is being ignored when it comes to deportation.
It's a complicated question. So yes, the Supreme Court has ruled that due process is a right given to people here illegally. However, it's more complicated than that because we're not clear if that meant while someone was illegal on soil and they committed a crime. So let's pretend that someone was an illegal immigrant and they committed murder. They get due process.
Right.
What's not clear is the extent of due process when they have a deportation notice on their file. That is not clear.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Kind of, yeah. Have you
'Cause
heard
it's-
about the Maryland father that got deported to El Salvador? Like, I think it was.
Yeah, and it was a To be clear, he wasn't a U.S. citizen.
Right.
It shouldn't have happened. And
Okay.
yeah.
So what's to say that it won't happen to anyone else? Because I think that was absolutely like ridiculous.
Yeah, again, I want to be clear. This wasn't just like a Maryland father. This guy was a gang member. But
Well, he was a gang member, but then he was like he has a family.
Again,
he's
I'm
been out
not
of the
gonna,
streets.
the Supreme Court ruled he has to be returned, so it was a
Right.
clerical error, shouldn't have been there. But here's the problem with due process. There's not clear whether or not you've already gone through the court system. You need another whole reinvention of due process.
Okay. What's like your opinion on it? Like, what do you think it should be? Like the definition.
I think that, look, if you're here illegally, you should be able to be deported rather quickly out of this country. Period.
Okay.
Not have 3 years of court dates to go through the inevitable deportation.
Okay.
So we got to get to the next question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I get a sign hat?
Yes, sure. Thank you. Yes, next one.
Hi there. My name is Jordan, and I'm a third-year chemistry student here at Michigan State. And I have a question. So one of my friends, he's from Canada, and he's here as an engineering student on a visa. Do you think that an individual like him should be deported out of the country, especially with the coming up
I don't know enough
getting
about
rid
him,
of the
but-
Department of Education?
I don't know enough about him, but I mean, I like Canada. I don't think it should be a 51st state, but it's got a lot of problems though. But
That's right. And then going forward, when you look at the Department of Education and look at it at a federal level compared to the state and local, how do you think FAFSA factors into that?
Oh, that's interesting. It should go into the Department of Treasury. We do give out way too much money in student loans, though. I think, though, that the Department of Treasury should handle all that. But generally, we're giving out way too much money in student loans in this country. So,
perfect.
Thank you. You want a hat?
Yes. Could I
All
get
right,
a hat?
does
for my
anyone
Canadian
disagree
friend
in
too?
line that is remaining? Okay, you do. Can she cut in line? Yes. And then I want to get really quickly to disagreements, guys, because I'm running out of time. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel about Trump saying that he would run for a third term? Because that's something I really
Yeah,
disagree with.
I don't think it's there in the Constitution. I think he's trolling people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You want a hat?
Can I get a sign?
Oh, yeah, I'll sign it for you. Yes. You've been waiting, and then we'll get to the disagreement. Really quick, yeah.
Hi, Charlie. I just wanted to go back to what you said about sex without life being an issue, and I agree with that. But I wanted to ask you, with like a religious perspective, if you think that it's hypocritical of the Catholic Church to practice natural family planning because it's still trying to have sex without life, because that's an issue that I've struggled with.
No, I don't necessarily. I mean, the greater question. So, I'm not a Catholic, so I actually do believe birth control can be
I'm
used.
not Catholic either. I know my shirt
Yeah,
says
it says
that, but I
Catholic
just
that.
represent CC.
And I'm not one to ever point out hypocrisy in the Catholic Church. I do think there is some inconsistency, though, with the lack of birth control. I could talk at length about that. But do I think that birth control is overly used, especially in like premarital relationships? Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Without a
you.
doubt. Thank you very
Can I
much.
get a signed hat?
Yes, of course. Disagreement here? Yes, sir.
So, hi, my name is Carl. I'm a Lebanese Christian. I was born here legally. My parents came here legally. I was born in Pontiac, Michigan.
Great.
So,
My wife is half Lebanese.
hell yeah. So, you made a point before that if you have a double citizenship, you shouldn't be able to work in politics, which is the only thing I disagree with you on because I'm a dual citizen.
You have to
and
renounce one.
Yeah, but I pay taxes. I work in the U.S.
Fine. You could
I
do
love
that.
the U.S.
But I don't think you should be able to run for office and have two passports.
But why not? If my utmost loyalty is to the U.S.
Well, then prove it.
I prove it by working in the
No,
U.S.
then get rid of the other
government.
passport. I'm not trying to nitpick, but look, you could do all sorts of things. I think though you should not be able to have two passports and serve in the U.S. government. I find it to be insane because basically, why would you have that passport for any other reason than as like a backup plan?
Yeah, I have that.
And I'm not
pass-
criticizing you.
yeah.
I'm just saying as a principle.
So I have that passport because it's my parents' country. Like I respect.
You could still visit it without the passport.
Yeah, I need a visa though. That's it.
All right. Well, but you have to choose. That's the point. Is that if you're going to be coming to elected office, you have to make a declaration that this is my home. I've burned the boats. There's no backup plan. And I think that's a very reasonable thing for any country to say. Like China would not allow someone in the Chinese government to serve if they have a French passport, right? It would just it begs the question of whose loyalty is it?
But like, doesn't that make me kind of like a second-class citizen? Like, why do I have to pay full taxes if I don't get the full privilege?
We're
of
just talking
working?
about serving in Congress, right? So I don't
Yeah.
know if you ever want to be in Congress.
Yes, I want to be in Congress.
Okay, great. So if you want to be in Congress, I encourage you to get rid of the Lebanese passport, because it would always beg the question of like, which is your ultimate loyalty? And let me just tell you right now, contrast that with the founding massive immigration that we saw in the early 1900s. They would burn their passports from their native countries when they came to America because they were so happy to be here and they wanted to make a statement that they were part of the United States of America. So, again, you have to tell me more of what you think you would get out of having that passport, other than it just being symbolic.
I can also vote back home.
Exactly. That's the point, is that you
No,
could,
but who
you could
says
have
I
ties
don't-
to the government.
Yeah, but who says I don't vote for what would be an interest for America? Like I voted, like I would have voted back home for.
Again, I don't mean to nitpick you in particular, but
Yeah.
it does beg the question that if you have dual citizenship, your loyalties might be split. And to use a principle of our Lord and also of Abraham Lincoln, a house divided cannot stand. So you just have to choose. It's nothing against you, right? It's just, in my opinion, you should not be allowed to have another passport and serve in the U.S. government. So thank you for your time. Yes, hat, you bet. Last question, and then I'll get you a hat. Don't worry, man.
I got an important family question.
All right, I'm running out of time. So, yes.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Jack. I am I just want to say I'm a really big fan of you. I agree with what most of you say. As a Christian, I do have to disagree with you on the death penalty. And I know you used to be anti-death penalty, and now you are pro-death penalty. I just want to ask why you switched over. And I just disagree because, you know, God is just, he has so much grace and forgiveness that I feel like he should, you know, we should give even those who have done horrific things to people and murdered, give them chance and to change their heart and soften their heart and say, you know what, God, I do want to change, and obviously stay in prison, but, you know, change their heart in prison so they can spend eternally with God. And
It's a great question. So, number one, we must remember before I say this that there are the three types of Old Testament laws. There's moral, there's civil, and ceremonial. Ceremonial, we're not bound to. Civil, we strongly consider. Moral, we are bound to. It's cool. So the only civil law, the only law actually that is repeated in all 5 books of the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, the only law is that you will take a life if you take a life, meaning that the death penalty for murder. It's the only law repeated. Now, that's a civil law that we must strongly consider. Now, I'm going to give you an interesting argument you probably never have heard. We believe that all human beings are made in the image of God and are image bearers. If you allow murderers to live, it's an insult to the victim. You are basically saying that murderer has more rights than the person that they murdered, that they get to keep on having life, even though that they took the life from a victim. You're definitionally actually diminishing the victim and elevating the perpetrator, not intentionally, but the only true actual statement of human equality is we care about life so much that the penalty to take a life is that we will give you the ultimate price and consequence because we care about human life.
I just feel like that if you look at God's character, he's just so like he's awesome, great, and his forgiveness. Like we do not deserve his forgiveness. We don't deserve to, you know, be in.
But you still believe in a punishment for them. We're just disagreeing on
prison,
the punishment.
Yes, prison, of course. But I just if you look at God's character,
But then why did God say to do it 5 times in all 5 books of the Bible? You got to wrestle with that one because this is not man's law. This is God's decree. If you take a life, your life shall be taken. And that's what changed my mind. As I studied the Torah more and more, it wasn't just once, it was all over. And the reason being is that the best explanation God would give, or the interpretations, is God values human life so seriously that you must have the ultimate cost and consequence for taking one of his children.
Okay, yeah, I would study that more definitely of the first 5 books of the Bible, but I just feel like that when you look at his character and
it's all good.
Yeah. When you look at his character, it's just like, if let's say one of my parents was killed by someone, I feel I love that person so much that killed them. Like I love everyone.
See, I wouldn't. I would have a different opinion.
I love everyone.
If someone
right?
killed someone I loved, I would advocate for the death penalty.
I love them. I love everyone so much that I want them to, you know, come to Jesus and have a
I
personal
hope so,
relationship with them.
What we do find is this, though,
and I would forgive them. I would.
I will pause with this, and with this, because we're out of time. It's 3:00. What we find, though, is that when people lose loved ones, it's the greatest switch, where they go from anti-death penalty to pro-death penalty, which honestly is a little bit frustrating because it shouldn't matter if a loved one actually gets killed. It should matter if any human being gets killed. And by not having the death penalty, you are giving the murderer an advantage that the victim no longer has. They should not continue to have life if they took life from somebody else. It's the most just thing that we could possibly do.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
So
thank you.
Thank you for your time. You want a hat?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big
fan.
Really quick, man. You're killing me.
Appreciate you, Charlie.
All right, so basically, as
No.
somebody who's been a former liberal, but I got shown,
Really quick, you got like
facts
20
and
seconds.
evidence.
Go.
As a former father yourself, how would you guide and advise somebody to, not just guide his own children, but
Yes.
also the future generations into not falling into this insane bullshit ideology that the woke mind
So
virus has given us?
as a father, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, as a father, lead your home. Do your best to be able to earn enough money that your wife does not have to go into the workforce so that she can raise the kids. If she wants to, if she wants to go in the workforce, that's fine. But be the man and try to work the extra shift, work through the night, deliver the income so that your wife can be a mother to the kids. And finally, you are the one that must be the hawk and say no. Dads are there to say no. And as you know, when kids start to become 3, 4, 5 years old, you have to say no a lot. Not that moms can't say no, but they have a different gifting from the Lord. They are more tender, they're more compassionate, they're more long-suffering, whereas we as men must be the issuing and the ordering of masculine discipline. And I will say this, as young men get older, one of the major reasons we have the violence problem in Black America and in inner cities is young men need a masculine figure around so that they can teach them how to use their violent impulses.
Yes, sir.
A man-on-man mentorship. A single mom, God bless her, does not understand what a man is going through. Similarly, a young woman needs a father around so she can see, hopefully, the type of man one day that she will want to marry. And so you as a father must embody both those things at all times. God bless you guys. Thank you, Michigan State. Go Green! Let your patriotic values guide how you invest your money and save for your future. With Monorail's Patriot Portfolio, your investment dollars get out of globalist corporations and into companies that support Christian and American values. Monorail is perfect for anyone who wants to learn how to invest their money like a pro, or a conscious-minded investor that wants to put their money where their values are. Open an account today at monorail.com/Kirk. That's monorail.com/Kirk. All right, here we go.
Hello, Mr. Kirk. Came a long way to see you. Well, I go to school here, but I'm from Texas.
So you walked across the campus?
Pretty much. So, I have a definition for you, and then I'll go from there. So, fascism, as described, is a political system based on a very powerful leader, state control, and being extremely proud of the country and race, in which political opposition is not allowed. Now, I am not saying Trump is inherently fascist and the administration is fascist. But what I've been seeing is the introductory steps to fascism. He's tried to make the executive branch more a controlling power and even trying to test the judicial lieutenants that he appointed. The chief judge had to tell him to rein it in, and he's the one that was appointed by Trump. His own judges are saying, you need to stop this. He's consistently been going against American values that have been in place for hundreds of years and trying to reimagine how the American government should be. How do you feel about that?
No, I mean, I think it's preposterous. I mean, Donald Trump is not a fascist. Let me ask you a question. Do fascists protect freedom of speech?
No, and he hasn't.
Well, hold on. No, he actually has, to such a great extent where he says colleges are not getting money if they don't protect freedom of speech. He's defunding colleges if they don't protect freedom of speech. In fact, Donald Trump has gone out of his way to make sure that all Americans have the freedom of speech. All U.S. citizens do. And so an attribute of fascism is also basically quashing political dissent, as you would say, right? Which political party tried to put the opposition leader in prison for 700 years? Was it Donald Trump or Joe Biden that tried to put his rival in jail for 700 years?
Joe Biden. But I
Yeah,
have a
so
rebuttal
would
to
Joe
that.
Biden be a fascist then?
No.
But you just said that's a hallmark definition of fascism, quelching political opposition. I will go a step further. Wasn't the Democrat Party acting fascistic by indicting Donald Trump on all these charges the first time in American history to basically eliminate the MAGA movement?
It wasn't to eliminate the MAGA movement, it was get to man. Because Trump himself was doing very shady things. He was having hush money trials, which is true. He's a convicted felon. He tried to keep documents.
Well, he's also your president, so you have to say that as well.
Yes, he is my president.
Okay, good. I mean, again, this whole convicted felon thing is so preposterous and so ridiculous. But again, your definition of fascism is, as you read it, not just so narrow. Donald Trump is the opposite of that. Do fascists want people to own more guns or less guns?
Less guns.
Yeah. So why would Donald Trump now make it easier for people to own guns then?
But that's not the point.
Well, it is
not
a point.
everything. That's why I said Trump is not a fascist himself, and this is not a fascist
but it's
administration
just-
yet. There are certain aspects that he's doing that is fascist. He's trying to
It's
make the
just- it's-
centralized power in the executive branch to control everything that's around him.
It's called the
He has a bunch of
unitary
yes men.
executive theory is not fascistic. Again, just looking around every corner and acting like that's fascist, that fascist. It's so destructive to our discourse because he's the opposite of such a
That's
fascist.
why I haven't said he's a fascist.
No, I understand.
haven't
I know what you're saying.
explained anything.
I would not look at a single thing he's done that is even close to fascistic. It's nationalistic.
Which
it's
is a definition of fascism.
Not necessarily. You could be a
It's an
nationalist
aspect of
communist.
fascism.
Not true. The Soviets and the Bolsheviks were nationalist communists. You could be a nationalist and not be a fascist.
But you can argue that the communism that was going on there was not real communism. That's
Oh.
not Marxist's thing.
What-
And
what-
I
what-
don't align with communism, but that was more of authoritarian communism.
It was never
Communism.
real communism. That's right.
No,
Like
it
so
was
what?
not real communism.
What? We don't agree on this. So what is your then contention?
My contention is that we are approaching a era in America where we are going to be tested. And now we are getting to a phase what's almost as modern day tribalism, which is happening in Africa. I am part Ethiopian. My dad was an immigrant here. He came here legally and did all the steps and all that. But just like in Africa with Ethiopia and their government, Tigray, which is a subsection of Ethiopia, is being slaughtered because of tribalism. They're all part of Ethiopia. Ethiopia used to be 3 countries together: Somalia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. It's modern day tribalism. They split because they didn't want to be part of the tribes anymore. And now we're seeing with the political parties so polarized, we don't even want to talk to each other anymore. Which is why I came out here today.
Thank you for that. Just a super interesting hypothetical one about like division and tribalism. Was there a recent time where a Democrat came on campus and just had an open mic where anyone could disagree with them? Are you aware of that kind of an event?
No, this
Yeah.
is like one of
So-
the worst events I've seen.
No, thank you. So the point is it the MAGA movement, like myself, or Democrats that are inviting discourse and speech that are try to find common ground?
Well, I feel that you yourself, Charlie, is a person that invites criticism and stuff
thank
like
you
that.
for that.
This type of stuff I like. Trump doesn't do that. He doesn't see debate. He more
I
just
would
says.
push back though. It's Donald Trump who will sit in the Oval Office and take questions uninterrupted for 45 minutes when Joe Biden, couldn't even answer a single question. I know that you're not, supporting Joe Biden, but back to your original contention. I need to forcefully push back on this because there is nothing fascistic about deporting people in your country that are here illegally, securing your borders, and putting your own people first. You're right. We are being tested. I think we're being tested in a different way. We're being tested at whether or not, when the American people overwhelmingly vote for something, are they going to get it? And right now, a group of unelected judges and unelected bureaucracy is trying to stop the will of the popular vote of the American people, which I think is way more dangerous than the boogeyman of fascism in our country right now.
Well, I would say that's not really a boogeyman of fascism. It's just fascistic tendencies that are seeming to get more and more consistent with how Trump wants to run his government. And as for the judges, it's checks and balances. They're there to make sure that, hey, let me check this out real quick and go through all the documents our forefathers have written.
No. The
like
founding fathers
Constitution.
never gave district court judges nationwide injunction power. This is a new thing over the last 50 years. That's fine. We're not going to agree on a lot, but I will say this, that the criticisms that we are the fascists are laughable, because let me just ask you, and this is just more broadly, and I understand this is not to Trump. How many of you students out there feel as if you'd be graded differently if you come out as a conservative or a Trump supporter? Raise your hand. Look around. Every hand goes up. And so that is the cultural left on Michigan State's campus that will use power to punish a student with their grades because they have different views. That's fascism. That is definitional fascism. And I'm not saying you're defending that, but I want to make sure you're consistent that there are fascistic tendencies more so on the left than anywhere on the right.
Then I want to say this. I am from Texas. We're as southern as it gets, conservative as it gets. No matter how many times my city of Dallas goes blue, Fort Worth goes blue, Houston goes blue, we're always going to be red, and I've accepted that. And I don't mind that. But also the
God
same...
bless Texas.
God bless Texas. The same thing that happens here happens at campuses over in Texas. Not UT, Because that's Austin.
No, for sure. The campuses are islands of totalitarianism. That's my point, is that campuses, because they're so homogeneously to the left, that even if you go to Alabama, the same thing happens. It's not a red state or blue state issue. It's that these campuses are super, super far to the left as a posture of just ideological diversity.
I don't believe that. Texas A&M, I have several friends that go there. They're all some of my best friends from high school. Very conservative. I see stuff they post on time all the time.
First
and
of all,
it's not exactly
come on,
because
man.
this school's board. I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
it's okay. I got to get to the next question. But 98% of all college professors gave to Kamala Harris. 98% that gave to Kamala Harris. And I don't need to ask the audience because we know it's true. Would you guys say that most professors are conservative or liberal here? Would you say they're liberal?
Professors, not the people in power. The school board.
The administration.
Yeah, the administration of the school is what makes the decision. We have a student body here that makes resolutions and says things to the student board. They never listen.
Doesn't the governor appoint the board of regents in Michigan? Is it elected? Okay, well then I don't know what the balance is in Michigan.
Exactly, it's elected here. So someone can run on a completely random issue. Like I remember someone ran because they wanted to reinstate the swim team. There's no swim team here.
Okay.
It's stuff like that. They get elected.
But maybe we should bring back the swim team. Is that fascism? I don't know. So.
But they get elected and then they don't do stuff that's consecutive to the university. They more try to silence stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that's happened on this campus that many people may not know, and they send ambiguous emails and stuff. It's stuff like that. It's not just this university.
No, that's not my
every
contention.
university
I just
has
want
its
to make.
own
I want to
type
make
of atmosphere.
My takeaway for you is if you're going to try to be pattern recognition with Trump for fascism, look at the American left and do the same. Try to say, because for example, I mean, something that I think is inherently fascistic and disgusting is when Tim Walz is out there cheering for Tesla's stock price to go down. I mean, it's awful, right? I mean, who does something like that? You disagree with a company and you want to see a bunch of people go out of work?
The same way Trump promoted Teslas by having them on the lawn.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? That's more American jobs, more American labor. No, it's the opposite.
That's promoting the stock because people are going to see people in the MAGA movement love Trump and want to do stuff that's like him. It's psychology.
One is good for America, more American jobs, more American labor. Tim Walz is cheering for a factory to close. He's cheering for people to go out of work, which I find to be really disturbing. Thank you for your time. I got to the next question. Thank you. Appreciate it. Folks, we're in a spiritual battle. Right now, all across the globe, our Christian brothers and sisters are being targeted because they stand firm in their faith in Jesus Christ. God's word calls us to remember them. We've got to stand with those heroes of the faith. In the powerful book, When Faith is Forbidden, Todd Nettleton and the Voice of the Martyrs bring you 40 gripping true stories of believers who said yes to Christ, even when it cost them everything, freedom, family, and even their lives. As a special gift to my listeners, you can get a free copy. Just head on over to vom.org/Charlie or click on the link below.
Sorry, it's the first time. A little nervous. All right, so I have a friend named Thomas Sheedy. He is the founder of an organization called Atheists for Liberty. He is openly conservative, but he's mostly interested in atheist activism and normalizing atheism in all sects, including the conservative movement. He seems to be under the impression that a lot of conservatives, including you, are more hesitant to work with atheist organizations. Is there any truth to that?
Yes and no. I mean, if you're an atheist and you want to be part of the conservative movement, go ahead. But you must be an honest atheist and acknowledge that morality is definitionally subjective without a belief in God. You cannot be an atheist and believe in objective morality. It is an impossibility. And true atheists will acknowledge this. At some point, you have an ought claim. Well, things ought to be a certain way. We as Christians, or we that believe in the divine, we have is claims that murder is wrong. Whereas an atheist will say, well, murder ought to be wrong, because you can't have an objective definition if there is not a divine eternal power over you. So look, if an atheist wants to fight alongside of us to end abortion or to try and end the massacring of our kids, that's called gender affirming care, or if an atheist wants to march alongside of us to say no men and female sports, they're more than welcome to be able to do that. But Atheists for Liberty is an interesting phrase, because I don't believe you can have liberty without God, because liberty is not man's idea, it is God's idea. That's just my own personal belief, and it's also the belief of everything that built this nation. But yes, I know a lot of good atheists. The question, though, is how do you know they're good? It's because you're appealing to a moral authority above just the secular material realm, one that is transcendent, we would believe, given by God.
Well, I don't believe in objective morality. I do know there are plenty of atheists who are moral objectivists.
Are you an atheist? Sorry to interrupt. But...
Oh, yeah. I
Okay,
am.
cool.
I believe
So
that.
let me just, can I ask you a question? And I know this is your first time at the mic, so I'm just going to try to be tender in doing this.
I appreciate
so
that.
you don't believe in objective morality, right?
I personally don't.
Okay. Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Objectively, no, but it'd been better if it didn't happen because most people wouldn't want that to happen.
So that's where we are on different planets. And that's okay. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm trying to be graceful in the way that we're going about this. Do you think Hitler was objectively evil?
No, because it's subjective.
But I just hope all of you guys understand he's being an honest atheist to your credit, because as an atheist, you're not allowed to say anything is objectively right or wrong. I come from a worldview that when you butcher 6 million people, that is objectively wrong no matter what. And it's very important. It's a very important truth claim, because when you do not have objective truth anchoring your society, then it becomes a power struggle. If you do not have truth, then power will reign. Whoever can get the most amount of power then ends up having the most amount of say over society. We believe what is objectively right, true, good, and beautiful should be transcendent over society. Your thoughts?
So do you believe objective morality specifically comes from the Bible?
Yes and no. It's in nature, and the Bible explains nature. So objective morality can be discovered in many different cultures and societies, pointing towards what we believe is the ultimate objective truth, Jesus Christ. C.S. Lewis explained this the best in his book, Abolition of Man, which is that almost every religion talks about a certain way to live, a Tao or a path that we should be on. And so more simply than just the Bible, we believe in what the founders believed, which is an ethical monotheism, that there is one God. He has a general way that he wants you to live. For example, murdering is bad, kidnapping is wrong, defense of the innocent, and we should do our best to try to live alongside of that path.
Okay, well, I think those are very interesting examples. You bring up the founders, you bring up Hitler, but Hitler was a self-proclaimed Catholic, and he called Nazism a Christian movement.
Yeah, I would be careful saying that. He was not. That's okay.
He called himself a Catholic. He specifically said in 1927, our movement is Christian. They had on the belt buckles God on our side.
Yeah,
they had to swear to the Almighty God. Atheists were not trusted to be in the SS.
Even if I grant you that, despite the fact that he killed a lot of pastors and priests, and there, of course, you can pervert things in the name of God. No one denounces that. Just as a side note, though, far more people died under the banner of atheism than Christianity in the 20th century. Mao was an atheist. Stalin was an atheist. Pol Pot was an atheist. Believing in no God actually led to the destruction and the murder of well over 100 million people. And that's fine. So, again, if atheists want to come alongside us as conservatives and fight for what is good, that is great. But I will never acknowledge that atheists can tell me what is objectively good. They can only give me a preference. They cannot tell me what is right. And preferences eventually will lead you towards moral and societal decline.
Okay, so I think you just listed a bunch of communists, and it's worth acknowledging the vast majority of atheists are not communists, just like the vast majority of Christians are not theocrats who don't support the divine right. It's also worth acknowledging that the founders were actually inspired by Enlightenment values, not by the Bible. America was founded as a secular nation. We were the first, quote-unquote, godless constitution.
Again, I've done this so many times, so I don't know if we want to waste our time doing this, but 55 out of 56 of the signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. 9 out of 13 of the states at the time of ratification required a declaration of faith in order for you to serve in the states. Our birth certificate, which is the Mayflower Compact, said explicitly, we are here to spread Christianity throughout the land. It was the first great revival that led to the American Revolution of Jonathan Edwards and Jonathan Mayhew and George Whitefield that preached all across the eastern seaboard. John Adams famously said that the Constitution is written solely for a moral and religious people. It's wholly inadequate for the people of any other. We were a Christian nation that was able to embrace the idea of a free society. God is mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Not only that, Jesus Christ is mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, where it says we appeal to the divine judge of the universe, which of course is a direct appeal to Jesus in the book of Revelation. Yes, there were rationalist Enlightenment values that informed some of the founders, but it irrefutably was a Christian nation. Maryland was Catholic. Pennsylvania was Quaker. Almost every state had their own specific type of Christian preference. The idea of an atheist or not believing in any God was an idea that was so foreign to the founders. Even Thomas Jefferson, the great deist, he revered the Bible, albeit with some significant edits. However, the idea of believing in no cosmological or no axiological or no teleological or no ontological being would be a concept that our founding fathers would not just find foreign, they would find it extraordinarily dangerous. Why? Because the French Revolution was happening simultaneously as the American Revolution, which was explicitly atheist. They actually recreated their own gods and they said, we are going to appeal to what? The God of reason. And this is my final contention, is that when I talk to atheists, the French Revolution is a great example. They literally tried to change the Gregorian calendar to a 10-day week. They went and imprisoned people of faith. They put priests in jail, all these different sorts of things. They said, we are going to appeal to the God of reason. Well, how did that work out? It worked out with the guillotine and the slaughter of tens of thousands of people. The French Revolution was one of the greatest disasters in human recorded history. Contrast that with the American Revolution. Why did the American Revolution create the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world? And the French Revolution resulted in a lot of blood and even the killing of their own once leader, Maximilien Robespierre. It's because we were anchored on Christian ideas. If you are not anchored on Christian ideas, then don't be surprised when all of a sudden there is no fruit to the harvest that you're trying to create. Thank you for your time. I want to try to get to the next question. Thank you. I visit hundreds of campuses every year, and I see it everywhere. Kids are struggling to deal with their emotions, and it's taking a serious toll on their mental health. That's why I'm excited about Angel Studios' newest family film, Sketch. It's a fun, creative story about a little girl who drops her sketchbook into a magical pond, and suddenly all her wild, messy drawings come to life. This is something I've been telling you about for a few months now, so if you're already a Premium Guild member, you have your 2 free tickets, and if not, then become a Premium Angel Guild member today and get 2 free tickets to see Sketch in theaters August 6th. If you're ready to see more movies like Sketch, movies that are fun, hilarious, and meaningful, go to angel.com/Kirk and become a Premium Angel Guild member today. You are first, correct? Yeah.
Hi, Charlie. I hope you are doing well. My name is Hayden, and I think I can change your mind on an issue in 90 seconds or less.
Wow.
I'd like to respectfully challenge your view on the moral culpability of mothers in abortion. From what I understand, you view most post-abortive mothers as victims of the abortion industry rather than as murderers themselves. This view concerns me because victims don't need to repent and confess sin, but murderers do, and there's tremendous reason to believe the vast majority of mothers getting abortions are murderers. 91% of women who get abortions are age 20 or older, and 59% have previously given birth at least once. Less than 1% of abortion patients cite their husband, partner, or parents wanting them to have an abortion as their most important reason for having the abortion. A 2011 study of over 15,000 abortions found that 43% of abortion patients chose to view their ultrasound, and 98% of them still proceeded with the abortion. Even in Wisconsin, where there's a 24-hour waiting period, informed consent laws, and mandatory ultrasounds with verbal descriptions of the baby's heartbeat, development, and visible body parts, 89% of women at a Milwaukee clinic still chose to go through with the abortion, with 93% reporting they were the dominant decision maker. All this information supports my view, but is largely unnecessary, since Romans 2 tells us that the law of God is written on every human heart, including those of the women who willingly murdered their children by abortion. If this is not clear evidence that most mothers who procure abortions are guilty of the sin of murder, then what evidence, if any, could I provide to persuade you?
Okay, so just to be clear, maybe you should explain more to the audience of your view. You are an abolitionist, is that correct?
No, no,
Okay.
sir. So I believe that we shouldn't retroactively prosecute women, and abolitionists don't believe that either. But I believe that,
Some do, but I'm glad to hear you say that.
yeah, so I believe that we should pass a bill of equal protection that protects all human life equally from conception and doesn't give special murder rights to mothers.
I mean, at least can we agree that abortionists should first be prosecuted before anybody else? Can we agree on that?
I don't think that we should delay providing equal protection to preborn humans. So we would be delaying it
Yeah,
by
I
giving
mean, look,
mothers special murder
we're
rights.
just not going to agree on this. I don't, regardless of all those stats, I don't think women are given informed consent when they get an abortion. I don't think they quite understand what they are doing in most cases. And I think it's also somewhat deeply destructive if we're trying to make the country more pro-life, to like your opening argument being like, we want to go lock women up in jail because they got abortions, many of the time under pressure, being paid for by somebody else, so on and so forth.
Well, that's not true. As I mentioned, only 1% of women, according to a 2004 Guttmacher study, said that their parents, partner, or husband wanting them to have an abortion was the primary reason that they did it.
Okay, I'd have to look more into that. I mean, I guess in a perfect world, if a woman gets an abortion in Michigan, what do you think should happen to that person?
Yeah, so if a bill of equal protection has already passed and didn't give the mother special murder rights, then she is willingly breaking the law by murdering her child, and she should be prosecuted for murder.
Yeah, again, I don't share that view, and that's fine. I think that the abortionist is the one doing the murdering, and in some case, the woman knows what she's doing. In many other cases, she's not given informed consent. But also, this is a little bit of a superfluous argument, because we're in Michigan, where I think they just passed abortion into the Constitution, right? And so I mean, at some point, this is like a hypothetical argument that is so far distant. Like, maybe let's talk about first, I don't know, repealing back some of the most aggressive pro-abortion policies in our country, right?
Well,
and just to be clear, your position does turn off like millions of people just from your opening salvo. That makes us seem like insanely unreasonable, as if we're like all of a sudden not going to lock up women many of the times who have no idea what they're doing in vulnerable positions. Again, I actually, as a pro-lifer, have a heart for women that get abortions most of the time. So I think they've been lied to by an abortion industry, be told that it's just a clump of cells and not a human being. Whereas I'm not trying to criticize you. The way that your approach comes across is like, let's just say, charitably very cruel to a young woman where she just hears, you know, she's going to go to jail if she gets an abortion. Do you think that's going to make the country more pro-life, your perspective?
So a quick follow-up on that. So I would agree that we can take the political realities into account when trying to form policy and laws. So if, for example, you're in a state and for like Oklahoma or Louisiana, where you have a pro-life majority, and you think to yourself, okay, we could pass a bill of equal protection, but if we do that, we might see a backlash in the next national election. That's a political calculation. I'm fine with people making that. But my disagreement with you is it doesn't seem like this is a political calculation, but rather a moral judgment that these women are victims,
No,
not murderers.
I actually think they are victims. We just disagree.
Okay, so
Like,
what evidence could persuade you?
well, nothing that you cited, but just anecdotally, from when anecdotally, which does form opinion, and I'd have to find more data. I know women that I've met that have gotten abortions almost always have a second or third party assisting, subsidizing, or notifying them in doing that. Secondly, a lot of the women that have abortions, they're filled with regret because many of the times of the people I've met, maybe you have different experiences, they say, if I would have known the complexity of what that actually was a human life, they would have maybe made a different decision. So we just disagree. I have a different approach, and thank you for your time today. You tried to change my mind, but you did not. Thank you.
Try the hat.
Okay, sure. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yep, thanks. America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more growth. 74% of businesses on TikTok say it's helped them scale, like Coco Asante, who upgraded to a larger facility and brought on more staff, letting their handcrafted chocolates reach more customers. You can learn more at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. It's great to see you guys. Wow, this is really something. You guys know how it works. You disagree, you can go to the line. We'll have a great conversation here. And go Vols, everybody. Go Vols, right? All right. Yes, sir. Welcome.
So, in a video before, you've stated, why should we hate Russia? Do you believe that the invasion of the sovereign state of Ukraine is not enough to at least view them with anger and want to avoid a policy of appeasement through support of Ukraine?
First of all, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Great to be here.
It's kind of
yeah,
nervous
what Russia did was wrong, without a doubt.
Yeah. So do you not believe that we should continue monetary support to Ukraine?
No, I mean, a lot of countries do things wrong. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean we should be involved, right? I mean, Syria right now is killing a bunch of Christians. It's getting almost no press attention. There's a civil war right now in Africa that's getting almost no press attention. Not every conflict warrants American involvement. And right now, President Trump is trying to broker a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine, which is the right move. And our perspective as conservatives is as follows. The amount of money we spent on Ukraine is about $300 billion so far. And during Biden, we didn't spend any money on our own southern border while we were being invaded on a daily basis. President Trump is instead saying American borders matter a lot more than the borders of Russia and Ukraine.
So I definitely agree that the President of the United States should focus on America first. But I just feel that, and I agree that we should, honestly, I agree that Europe needs to up their spending for the defense of Ukraine because it's right on their border. But I think that no matter where it is in the world, supporting somebody who I would believe is doing the morally right thing is the right thing to do.
Okay, so that's a fair position. I guess the question is, at what point would you consider to be a success? Because right now Russia has more territory than it otherwise would have if we would have had a ceasefire a couple weeks in. When is it enough money to spend? We're at $300 billion. I mean, we're not willing to send U.S. troops, right? I mean, that would probably be a fair line.
Yeah. 100%.
So what would success look like?
That is a really hard question. I guess just the thing that I think of first is there's like that fear of, I think that a peace treaty would go in the favor of Russia. And while I don't think, like, if we continue the support, the war will continue, and that's more lives being lost. I just think that it's a hard middle ground to find. And I feel like
Trump, especially with the meeting with Zelensky, just to the world shows more of a support to Russia than previous administrations.
So let me tell you how we view it. We thought Zelensky was completely out of line. By the way, do you like my Zelensky outfit, everybody? What do you think? I meant no disrespect to the University of Tennessee, but I thought I'd do my best Zelensky outfit. I'm a little taller, though, don't you think? I'm a little taller than Zelensky. I'm giving you a hard time. First and foremost, I won't nitpick too much, but I will say, if you do go into the Oval Office, you should wear a suit and tie. That's my own personal perspective. I understand his country's at war. That's just a little bit of a nitpicking, I'll be honest. I think that if you go into the sacred, and I've had the honor to go in the Oval Office a couple times, I think you should dress up in a suit and tie. I think it's just a basic common courtesy. But that's not the bigger issue. The bigger issue is that Zelensky in that meeting, we believe, and I encourage you to watch all 40 minutes. You have, good. It started pretty tepid and then it heated up. And outside of Vice President Vance's back and forth on did you say thank you, there was this kind of insistence on Zelensky saying, no, we really don't want peace. We really don't like the idea of peace was almost a non-negotiable.
I mean, I think he views it. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. Please.
I feel like he views it as a surrender, and I think that's a fair position for him to take.
Yeah, well, so he has a choice. And America then has a choice. So Zelensky can keep on fighting. Here's some facts. The average age of a Ukrainian military member is 43 years old. They have basically destroyed the young men of their country. There's hundreds of thousands of young men that have died, millions that have fled their nation. The average age is 43. So they're doing conscripts of people in their late 40s and early 50s to go to the front lines. It's a meat grinder. So he can keep that going, but for what? To win back some land that you may or may not win. Then it's America's perspective. We come at the perspective that, number one, blessed are the peacemakers. Number two, what is good for our own country? And the Russian-Ukrainian war has been bad for us at every turn. We're losing the US dollar as the world reserve currency status. It is getting us further and further away from having a back channel to Russia. It's actually put Russia and China closer together. And finally, the amount of money spent. You guys in this audience, you are going to inherit a nation that is $35 trillion in debt, where we are sending money overseas and not securing over our own citizens. Peace would then hopefully limit that from some permanency. And I'll just say one final thing, and we can, disagree on this. It's easy to say it's a surrender, but it would be a victory for the United States to say that we're no longer sleepwalking closer and closer to a thermonuclear war with Russia. Because Russia is a nuclear armed power, and under Joe Biden, not under Trump, we had American-made missiles that were being launched into the interior of Russia. Imagine right now, everybody, if Russia was launching missiles into the interior of the United States. You opened up your question with a very fair, really good faith question. You said, why should we view Russia as an enemy? Let me give you more context to that. And I think this is where DC gets things totally wrong. While I don't like Russia, I don't like Putin, it's not a free society. I have no, plans to ever move there or compliment them. I do think it's kind of weird, the amount of money and attention that Russia gets when almost nobody in this audience has a friend that you've lost to the Russian government, but you do have a friend or a family member that has died because of the cartels and the Chinese Communist Party, with a fentanyl coming into our communities. And so a nation has to choose which enemies are you going to focus on? Because we have a lot of them. Is it North Korea? Is it Iran? Is it Russia? Is it China? I think the Mexican drug cartels have done a lot more damage to the people of Tennessee alongside the Chinese Communist Party than the Russian Federation ever will. So therefore, end the war and focus on our true enemies, the Mexican drug cartels and the Chinese Party. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, just a reminder, if you guys disagree, you guys can work your way down. Yes, we have a disagreement and a poster and a visual here.
Oh, yeah, here's my visual. Hold on one second. And I have a petition. Raise your hand if you're progressive. No? We have one?
I love this school. This is a great school. I love this place. You don't have a lot of allies here.
It's going to be a tough crowd. Well, my name is Davin Damien. I am non-binary. I am here with the Alliance.
Hold on one second. Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Guys, hold on one second. So we outnumber, what's your name again? I'm sorry.
Davin.
We outnumber Davin. That's unusual on a college campus. However, let's do something that liberals never do to us. Let's give him, I think, courtesy.
They.
Courtesy
that we don't give them. How about that? Okay. So is everyone cool with that? All right. So let's not heckle. Let's not interrupt. Let's be the ambassadors for freedom of speech. Cool. Okay. Please continue.
I must say thank you. Thank you for that, Charlie. So I'm here with the Alliance of Male Feminists defending women's bodies. My main question is, why are you so obsessed with legislating women's bodies? It seems like you've made it your life mission to remove the choice of the woman. And I just want to know why that is.
Okay, so your advocacy is male feminists for women's bodies,
her
right?
body,
so,
her choice.
Got it. So maybe we can come to some common ground then. Before we talk about abortion, would you then agree with our position as conservatives that biological women should not have to share locker rooms with biological men? Because your position is all about her body, her choice.
I think for the sake of argument, I'll say yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So let me again give you a further example.
Okay.
So therefore, you would agree that in sports settings, especially youth sports, but all sports, Tennessee's own Riley Gaines, for example, when she went to go compete at University of Pennsylvania and had to share a locker room with a biological man, that was wrong because her as a female should be able to have a private space without men coming in there, right?
Frankly, I'm an old school feminist. And so when I think of all this trans stuff, I think it's kind of wrecked us a little bit. And so I don't think you'll trap me with that. I think
I'm not
with you on
trapping.
that.
And by the way, I wish we had more people like yourself that were willing to speak out. So you deserve credit for that.
Yeah.
And I mean that.
Okay.
Now, so we did find common ground on that. So now I want to actually approach the issue that you came here. So you're accusing me of wanting to
legislate women's bodies.
Okay, so do you mean legislate control over women?
Yeah.
Specifically with abortion?
Taking away her right to choose.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sure if I ask this question, the answer will be no. But you would say, does a mother have the right to kill her child?
Not kill, but what I'm trying to raise awareness right now is that we need to abolish child neglect laws because that forces women to use their bodies even with babies. Now, I'm not saying they should be allowed to kill babies, but I'm saying they should be allowed to let nature just take its course. For example, I'm just saying, we are saying that it's survival of the fittest. And what I'm saying is I think that the MAGA fascists, I think you all are winning because you at least are trying to be consistent on the life issue. But what I'm saying is we need to be as progressive consistent. That's why I've got this petition here to get people to see that we must abolish child neglect laws if we're going to be consistent that it really is her body and her choice.
So I think you're doing a very good job exposing the hypocrisy left. I can tell that this is a shtick, and I will say it's very effective, and I tend to agree with where you're trying to go. What he, they, them, whatever, is saying is the following, which is to abolish child neglect laws is the furthest extrapolation of a pro-abortion view. Which
that's consistent.
Of course, no, and I don't know what you actually believe, but your satire can sometimes lead you towards truth, and you should show show the poster. What he's saying, in a way, is that in order for the left, he doesn't actually believe this. This is a shtick.
Okay,
Got it. Fine.
So.
Yeah. But what he's doing is trying to prove a point that if you are pro-choice, then therefore you should also get rid of child neglect laws because it means you actually don't care for the baby, whether it be in the womb or outside of the womb.
We are forcing women to use their bodies.
Sure. Got it. So very good. Thank you. And best of luck with your petition. Next question. Disagreements welcome, and it was quite a dialogue. Okay. All right, everyone, give it a minute.
As much as I agree with being a progressive liberal, a lot of liberals do not associate with that person. And that sounds rude, but I just want to say that that is not the stance of a lot of liberals. However, my statement / question is, would you agree / disagree that the Make America Great movement again, MAGA movement, is a cult.
No. Why don't you explain to me and the audience what is a cult?
Of course. Okay. Do you know any characteristics of a cult?
Sure. I mean, you could take the Jonestown death cult, of which there was a charismatic leader that constantly lied people, and they took them out of everyday normal life and leads them towards ostracization and cutting off of family ties. Am I getting closer to describing
I will
the
read
Democrat
you,
Party?
According to the, no, what I'm talking about is MAGA. According to the Bethune Cook University website, characteristics of a cult include isolating members and criticizing them for leaving. Would you say that members of the MAGA movement will criticize others for leaving?
Well, yeah. I mean, but you guys criticize players that transfer out of the University of Tennessee football team. That's not a cult.
Okay, what about the absolute authoritarianism without meaningful accountability?
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that, like, what the leader says, the leader gets, basically?
Yes, Trump.
We have lots of disagreements in the MAGA movement. In fact, I'm more pro-life than the president is. In fact, a lot of people in this audience would have differing views maybe on where the president is at on Israel or Gaza or Ukraine or Russia. In fact, some people in this audience might say the president is not as pro-Second Amendment as they would like. I would argue that we actually have far more intellectual diversity in the MAGA movement than your traditional Democrat Party.
I see where you're going with this and stating that not every person who, I guess, supports Trump is fully supportive of him, but I'm saying the MAGA movement who will agree with him no matter what.
Well, I actually think that there's more depth and complexity to the MAGA movement than you would imagine. A lot of people here who would consider themselves to be part of the MAGA movement, they won't blindly sign on to everything that Trump does. However, they will say that they agree with him 8 out of 10 times or 9 out of 10 times. And so I would say, though, you know what was a cult? What was a cult is what we lived during COVID. During COVID, and allow me to build out the argument that no matter what the CDC or Anthony Fauci would say, you would have the little talking heads on television parrot it back, no matter how insane it was. We must close the schools, 6 feet to slow the spread, wear a mask while showering. Okay, I made that one up. But, I mean, the point being is that far more had characterizations of what a cult would be than the traditional Make America Great Again movement.
Okay, but you could also argue the side that Fox News is the exact same thing, where they just regurgitate everything that the right media is saying, and people on the right will believe anything Fox News says. And I'm not defending CNN. I'm not saying the Democratic Party is perfect. I'm just saying that there is a movement of conservative people who support Trump who will do it no matter what.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get to where you have come to this opinion. I'm trying to understand it because I see something completely different.
I do not use CNN as my news source, by the way, just so you know.
Good for you. Apparently you haven't been in an airport recently because the only people that watch CNN is if you're walking through an airport. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and by your own definition of a cult.
It's not my own. It's a legitimate.
Fine. So let me ask you a question. A cult would probably convince people to do something that would be against their humanity. Would you agree?
Yes.
A cult would probably get people to do something that they know is wrong, even though they think they should do something as right.
Maybe, because some of these people are brainwashed into believing certain things that they don't actually agree with because they don't have the proper information on it.
So, for example, would you agree that when the Democrats sat during the State of the Union address to not applaud a kid with brain cancer, that is cult-like behavior? Because their leader told them not to do it. I mean,
well, who told them not to?
Exactly. I mean, their leadership told them.
So who's their leader? If
well,
they're a cult,
Chuck
then who's their
Schumer
leader?
or Hakeem Jeffries, they had strict orders: do not stand and applaud for anything Trump does. They told us this.
Yes.
And so then Trump says, "Hey, can we just have a moment of non-political here's DJ Daniel. He's dying of brain cancer. He's now a ceremonial member of the Secret Service. And every Democrat sat with their arms crossed, not even being able to show the humanity. I mean, that's a cult.
Okay. To respond to that, that is simply one example, and I'm sure you can pull a bunch other out. But, and I'm not saying that what the Democratic Party did that night was correct. I believe that what they were doing was standing against Trump's hypocrisy and his narcissism and his way of like making himself look good by using other people who are marginalized to make himself look good.
So here's my suggestion, and take it for whatever it's worth. Calling the opposition political movement a cult when the other one that you happen to be more allied with is obviously much more of a cult is not helpful.
Okay, then tell me how it's a cult. Tell me how the Democratic Party is a cult compared to MAGA.
I'll give you another I mean, you asked me for more examples.
Yes.
The day of the State of the Union address, all 22 Democrat senators repeated the very same video on social media, mindlessly like robots.
What video?
The video where they said, something is effing out of control and this is not right. You guys all saw that video. Repeating the same incantation with not even like an iota of creativity or ingenuity, like just repeating it like as if they've been hypnotized into a... Got it.
I have not seen that video.
Well, you should. But again, I'm not even the one that is up here throwing around the cult word towards the Democrat Party. I just think it's a supremely rich accusation to say the MAGA movement is part of a cult, when evidently, based on the own standard that you put forward, the Democrat Party embodies those characteristics far more than Republicans or conservatives ever have or ever will.
So one of the main aspects of a cult is a leader, a charismatic leader that people will follow blindly no matter what. The leader of the MAGA movement is Trump. Who are you stating the leader of the Democratic Party is that people will follow blindly without questioning no matter what?
Well, I mean, there's...
and I'm hearing tons of different examples, so that can just tell you there's not one.
Okay, again, so it could be Obama, it could be Rachel Maddow. I mean... The point being is that I don't even think it's the strongest argument to call either party a cult. That's not why I'm up here. I'm simply just playing the same frequency that you're coming at, that based on the definition, the Democrat Party is far more mindless and far more of a Borg, to use a Star Trek analogy, than the Republican Party or the conservative movement. And so, but here's something I do want to ask, though. If you are positing that it is a cult, do you think this entire audience is part of a cult and they don't realize it?
I think that my statement was the Make America Great Again movement is a cult. I'm not saying the conservative party is. I'm saying the far-right MAGA movement is a cult. I will say that I believe in my heart that there are certain people in this group who could be characterized as someone who is in a cult.
Okay. I mean, I think that's insane. And I'm not here to give Democrats advice, but it's so destructive to our politics to call people that just won a national electoral landslide and the national popular vote as part of a cult. Maybe instead it should be, maybe they have better ideas than we do.
Maybe they just... Maybe they had billions of dollars to put into their campaign funding that got them the awareness.
Hold on. I mean, you seem well-intentioned. So who spent more money in this election, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? It's not even close. It's 3-1 more money was spent by Kamala and her affiliated super PACs than Donald Trump.
Do you have the numbers?
Yeah, you can go to opensecrets.org. You can look at all the outside groups, the hard money that Kamala raised, the super PACs that they raised. Democrats, by the way, do you know that 8 out of 10 of the wealthiest counties in America vote Democrat? Do you know the wealthier you are in America, the more likely you are to be a member of the Democrat Party? That the more, if you work with your hands and you don't graduate from college that you're less likely to be a Democrat. Now, one of your, fellow cult members just screamed at me from the audience saying, well, that's because, they're so educated. Do never conflate everybody credentials with an education. Just because you have a lot of degrees does not mean you have the most important thing, wisdom. Wisdom is different than a credential. Now, I could tell that you're coming after this from a good perspective. My last homework assignment for you is this. I want you to go find 5 people with a MAGA hat once this event is over and talk to them. And then I want you to say what you said to me. I want you to first accuse them of being in a cult, because if you can say it to me, you can say it to them.
Sure.
And then I want you to have a good faith conversation, because we are not going to bring this country together, of which is actually our goal here as part of the MAGA movement, which is why we have an open mic. If you go around accusing people as if we're following Charlie Manson.
You just did the same thing to me.
Well, in all fairness, I said, if this is the standard of our dialogue right now, the Democrat Party is far more of a cult than the Republican Party. That is not a contention that I throw around lightly, but it is, you satisfy the requirements way more than the MAGA movement does.
You haven't asked me enough questions to know that.
Well, that has nothing to do with what I've said.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
You haven't asked me if I would blindly follow some
Well, I'm
leader
not-
of the Democratic Party, which is no, I would only follow if I do the in-depth research of an unbiased source to get my information, and then I base my opinion
so
off of that.
Fair enough. Can you give me an example of an unbiased source?
I mean, like Mayo Clinic or just like any EDU source of college information.
I'll end this. If that's your idea of a biased source,
Off the top of my head.
I would encourage you to dig deeper and be more of a free thinker.
And I will, and I am a free thinker. And I grew up in a conservative household. And once I left my parents and their beliefs, and I moved to college in a very conservative state, I actually become more progressive.
Okay. And so how is your relationship with your parents?
I mean, it's fine. We don't agree on most things, but
Wait, so they didn't kick you out for having a different opinion? They're terrible cult members. Wait, they still love you for who you are? And do they pay your tuition?
Nope.
Okay.
I
well,
pay my own tuition. I pay everything on my own.
good. Then they're even better parents. They make you pay for your own stuff. The point, so you can't even point to your own family as being part of a cult. They still love you. They still talk to you.
I would go as far to say, and if they're watching this, I do believe that my parents are in a cult. But
Do you understand how damaging that is? To go around to say the people who raised you and nurtured you and brought you into the world that you're a cult because some professor told me the definition of a cult in an anthropology course.
Nope. You're wrong.
All right. Thank you.
It was nice to talk to you, though.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Silence.
Hi. So I'm not technically, I don't go to UT, and I'm not the legal age to vote yet. And my parents are divorced, and both of my parents have separate political views. My mom's conservative, and my dad's a liberal. And my mom is always kind of pushing me to bring politics into my life. And I was wondering, A, should I care? And if I should, why? And which parent should I lean more towards?
Got it. So did you say mom's liberal?
Mom's conservative.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's the opposite I would have thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So I see you have a shirt here that says, whom shall I send? Here I am, right?
Yes.
Which I love. That is the Hebrew word Hanani, which appears many times throughout the scriptures. When Abraham, the binding of Isaac, Moses at the burning bush, the call of Isaiah, the call of Samuel. Every believer here in the audience, by the way, the most important thing is to bring Jesus into your life. Let me just make sure I say that. Most important thing. It's way more important than politics. It's the most important thing.
Amen.
And so I encourage every believer out here to learn what that word Hineni means. It means, Lord, use me, send me. And I could tell you're probably going through a trial right now because your parents are separate and it's not easy. So the scriptures are very clear about this. Christianity has a heavy emphasis on honoring your parents. Now, to contrast that with the prior questioner, I don't think she's doing a good job of honoring her parents because she's accusing them of being in a cult.
Yeah.
Even, this is very important, everybody, even if your parents share values and views and a worldview that you do not have, you are biblically obligated to honor them, which means to spend time with them and to love on them and to go visit them. Even if they are wearing a Black Lives Matter and in this home that we have no hate and trans lives, you still go and spend time with your parents. Because if you are incapable, in this case, of honoring your earthly father, you will never honor your heavenly father. And it's very clear in the 10 Commandments, and then I'll get down to the specific advice. In the 10 Commandments, it is the only commandment, honor your mother and father so that you may live long in the land of which you are in. It is the only commandment that deals with a promise and your country. You will cease to have a strong country, America, if we do not have kids honoring their parents. Everyone out there, every day, you should call your parents on a weekly basis. I know college exists a lot of the times to separate children from the parents. They want to try to separate you from your upbringing. Your parents aren't cool. They don't understand you. They don't share your values. The closer that you stay with your parents, even though you have disagreements, the better you will be and your nation will be. Now, to your personal advice, find out what you believe and why you believe it. If a parent ever tells you to do something that is sinful or goes against God, that is a violation of what it means to honor them. It doesn't mean you have to blindly obey them, but you must honor them, which really means to treat them heavily, basically to treat that with a lot of weight. I would instead be close to both of them. It's a very difficult situation. You're going to grow up a lot quicker because of it, and come to your own independent political views and let them be known to each appropriate parent.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard. So how would I express the different views to, say, my mom or my dad?
Well, your view should be the same regardless of who you're talking to. So I think you're not old enough yet to vote, so you're still searching. So instead, I wouldn't even take strong political views. I would say, Mom and Dad, I don't want to talk politics. I just want to talk the Bible. It's not a political thing. It's a biblical thing. That would be my advice to you. So every time it comes up, like, oh, you should support Trump. Oh, you should hate Trump. So you know what? Can we just talk things from Scripture? Always go back to fundamental Scripture when you're talking to your parents. And when you do that, it can be very disarming. And then you both have something to appeal to. You have a greater truth that then you're able to look at, appeal to, and hopefully, get you through this difficult chapter. God bless you. You want a hat?
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Who has a disagreement? Anybody? Yes, ma'am. We'll go here and then we'll go to...
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Can you hear me okay? Hi, how are you? So my name is Talise. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. I'm technically a Democrat, but I have very conservative views because I'm faith-based all the way. So I have a question, which is also kind of a disagreement, but I want to build it up, okay? So, of course, you just said Jesus is the most important thing for everyone out here. And so can you please explain to everyone out here what Jesus stood for, and especially the qualities of love, how to love your neighbor even if they don't agree with you?
So what is your name again?
Talise.
Talise, that's a beautiful question. I'm glad you came up to ask it. But I want to also just add something, because you're right. Jesus fully embodied two things simultaneously that showed his divine and his godly nature, because not that Jesus said good things. Jesus is Lord, Christ is King, and Jesus is God, on top of just being a guy with a lot of good ideas. Yeah. So John 8, if I'm drawing from memory correctly, best embodies both Christ's mercy and love, but also his commitment to truth. And sometimes in the modern gospel, we overemphasize the grace and we underemphasize the truth. Yeah. And so we are far too willing to say, hey, Jesus loves everybody, but we don't get to the second part of the conversation that says Jesus doesn't want you to live in sin. So this is, in John 8, it's best embodied, right? Almost every Christian in this audience will be able to tell you the first part of this, which is a bunch of Sadducees and Pharisees are standing around with rocks, and they're about to stone the prostitute woman. And Jesus comes up and says, let the first among you without sin cast the first stone. And everyone starts dropping the rocks. But what comes next shows that Christ is not just grace-focused, he's simultaneously truth-focused. He goes up to the woman who had a career in selling herself for sex and said, sin no more. Now, imagine today how much trouble you would get in if you would go up to somebody and say, stop sinning. You're being too judgmental. No, you're actually being Christ-like. So Jesus stood. He was 100% grace, and truth. And that tension is very hard in a modern world because we want to overemphasize grace when in reality, Christ loves us too much to have us continue to live in sin. He wants us to try to elevate our actions to glorify God in all that we do.
I agree 100%. And so to build on my question, I really want to talk about DEI. And so with our Christian, I will agree with you a lot of, I read the Bible for myself, so I knew what that scripture said. But my question is, how can Christian teachings on love, equity, and justice inform and shape discussions on diversity, equity, and inclusion in today's society? And so to also, Jesus hung out with sinners. He did not judge. He told the truth. And so I think that a lot of people in society today, when we talk about political views that are opposition, we judge them because we think, oh, because you voted for Trump, you agree on everything, when that's not the case, right? And I want you to talk about that. Also
Very good.
DEI.
So, and then I'll connect it to DEI, and I'm going to make a case, and I don't know if it'll be persuasive to you, why I think DEI is unbiblical, and I'm going to try to make that case. Okay. Yeah. But first, let me comment on your astute point, which is that Christ wants us to be around people that are not like us. This is why I go to college campuses, but more and more I go to college campuses and I'm getting a lot of big crowds. So it's kind of unusual. I used to go here and, get heckled and have very small crowds. But let me demonstrate this in an unusual way. Almost every person in this audience would say Christ wants us to be salt and light. Now, what are the two characteristics of salt and light? They change the environments that they come in contact with. They do not affirm. They do not conform. They change for the better. That's very important, everybody. We as Christians are called to change the environment that we come in touch with. Now, as far as DEI and why I believe it's unbiblical, now I'm going to go down to just the academic textbook definition of DEI. You might have a different idea of what DEI is. You might have a different perspective. I'm willing to hear that. But the actual textbook definition, as authored by people like Kimberly Crenshaw and Derek Bell, as it came out of critical theory, is essentially this, is that instead of having a goal of race blindness, they want a goal of race obsession and race consciousness, that we should talk about race more, not less. I believe the scriptures tell us firmly in many different verses that I could quote, but one in particular, when the Apostle Paul wrote, he said, neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, but we are all one in Christ Jesus, essentially stating that racial differences are indifferent, or mean nothing to the Almighty God. All that matters to God is not black or white or Republican or Democrat. It's saved or unsaved are the only things that matter to Christ Jesus. So therefore, and let me finish the point, what DEI does through hiring practices, racial quotas, and many other different ways that I could list, is that it has an emphasis on things that the Bible does not categorize as important. In fact, it says the exact opposite, that we should only care about character and the soul of an individual, not the melanin content in their skin.
So I agree. Well, I actually don't agree, because in Acts 2, it talks about how when the Holy Spirit came upon the apostles and when the Holy Spirit came into the region, that a lot of people who spoke different tongues, that they could understand each other. And I think when we talk about the Bible, we talk about the spread of the gospel, you see that these people are going to different regions, not only learning about their culture, but adapting so that they could, again, spread the gospel. And I think that it's important. And I think people get confused that DEI is only about race. It's about learning somebody's background. I'm not from a state. I'm from a territory. DC is not a state. However, DC is majority Black. But Black experience in DC is completely different from Black experience in the South. So if you're going to stereotype a Black person, you can't, because Black people, I would say people everywhere, a white person from the North is different from a white person from the South. So it's about talking to people and learning different perspectives. And I think the removal of DEI doesn't do that.
Okay, so I don't want to debate it too much. I will say that.
But that was my perspective.
Fine, and I'm happy to send you a lot more literature to look at it. What DEI means in practice is the vehement, hostile treatment of white, straight men to no longer be in institutions and to be actively discriminated against. You don't have to agree on that, but that's what it looks like in practice. Is that, and I will prove this allow me to prove this in the best way I can. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but do you think Friedrich Nietzsche used to say that every society has a central piety that you cannot touch, something you're not allowed to make fun of. Are you allowed to make fun of white men or black people more easily in America?
You shouldn't do either.
Which one will get you fired?
Making fun of a black man.
Okay, so, but what if you make fun of a white person? Will that get you fired?
It could get you fired too.
Probably not. Actually, it'll probably get you a professorship at your local university. You know I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know.
What I'm getting at is that the influence of DEI have actually inverted the piety away from the promise of what MLK said, which was race blindness, towards race obsession. What you are talking about is very admirable, which is understanding people's backgrounds. We're just going to not even disagree. I don't necessarily have time to build out what DEI has meant in practice. And what the problem with DEI is it's taken a lot of well-meaning people like you and then taken you along to support it, when in practice it's something completely and totally different. But here's something I will encourage you to do as a Christian. Care less about people's shared racial experience and look at them instead of just as their soul, as God made them. We should try to strive towards a blinder race nation, not one that talks about skin color all the time.
I agree 100%.
And I think DEI does make us talk about skin color more.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much. Very sweet question. Thank you. Yes, sir. And the student question goes to, I'm kidding.
Yes, I'm sort of crashing the party, but I was invited up here by a student. Okay, so I'm glad to be an American. I'm glad to live in this country. As far as I know, there's no better country. And part of that is that we don't prosecute people. They can. It's illegal. Now, my question is, well, first off, I'll state the law is to, first off, inform people. Secondly, persuade them. And thirdly,
You're going to talk about pro-life laws and potentially criminalizing women that get abortions, right?
Right. And my question
no,
is
I'm 10
why-
steps ahead of you. Got it. So let me tell you my position, because we only have so much time, right?
My question for you is, why are you against abolition?
Okay, no. So actually, I am for the abolition of abortion. But let me tell you why I personally say if an abortion law was passed, I don't think it would, A, be the right thing under the current way that abortion is practiced in America to say that if a woman gets an abortion, she should then go to jail. Let me tell you why. It's because the way abortion is practiced in this country, women are not given informed consent. They do not know a lot of times what they are doing when they get an abortion. Now, that is a very important distinction. In order to criminalize somebody, you need, in the criminal statute, not the civil statute, you need intent, right?
Right.
So-
And the law would cover that.
Yes. So this is I think, a largely unhelpful, very far distant hypothetical that does a couple things. Not only do I disagree with it, but individuals like yourself are going around saying that we should put women in prison if they get abortions.
And there's nothing that says what the punishment.
Okay. But however, let me just pause and say, how about first, can we at least agree the people doing the abortions, like the abortionists, they should go to federal prison for the rest of their life. We can agree on that. And so I don't want to spend too much time on this. My perspective is very simple, that if you do not have informed consent, then I have a very hard time using the criminal code to go after an individual.
Our justice system doesn't work like that. If there was not intent, then the justice system says you weren't a criminal.
Okay, then we agree then. Then therefore it shouldn't go after those individuals. If you can't prove intent, then it should not go after those individuals.
Right.
Thank you so much for your time. I got to get to the next question.
Right.
Thank
But
you.
We should have laws against it.
Thank you very much. Who has a disagreement? Anybody? You have a Trump hat on, but yeah, you got a rainbow shirt. How about you? So yeah, I'm kidding.
Billy String
No,
shirt.
I'm kidding. I'm giving you a hard time. Thank you, and everyone, please be respectful.
All right, Charlie, I have a question for you. So, as a Christian, how do you justify campaigning for someone who is found civilly liable for sexual abuse?
Well, first of all, we as conservatives believe that that was like a Moscow show trial. It made no sense. How much about the trial do you know?
I've read some of the witness transcripts.
Yeah. So the main accuser is a woman by the name of
E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, exactly. And she said the following: "A rape is sexy." She said that on air, right? She couldn't remember the time, the date, or the year that the incident happened. And even Anderson Cooper said this is not a credible witness that should be taken seriously. But let's pretend you're right, because I don't want to get too far into the details. But let's pretend that President Trump was guilty of sexual abuse. Is there any example of somebody in the Bible that was guilty of doing something bad that still was after God's own heart? This is the Bible Belt, but yes, the question is for you.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, well, David would be the most obvious. So how much do you know about the example of David and Bathsheba? Probably not a lot, right? So David one day woke up and he was in charge of the Israeli army. I believe it was Uriah, if I'm drawing from memory correctly, right? And Uriah was like the head infantry commander. Uriah had a wife, very beautiful, by the name of Bathsheba. Bathsheba woke up one day and was very provocatively showering for all to see. And David lustfully said, "I want that." In fact, not only did he say, did he want that, he then commissioned Uriah to the front lines of a battle to then basically get Uriah killed. Basically saying, "I'm going to kill your husband so that I could be with Bathsheba." He does that. He dies. He then weeps terribly, and God even draws him closer to him in this very, very difficult, mysterious story. A second example, of course, would be Samson. Samson is found in the book of Hebrews in the Hall of Faith. Samson lived such a colorful life that God came to him when he was in a prostitute's bed. But God called Samson for a purpose greater than his and used the jaw of a donkey to go kill, thousands of Philistines. What I'm getting at is we are all sinners that fall short of the glory of God, and God can use imperfect vessels for righteous and good causes, of which I think he used Donald Trump to help save the country.
Okay. So you said that, so you think the court case was a witch hunt?
Yes, I think that case was absolutely a witch hunt. And
were the jurors, specifically the ones who found him liable, were they part of that?
So it's very important that this was a civil case, not a criminal case. This never reached the threshold where any criminal prosecutor wanted to bring this because they thought the evidence was so shoddy. But yes, the jurors got this wrong because they were all suffering from Trump derangement syndrome.
Really?
This was a New York City-based jury, and of course
who picked the jury?
They were New York City-based.
Well, yeah, but who picked the jury?
Well,
Trump's lawyer.
Well, no, that's not true. They have input on the jury selection. But they get 3 strikes. Those strikes were used. The judge was hardly fair. Again, I'm happy to go into all the individual minutes, but let's use reason. Can I be a little provocative on this for a second, guys? Okay. And I'm gonna try to prove you wrong using a little provocation, and I'm gonna be politically incorrect. Is that okay? All right. Trigger warning. Okay. So let me understand this. Here is the world's wealthiest man, one of the world's wealthiest men, worth like $10 billion. He's got a show on the NBC Apprentice. He's literally married to a supermodel. He can have any woman on the world. And I'm supposed to believe at 2 p.m. in a Tiffany's store, he walks in and rapes E. Jean Carroll, who is not exactly a supermodel, and risks his entire fortune, of which there is no accusation for 20 years, but he pops up and runs for the president, and all of a sudden she says, "This guy raped me," even though I can't remember the day, the month, the year, 2 p.m. in a department store at Tiffany's while he was at the height of his career. I'm sorry, that's complete rubbish and political nonsense.
Well, so there was a law in New York up until 2022, before 2022, or during 2022, there was a law passed called the Abuser, I can't remember the name, Protection Act or something like that. And it removed the statute of limitation, which was 1 year for civil cases for sexual abuse. So that's how she had to wait so long until 2022.
But she did not voice the accusation publicly till he ran for president, which she did in 2017, 2018. Second, the trial itself was financed by Democrat donors. Thirdly, this is such a superfluous conversation. He's president of the United States. He won. We won. The American people saw this and did not care. So maybe we could talk about issues that are happening right now, not some fake accusation from 30 years ago.
Okay.
Anyone disagreements? Yes, ma'am. Again, anyone in the crowd, you can work your way up if you disagree. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I have 2 main points I want to talk about. So first off, I want to know your opinion on January 6th and the pardoning of. Okay.
No, that's a legitimate question. The
Okay.
pardoning's a legitimate question.
What's your opinion on that?
Everyone should be pardoned.
Okay, here is my thing I'm gonna say about that. My father is a police officer, so if you're saying that someone injures him or kills him in the line of duty, I should support pardoning them.
Actually, that's not my position. My position is very simple.
You just said your position is everyone should be
Well,
pardoned.
hold on. Allow me to finish. I said everyone should be pardoned, but not because of what they were accused of doing, because they were deprived of due process. And here's the kicker, that the January 6th defendants were put in pretrial detention for nearly 2 years, many of whom were not given attorney representation. One attorney in particular made his defendant go watch videos saying that MAGA is brainwashing you and say, go unbrainwash yourself before the trial. A complete violation of the 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment. What I'm getting at, though, is that would you agree with the premise that if the tree is rotten, the fruit will be rotten?
I don't even know what you're referring to.
Well,
first
it's
of
a
all.
metaphor.
No, my turn. So
I
I
didn't
want to
hear you.
know. I want to know if you think that what they did, storming the Capitol, in your opinion, is that right or wrong? Yes or no?
Well, it depends.
Yes or no?
So they were only
yes or no.
peacefully
Yes or
storming
no?
the cap. Hold on a second.
Please just yes
Peacefully-
or no. That's yes or no.
Well,
Do you agree
hold on a
that it's
second.
a good thing that they did or a bad thing?
Can I?
Yes or no?
Can you?
Can answer yes or no.
Well, yes, and I'm answering it. Yes, because not everybody did that. So, for example, Siaka Massaquoi took 3 feet into the Capitol, said a prayer, and went out. Do you agree he should be hunted down by federal officials for 3 years and face 10 years in federal prison? Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer. Yes or no? Okay, so you say yes. Got it. So, but however, I think what happened on January 6th, there was a lot of stuff I don't support. However, they were treated so terribly by our own government as political prisoners. Here is the truth. Even if you go do something as evil as shoot up a school, you deserve 5th, 6th, and 7th Amendment protection rights. These January 6th defendants did not get their basic constitutional rights protected. They literally had to sleep on the ground of the D.C. jail as January 6th gulags. You look at these pictures, they had to go sleep on the floor with no food for days, acting as if that this was some sort of Moscow internment camp. What President Trump did was very simple. This was a statement towards the justice system. You guys did not treat these people, who some of which did very bad things, with basic constitutional due process rights. It was a pardon wiping the slate clean, saying even the person who does the grossest thing should be able to have the same rights of due process and the presumption of innocence of somebody who did absolutely nothing wrong. That's the position of the pardons.
So exactly what you just said to me, I'm going to use your words. If someone shoots up a school, they should be pardoned if they do not get due process.
No. I said if someone shoots up a school, they deserve a lawyer. And someone shoots.
But if they do not get one, they should be pardoned.
Hold on. That's not what I'm saying.
That is what you're saying.
No,
if
someone
someone
shoots up a school, they deserve to have a lawyer the same way as if someone runs a traffic light. This is a basic human right. And these January 6th defendants did not have their human rights respected by the Biden Department of Justice. That is what these pardons are all about. It's not about the merits of what they did or did not do, many of which, by the way, is largely exaggerated because 1,000 people peacefully walked into the people's house, said prayers, took pictures, and walked out. And the FBI sent on them as if they're narco drug criminals and cartel members. Many of them did absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, the police actually showed them around the interior of the Capitol. Many of the police officers said, hey, would you like to go look in this part of the Capitol? Would you like to look in this part of the Capitol? By the way, how many police officers were actually killed on that day?
Is it peaceful to
Zero.
hurt a police officer? Is that what you're saying?
I don't support.
You're saying
of course,
it's peaceful to hurt police officers
only a
and give
couple
them
dozen
mental
out of the
trauma that they will
1,800
have for the rest of their life. That's peaceful. is what you're saying.
36 individuals out of 1,800 criminal indictments actually laid hands on a police officer.
But they should be pardoned, is what you're saying.
Not because of what they did or they were accused of, because they were never given a fair hearing. Let me give you an example. A young man who was part of the scuffle pushed back on somebody that he did not know was a police officer. He was facing 15 years in federal prison and never had an opportunity to defend himself in federal court because his lawyer sucked and the judge hated him and he was never given due process or the opportunity to look at what is a very basic constitutional right, look at all of the January 6th footage, which many of which is still under seal. So what the pardon is actually a pardon saying our justice system will never be perverted for political aims again. I'm not saying I support the attacking of police officers. I am saying we must keep the American justice system the best on the planet, unlike what Joe Biden and Merrick Garland did the last 4 years. Thank you.
I have another question.
Okay.
So, how many phases are in the menstrual cycle? Do you know?
Well, I'm not a woman, so enlighten me.
So there's 4 stages of the menstrual cycle. Okay, ovulation, follicular, I'm going to go in order: menstruation, follicular, ovulation, and the luteal phase. During which of those phases can a woman be pregnant? When can she get pregnant? Which of those phases?
During ovulation.
And luteal, yes. So I already
could
know
tell
the
you
answer
from
to this
experience.
question.
But yeah.
So I know the answer to this question. Have you ever had a menstrual cycle before?
No.
Okay, great. So knowing that, and you just saying, I don't know the phases of the menstrual cycle, which I don't blame you for being, you don't have that. So then knowing this, you don't know everything about the female reproductive system. How are you going to make legislation to hurt women and women's rights?
Are men allowed to have opinions on abortion?
You can have opinions on abortion, but what I'm saying is, how are these men going to create this legislation?
Got it. So, well, men are allowed to have opinion on moral matters too, right?
Right.
Got it. So if I was a male OBGYN, is it okay for that person to make issues of legislation?
Well, they're educated. They understand. They are educated on the female reproductive system, so they can.
So if I don't know everything intimately about the female reproductive system, sit down and shut up, you're a man.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You can have an opinion.
That's kind of what
It's
you're
all right if you have an opinion. I'm saying it's not all right if you don't understand how the female reproductive
Okay, so
system works.
let's pop quiz. When does heartbeats begin for babies in utero?
Have you ever eaten an egg before? That's yes or no. Have you ever eaten an egg before?
Scrambled, yeah.
Okay, so would that be you scrambled a full chicken?
Well, hold on. You understand it takes an egg to be fertilized?
Right. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But
Uh-huh.
Your
Yeah.
point,
So-
the whole point
so-
you're making
Well,
is
hold
that
on. So,
a
but no.
baby,
Since we're doing pop quiz on like human development, so when exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
you know that, but you don't know the four.
Hold on. No, wait, so tell me when. Heartbeat.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
No.
So wait, hold on. So you're trying to say I know more about the woman reproductive system than you do?
I am a woman, so yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, but the point being is we could both go back and forth of like independent, trivial facts when it comes to the woman's reproductive system. But here's something we all know, because God wrote this on the human heart of every individual, as it says in the book of Romans. We know deep down it's wrong to murder a baby.
You're not murdering a baby. It's not a baby.
Okay. Well, let's play this out. What is it then?
It is an embryo, which is not a baby.
Well. Okay. So it's a fertilized embryo.
Correct. Which
Right.
is not a baby.
So at what point does it become a baby?
When it is born.
Oh.
I don't agree with abortions up to full-term abortions.
Well, hold on, but you said it becomes a baby when it's born.
Yes.
Then why would you have abortion limits before it's born? I thought it's just an embryo. So embryo rights?
No, the embryo rights aren't a
But
thing.
then
because it's not
where
a
would you
person.
draw a line for abortion then, and why, and under what moral standard?
There are medical reasons not to have an abortion
No.
for
That's
full
not the
term.
question. That's not
Yes,
the
it is.
question.
You just asked me why would I not have an abortion full term for medical reasons.
Okay, so at 29 weeks, the baby is nearly fully developed, can recognize the mother's voice, has a heartbeat, has brain waves. Is it okay to abort that baby?
I don't it's not okay, but you're gonna say it's okay to have an abortion then. I don't understand what you're trying to say. It's not okay to have an abortion ever? How
Correct.
about 3
Yes.
weeks in?
Correct. No abortion. Correct.
Why?
Well, because your life started at conception.
It did not though. It
Well-
did not.
Well, hold on. So let's play this out. So who are you as an individual? From your skin color to your eye color to your likes, your dislikes, from your temperament to your everything.
I am not an embryo. I'm a person.
Hold on a second. But it started with something called deoxyribonucleic acid. And your own individual DNA started at the point of egg and sperm meeting. That's where your journey started. And so from that point in particular, life begins. Not at birth, not at first words, not at first steps, but when your DNA, which is who you actually are. You are your DNA. Every one of your DNA cells is coded XX or XY. It's coded with all of your unique characteristics and attributes that we believe God individually curated for the rest of your life. That doesn't happen at 8 weeks or 10 weeks. It happens at conception.
What happens if you need a medical abortion? If the mother
Okay.
will die if she does not get an abortion?
So
What's your stance on
the
that?
only place where medical abortion is necessary is before 20 weeks, which is
What
incredibly
if she
rare.
will die? What if the mother
Hold on a
will
second.
die?
So let's take for example, like this is a very important question. Let's say it's 27 weeks, okay? And the mother will die. Why shouldn't, you could agree, why don't we just have the baby delivered by cesarean section? You know what a cesarean section is, right?
Yes.
What is a cesarean
A
section?
C-section?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just put the baby up by C-section instead of terminating it?
Because if the mother will die, it's not safe
but
to do that.
You remove the baby.
I understand.
Threat removed.
I know what a C-section
But
is.
it's actually safer than an abortion. So every time they say, this is for you guys, they say, oh, you need to have abortion for medical reasons, respond, then have a C-section.
What if you're not able to have a C-section? What if you are on your deathbed, you need to have an abortion right now?
Well, again, but
And it's illegal. You
guess what?
can't, so you
Actually,
have to die.
First and foremost, C-section is safer, C-section is quicker, and a C-section saves both lives. A C-section
The
takes...
baby is already dead, you just said.
No, but even... No. Hold on a second. You're saying if the baby's already dead, then it isn't even an abortion, right? Then you're talking about a removal of a carcass, which is a completely different medical
So
operation.
you're saying that's okay. If you're
Well,
having...
If you're hold on. If you're removing a carcass of a baby, that is not an abortion, by definition.
It's the same process.
No, it's completely different. During an abortion, they actually inject the spinal fluid with cyanide poisoning as the baby squirms and tries to find its mother, and it is gasping for air of life. Have you ever watched an abortion? It is
Have
one of
you?
the... Yeah, actually, I have. And I encourage every human being to watch one to know what you are fighting against. Because when you see abortion, you will have your life will be changed. That we allow the massacre of 1.5 million babies a year under the guise of women reproductive health. We are allowing babies every single year to just say, we're going to discard them. Why? Oh, they're smaller. They're not humans. You're using dehumanizing language saying, oh, it's an embryo. No, that's a baby made in the image of God, deserving of protection.
What do you do with those children once they're born into a bad household?
So now we've transitioned to, like, what do you do with the kids?
Right.
Glad we're past the other part of the argument, okay? What do you do with them? There's twice as many people on the adoption waiting list than there are abortions every single year.
And they're still on the list. So you want to send a child into an orphanage?
Well,
Is that what you want for a child? Is that a good life for a child?
No, I'm not advocating that. In fact, I'm advocating to make it easier to be able to adopt, number one. Number two, there's no such thing as an unwanted child. Number three, it is never right to justify the mass elimination or termination of people under the guise of saying they're unwanted. That's how we get Auschwitz. That's how we get the greatest horrors of the 20th century. Those people are unwanted.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
It's really not. I don't
It's
think
45 million babies. It's nearly 8 times worse than the Holocaust. What's the moral difference between a small baby in the womb and a grown Jew who was killed at Auschwitz? What's the moral difference? One is older.
Is a person.
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but it's
Therefore,
an
they should have
embryo.
human rights.
No,
They should have human rights.
I do not agree.
Oh, so small humans, no human rights. Grown humans,
It's
human
not
rights.
a small human. It's an embryo.
You just said it was a human species.
It's not a
It
living
doesn't-
human child.
Wait, it's not a what?
It's not a child.
But
it's not a living child.
it has a heartbeat. It has
that
brain
does
waves.
not make it a child.
But tell me when it becomes a child then.
When it, I already told you, when it is born.
Again, so under every other objective definition, you see, guys, how quickly the pro-abortion arguments fall apart with just the slightest questioning. But our position is one rooted not in feelings, not in personal autonomy, but one in biological consistency and reality. That your life had an agreed-upon starting point. That starting point should be protected and preserved. And the excuses given for abortion is dehumanization. Oh, it's just an embryo. Guys, that's just using different language to justify the massacre of something smaller than you. That's all that it is. So here are the big objections. Size. It's smaller than me. Then I should be able to get rid of it. I'm 6'5". Should I be able to murder people smaller than me? Of course not. You don't believe that. Level of development. Oh, it's not as progressed as, this is your argument. It's not as progressed as we are. Therefore, we have rights over it. So my 10-month-old baby, why should I not be able to eliminate my 10-month-old baby?
I have another question for you. On the line of this, you will never be able to have an abortion, right? You will never be able to have an abortion. You will not, okay? That's a fact. Everyone knows that, okay? I'm not debating that at all.
Make it quick. You can tell the audiences. Yeah, but go. Yeah.
If I were to be pregnant right now and forced to have a baby, that would ruin my life.
This is an important question. Hold on. Time out. So rape and incest are less than half of 1% of all abortions.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking if I just happen to be pregnant.
Oh, well, you don't happen to get pregnant. It's not like getting COVID.
I know how
okay?
it works. I know how it works.
You don't get the flu.
I know.
How about
but
this?
say
You
I got
take
pregnant,
responsibility for your orgasms and
What if
stop
that doesn't
eliminating
work?
people smaller than you.
So you're saying I should carry a baby and ruin my collegiate life?
How about this? Instead of saying ruin, first of all, babies are a blessing. Stop talking at them as if they're some sort of annoyance.
I will have to drop out of college.
Number two, if you play certain games, you win certain prizes. If you're going to go have sex.
So you're saying I should drop out of college to support my child instead of supporting my life?
I'm saying if you're going to engage in coitus, in the practice of having children, you might end up with a baby. So know that. And guess what? You don't need to have sex before you get married. It's not like showering. It's not like eating.
Are you married?
Yes, with 2 beautiful children.
Wow, good for you.
I could tell you're not married.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Do you think we should be a Christian nation?
Well, of course. I mean,
Like officially?
officially, I mean, like through our documents. I am a believer in the U.S. Constitution. So, no, I do not believe in a theocracy. No.
Okay. Then I guess that's it.
Had to get up on the mic. Oh, mic check. 1 2 1 2. All right, cool. Make sure everybody can hear me. What's going on, man? Doing all right. Welcome to Knoxville. I'm up here for one purpose. My buddy is a friend of yours. He lives up in White Pine, and he wants me to have this discussion with you because me and him had this discussion this weekend. What are your thoughts about reparations for Black people specifically, and like Black Americans specifically? What is your
Very much against.
Very much against. Can I ask why?
Well, first and foremost, I don't believe that we should ever pay monetary damages to people where nothing bad happened to them, just because they are related to a group of people where something bad happened to them.
Okay. So
because it separates the idea. Let me just finish, and then I'll throw it back to you. Absolutely. Our justice system, when properly understood, is about individuals receiving justice, not tribes or groups receiving justice.
Also, I want to state that just because I am a Black man, I do not speak for all Black people. So I'm just.
I like this guy. You should give it up for him.
Just want to state that for the record. I'm speaking for myself. So all right. So definitely hear you on that. And even for me, when it comes to reparations, for me personally, I don't believe that it should be a check. I think that reparations can look like many different things, whether it's like investment in institutions, more like better schools, hospitals, all that kind of stuff. So my question to you is like, so since you are against reparations, would you say that we should be against? Would you be for outlawing inherited wealth? Does that make sense?
Well, no, I'm not for outlawing that. And those are two different things.
Can I explain my point though? All right, so my point to that is that, okay, so what I hear for the argument against reparations is that, okay, Black people today, obviously we weren't there, for slavery, segregation, all of that kind of stuff. So we've done nothing to deserve that, because all the people who should have gotten it, actually not even probably, who should have gotten it are, either long gone or whatever. Now there's still some who are still with us today, but that's a conversation for another day. But my point is that so inheritance and inherited wealth is something that the great grandfather, whatever, is passed down. Homeboy who is here today did nothing to deserve that multi-billion-dollar business, but he gets it because of his bloodline. Correct? Is that how it?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
how inheritance works, right?
Yeah, no, like Bronny James is going to get $1 billion.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. Sorry. Great example. So what I'm saying is that I guess what I'm trying to say is that I believe that reparations in and of itself, one, I don't think that the argument is formed right, and two, I believe that it's kind of a reverse inheritance, if that makes sense, where it's like where it's like yes, Black people, like me personally, yes, I did not have to suffer through Jim Crow, slavery, or whatever, but all those choices that were made in those times have gotten necessarily me to where I'm at now.
Got it. So let me tell you where we have a difference of opinion.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay? So we as conservatives tend to underemphasize this idea of many legacies of suffering. Mm-hmm. Whereas people on the left, not saying you're on the left, but the other perspective.
Definitely not.
No, for sure. But that's fine. No, that's fine. Let's just say the other side of the argument tend to emphasize that you are stuck because of something that happened to you many generations prior. We believe, absent very unique circumstances in the United States of America, that is almost never true. For example, we think every individual should be judged by their own actions, their own character, and their agency. Now, let's play this out, though. You're acting as if, not you, but let's say the argument, because you're coming after this in a great way, there's been like no money sent Black America the last 60 years. We have spent over $25 trillion on Black America in 60 years, and Black America's poorer than before we started. We're talking about Medicaid, food stamps, we're talking about schools, public housing. The issue is not the amount of money. The issue has instead been a couple things. Number one, it's been the downfall of the Black family. And unfortunately,
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, the more money we've spent on this, we've seen the downfall of the Black family. Just some numbers super quick. Is that in 1964, right before the passage of the Civil Rights Act, 75% of Black youth had a dad around. Now it's 25%. So only 25%. So 1 in 4 kids have a dad around. Black dads are no longer a big part of young kids' life. It's a very big problem that has huge ramifications. Then finally, on the reparations argument, it comes into just more like concrete questions. Where do you draw the line? Who defines it? And also, why would you tax, for example, somebody like me? My ancestors fought on the Union side of the Civil War, so I got to go pay more money, even though my ancestors did the right thing. No offense if you guys fought for the Confederacy. That's not trying to, drum up any, it's all good. We're all Americans now. I'm not. Why should I have to then go pay for something that my ancestors did correctly? Finally, it's like, how do you prove it? Prove it like this is not your argument, but it's a hilarious contradiction. The very same people who tell you that voter ID is racist want all of a sudden Black America to prove that they're the descendants of slaves 7 generations ago. Like, let me go get my paperwork together. I thought it's racist to ask people for their paperwork. Anyway, the whole thing's crazy. But here's the more important thing that I think we can agree on, that we should have a opportunity colorblind compact. We need to have school choice in this country so kids can go to better schools and have more mobility. Number 2, reconstitute the Black family. And finally, this is one that you might agree on because you're not a liberal, is that we need to no longer import foreigners that are going to undercut the wages of workers of all races, especially